because I have all this crazy stuff here. People are always asking me about the 7-string guitar and why I use it. So just so you know, if you have any questions or anything, please send me a chat. Also, let me see what the chat relay is here. I want to see what the messages are, if there's any questions. I know this is like really last minute, and people are just like checking me out. I'm going to put this up a little bit higher. See if I can turn this a little bit so it stays up here. Good. So I'm going to just show you how I warm up on the 7-string, if you have any questions like that. So for example, I was trying to C major scale. I mean, what's happening is I'm trying to really learn the 7-string instead of using it. It's just a low note that accompanies me. I'm trying to really use it in my soloing. So if I'm playing a C major scale, so you got that low A note string here, and I'm trying to play it up the scale. So there's a big space between when I go down to the G, F, and E. E is here. So it's a big jump. So to get to the D, it's here. So if I'm going up, I have to do this. So I have a choice of going this way. I can hit that F or this F. So I have to really think about that still. So that's a real pain. So, but you know, this is just the key of C. So I'm trying to do that in different keys. It can be really, really kind of difficult, you know. So if I'm the key of F, so I'm going to go F. So the F has a B flat in it. F, G, A, B flat, C, D, E, F. So that's an E. Then I have to hit the D. Then I have to hit that B flat there. See that? So I have to do that. So the B flat. So I gotta make sure that B flat's there. So this can be confusing if you're not a 7-string player. Okay, that's an E, D, C, B flat. So, you know, so that's how I start off trying to warm up with the 7-string guitar. Also, you know, I do warm up exercises where I try to use the 7-string, like the 1, 2, 3, 4 exercise I like to do. Now, there's 7 of the strings now. Then backwards. Now, what's confusing is when you start doing the different patterns. So when I'm doing a pattern going up across, I can actually change that up and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, etc. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, and go across. It's much harder on the 7th string. I'm going to do slow. It's easier for me to play it on 6th string. It's a great exercise for you to warm up with. There's a question. Yeah, hey, how's it going? So I'm going. So this pattern is really good. Now the thing that's hard is just being able to switch position. See, and now I'm using the 7-string with that kind of pattern, but it's really, I have to think twice as hard because that extra string I'm not used to yet, like I'd like to be. Good afternoon. Thank you for your sharing. You're welcome. You're welcome, Teddy. You know, if you have any questions, let me know. But this is about the 7-string guitar particularly. So I'm doing a warm-up that I usually do on 4-string, but it's confusing me because I'm not used to 7 strings, and for most people, you know, they're not used to it either. So these are great warm-up exercises actually for any guitar. So I'm doing the 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I'm switching the fingers in every time. Then I'm doing for the 3, 2, 1. Then I'm going. See? Etc. I'm doing that as a warm-up because I haven't touched the guitar all day. So this is a 7-string guitar for people who don't know. I'm doing a workshop all about that today. So with the 7-string is the hard part. I tune to a low A. So this is E, A, D, G, B, E, and then with a low A, which doubles this A string. Now I learned this from studying with Bucky Pizzarelli, the great jazz 7-string guitar player and 6-string. He started playing. He died at 94 last year from COVID. Okay, unfortunately, and he started playing his guitar, the 7-string guitar, in his mid-40s until he died. And you know, he called it the new guitar. So I mean, I was studying jazz comping with him. You know, like Freddie Green style, like this. That kind of stuff. But you know what? The whole time I was studying with him, he was trying to convince me to play 7-string guitar. So what I did was about 9 years ago, I switched, not switched, but I started playing 7-string guitar, and you know, it's a big learning curve still. So when I started playing it, he told me that I was tuning it to a low B. This is an A string, and Bucky told me double your A string. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doubling the A string. So what's really cool about that, well, is that you get low notes lower than any 7-string player. Brazilians play with a low C. Rock guys, rock musicians, you know, progressive rock, they play with a low B, and jazz people play with a low A. And I get those really cool. And you get that low note. That really note. Pause. Okay? So you get that really low A note, and it's really cool for certain things, like really. You don't get that on the a normal 7-string guitar that's tuned to a low B, a low C. You get these really deep tones. And I can double thing the octave with the A. And that's really cool too. So, I mean, I really like using this. Hold on, I'm going to turn the heat up a little bit. It's a little cold in New York. So, when I'm playing, so I use that a lot. So what's really good for is doing piano music. Bucky called this the modern way of playing guitar. The modern guitar, he called it. And he called the other guitar the old guitar. Let me see what that says. What are some extended chords you're using possible on the 7-string? So some of the chords I'm using are like this. So I like using chords like, I mean, you know, any chord that uses a 7-string. So I mean, I like doing like this B flat major 7. It's kind of like a C over a B flat. That's a beautiful chord on there. A lot of chords I like to use with a low A, so it can be any kind of A chord. So this is a A7, sharp 9, flat 13, or sharp 5, sharp 9, sharp 5, or flat 13. So I like using that low string, do the chromatics. Okay, I really like to use that extension of this of the A note. So any kind of chord with the A in the bass. I'm just doing an A suspended 13, for example. It's a cool one. So, you know, it's what the hard part for me is actually incorporating that low note in my solo. Throwing that note in there. So if I'm doing an A major scale, throwing it in there. And, you know, getting that really low note in there is hard to use, actually. Let me see if there's any other comments and questions here. Let me see. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Let me see. I'm trying to see what all the messages are. Yeah, yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for sharing. You're welcome. Emery, yeah, so you know what? So let me play you a song using the 7th string. Bucky Pizzarelli, when I studied with him, he gave me this song, Lush Life by Billy Strayhorn. And he used this as the model song for a 7th string because he always said that the 7th string is great for playing piano music. So what's happening is, you know, Lush Life's in the key of D flat, and with this low string, that D flat's right there, okay, and it doubles the A. So I'm playing a song like Lush Life, I get those really low tones that I can never get before. I dominate my 3 favorite guitar players. I mean, that's hard to say. Pat Martino, George Benson, Wes Montgomery, Django Reinhardt, Charlie Christian. I mean, there's so many guys, you know, of the old style. What about chord melody? So I'm going to do a chord melody right now, Pierre. Okay, and I'm going to do a song called Lush Life. I'm going to be reading this. I should know this by heart, but I haven't learned it yet. Even though my guitar teacher, Bucky, years ago, I mean, my last guitar teacher, Bucky Pizzarelli, told me to learn this. So let me try this, okay? So that was Lush Life. I was basically sight reading that. Yeah, this is a 17-inch. So guitar right here. Okay. What can I learn if my guitar is not for me? For example, my friend is hold on, let me see that chat right there. Let me see. I gotta see that one. If my friend is borrowing my guitar, something that doesn't involve guitar. Let me see what you mean by that. I'm just trying to answer that question. Let me go to the chats here. So, what can you play on done by Guess Who? I don't know that one, but I'll try to answer some questions if I know them. What can I learn if guitar is not with me? Something that doesn't involve guitar, but in my hand, but useful for guitar playing. You can do little finger exercises, but there's nothing like, you can't really do anything unless you have a guitar in your hand, really. So that's a good question. So let me see. I'm just trying to see what other people are saying here. It's a big body guitar. Do you plan to come back to Montreal to perform? I'll buy you a smoked meat sandwich. Okay, I'll go up there, Dave. Thank you. Yeah, great, Dominique. Thank you. So I'm doing chord melody right now. So I was trying to do Lush Life. So what's happening is I'm just doing a little workshop. So Bucky had me doing these real low chords like this. And with these real big stretches, this is hard to do on the 17. That part in the introduction. Then so I can do a little inner voices here going up. See how I play all those low notes? The hard part is keeping that low string there. So I'll do it again. So this is a big stretch right here. Usually you do a 6 chord like this, a D flat like this. But I'm doing it with this string, and that's really hard to get. And also I'm in a weird position. I'm trying to show you in the camera. So it's hard to, it's hard to do this stuff live. And, and no edits. See that? So I'm doing a little more harmonization. I can go. See, I'm trying to put that melody in there. See? I'll do a bass line here. Okay. And then I'm going to the key of F minor, so I'm doing a little line cliche. So I'll put that little bass line in there. Then the little thing. I'm trying to throw that little bass note in there. Now this part is really hard to play, all in D flat and no open strings. I'm doing all bar chords. So this is Lush Life, and then I'm going, so I'm trying to play that melody with this low bass note here. Now Bucky was trying to show me how to do this. Bucky Pitcher. See that? There's a lot of accidentals here. A lot of sharps and flats. Then that. Thirds. I'll try to use open strings as much as I can. A low A. Third. Octaves, harmonics. So I'm using little octave harmonics and cool tricks playing this song Lux Life, and it's a really great exercise. And I have to actually memorize this one day. So I need to practice this kind of stuff all the time. Now the 7th string, if you have any questions, that's what we're doing. A topic today is the 7th string. So let me see my live chop chat here. How do you apply blues notes into your playing? Oh, so blue notes, you have to know your you really have to know your minor pentatonic scales. So I'm not really talking about that today, but just so you know, to play minor pentatonic scales, I mean, there's 5 fingerings. Now, you can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, okay? And there you can find some printable music for only $2 about all the 5 fingerings of the minor pentatonic. Actually, you know what? You reminded me. Thank you for asking the question. I have to put like a series, like a printable lesson that's only for a couple of bucks about adding 1 note to the minor pentatonic. Wow. Yeah, wrist fatigue. Well, my wrist is hurting me right now because I'm playing 7th string, so it's much harder. Plus, everybody, I'm playing a 14 on top, just so you know. And these are heavy strings, guys. Let me show you what these strings look like. I have the pack right here, just to show everybody. Where's that pack of strings? Here. So I'm playing these strings right here. These are jazz tapes on this guitar. And I use 14 to a 79. So I call those the man string. So a lot of people play light strings with low action, but that's not a really good method to play guitar. You should learn how to play with heavy strings. You get more sound out of the guitar. You need to rely less on the amplifier to get your sound. So, you know, I haven't been practicing for a couple of days. I've just been playing and doing some recording work. But so I haven't touched the 7th string in a couple of days. So this is really hard. So let me answer a couple more questions here. Let me see. There was a question. Let me go to the top. Yeah. So what about Charlie Hunter Jazz Funk Style? I love Charlie Hunter. Do you have you ever tried Elixir Strings? Actually, I endorse Elixir Strings too. So that's Elixir Strings. I use them on my solid body, actually. You know, these are like 10, these are 7-string sets from my solid body PRS 7-string. So yes, I use Elixir Strings too. And I actually won the Elixir Performer Magazine contest a couple of years ago. You know, I sent one of my songs in called One for Melvin. So you guys, if you want to check out my music, please do. Let me see if I can send a chat here for you guys. Let me see. Oh yeah, elixirs are great. Let me see. I'm just trying to see what else. Oh, okay. I was just trying to see what other options here, because you know what, I'm just trying to figure out how to use the chat on my phone, because I decided not to use my computer. It was making so much noise. So yeah, so I use Elixir strings, and if you guys are enjoying this, please send me a comment or anything, and if any of these tips are help, on the link, I'm actually, there's a link if you want to donate to this, to my show here, and it's right here. And you can PayPal me if you have any. If you're enjoying what you're doing, you don't have to donate at all. But if you feel like in your heart you like to, you can donate to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo, Cash App, and Zelle. Yeah. So at all at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, just like my YouTube channel. And please definitely subscribe if you're learning a lot of cool things from me. Let me see what some of these other questions are. Live chat, top chat. Let me see. Have you ever tried Trainer Amp? No, I never tried that. You're dope. Keep being dope. Thank you. I'll never try that. I love Elixir strings. They're great for certain things. Have you had problems with wrist changing technique, less strumming and more doodling? Yes, I've had fatigue and all kinds of stuff. I mean, I've even had problems. Yeah. And thank you for this. For listening to this Octave Harmonics. You know, Randy Bachman did a jazz album. Have you heard of him? A couple of jazzy songs. Looking out. Oh yeah, no, I never heard that album. I'll check it out. Tommy Emmanuel, I know Tommy Emmanuel actually. He's a great guitar player, and I know him from hanging out with Les Paul here in New York. And I knew Les Paul, and he was a great guy too. And let me just keep going here and answer some questions. What can I learn of guitar? Okay, good. Well, thanks for asking the questions, everybody. So we're talking about 7-string here, and this is like a kind of like a 7-string workshop. So another thing I like to do, so the chord melody is really great with 7-string. Also, I like to use the bass line. So I'm just getting warmed up here. Lush Life, that last song I played was really kind of hard to play. PlayStation Gypsy Jazz. Oh, yeah, great. So, you know what? I like to use the 7-string also for like bass lines. So, I mean, I'm really into playing bass lines on the guitar. I've been doing that anyway in general for years and years. So let's take a typical jazz standard. It could be anything. Let me see. Let me pick a jazz standard. You guys pick a jazz standard for me. Send me a text. Well, do you have a gospel background? No, I don't have a gospel background. No, but I've been to churches for a long time, and I played in church, and I love gospel music, and I played in churches actually recently. Actually, I did some recordings. Yeah, please play Indiana by Zeus Sands, Bucky Pillar. Oh, yeah, big. Oh, really? Indiana. Oh yeah. Oh, Indiana's based on is based on Donald. I could do that for you. I'm doing right now is I'm using the 7th string. Someone asked me to play Indiana, and that's what Donna Lee is based on. And actually, Bucky Pizzarelli, I studied with him for a long time, the 7th string guitar, on and off for maybe, oh man, it was a while. Maybe 15 years or something. But, like every once in a while, getting into 7th string guitar. So what happened was, the 7th string is great for playing like accompaniment with bass line. So like now, if I'm taking a solo, like let's say when I'm playing live or when I'm doing a lot of like this live streaming now, I'll play just instead of playing with a backing track, I try to be like a one-man band. So it's great with the 7th string. You can go. So anyway, I'm just messing around. So when I'm taking a solo, I had a high-end restaurant and hire you to perform. Oh, thank you. Well, don't get too high-end now. I play restaurant gigs, all kinds of stuff. Concerts, recordings. So what I'm doing is I'm just doing solo guitar. So it's just all about 7th string the guitar. So just please ask me questions about that. Do you sometimes play Delta blues? Sure. I mean, how about this? I'm just messing around, guys. Yeah, thank you everybody for watching. I know it's an afternoon, but I'm trying to actually do more live sessions here because sometimes I don't have time actually to like edit all these videos. Sometimes it's just great to go live and answer some questions and talk about some subjects. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Ron's my favorite. What's your favorite thing to utilize with a 7th string? So I like to do all kinds of things with the 7th string. Like particularly using the 7th string, and you could do some cool soloing stuff too. So let me think about that. I'm kind of half asleep today. So I'm using the 7th string like a bass note, but also like a solo note, to incorporate my playing. So that's the hardest part about me playing the 7th string is to incorporate it in my solos. So that's one thing I like to do with the 7th string. So I can do all these octaves. So I'm using the 7th string like a solo thing. Let me see. Someone had some questions here. And that's a really good, cool thing to do, actually. Let me see. Oh, hey, man. Hey, Australia. How you doing, man? Great, great, great. Thank you, guys. Oh, man. What's your favorite thing? Oh, Ron is my favorite. Thank you. Just, do you have a low B? Oh, no, no, this is a low A. So everybody keeps asking me the same question. This is actually a low A. So this doubles my A string here. So I learned that, I got that from George Van Apps, actually from Bucky Pizzarelli, who I was studying guitar with. And George Van Apps actually tuned his guitar just like that, okay, with a low A string, okay? So that's kind of cool, isn't it? Let me center this a little bit better. Okay, so that low A string is a really cool thing to use. Let me put my head up a little bit so you don't cut my head off. So, yeah, so the A string is really cool. It's the lowest note, on the 7th string you can get. So and the thing that's confusing is it doubles the A. So I can do. You can do cool bass lines. Really cool bass lines like that, like I do a little pop stuff too. Oh, some questions here. Oh, I'm trying to harness theory. So, okay, so that's a good question. Let me see. Someone said, trying my hardest with theory, but nothing seems to work. You know what? Theory, you have to really try to play it on your guitar or an instrument to really understand it. And then you start listening to how things will work. That's the best thing to do with theory, okay? And let me see what else here's here. But new to hollow electric guitars, do they work like acoustics or different? So this guitar can be played acoustically. It's not as loud. It's a pretty big guitar. Look how wide this is. It's like, oh man, probably 5 inches deep or 4 inches or 6 inches actually. It's a 17 inch wide guitar. So it has a pretty acoustic guitar. I have it all hollow. When I play live gigs with this though, I have to put foam because it feeds back. But you can play it acoustically pretty good, you know what I mean? So you can hear it pretty good. But can it gent? Who's that? Just kidding. Yeah, so you know what? 7-string guitar. This guitar is an acoustic guitar too. It's not a real acoustic, but it's an arch top and has that big, warm, big sound with big man strings. I call these strings the where are those strings? I lost them. Here, I use these strings on here. 14 on top, the man string. And you know what's really funny? I had a guitar teacher, a really great guitar teacher named Melvin Sparks. He was like the acid jazz, funk, soul guitar player, did a lot of sessions. He was my mentor. And he had me switch from 13s to 14 on top. So that's the strings I use on this guitar, the 7-string. And on my solid body, I use these Elixir strings, 7 strings that I got from Elixir. I have an endorsement with these guys too. And wait a second, do I have some other strings here? I have some other strings, but I can't find it right now. So anyway, I use all kinds of strings to play on this guitar, and they're really cool. So anyway, let me continue. Also, if you want to study with me, it's already, I'm going to put it up later, but if you want to learn some cool lessons with me, I have a Patreon account right now. It's www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And you can get lessons there for $3 a month or more. Could you show a 7th chord progression using the low A string? Sure. So a major 7th chord with this low A string, someone asked me a couple of questions here, so I'll answer them. So this is a cool 7th chord. A major 7, Now the low A string, I could use the low A string for all kinds of seventh chords. I can go. Sorry. No, that's minor. Sorry about that. Now you could also use the seventh chord in all kinds of voicings like this. Let me see. So I'm using seventh chords here. So this is a low A, but I could use it on all kinds of stuff. I do it all the time. Seventh chords here, just an example. I mean, there's all kinds of things I could do with the seventh string and seventh chords and other kinds of stuff, you know. But there's what I like about the seventh string is that it gives me that possibility of playing all those cool low notes that you can never do on a sixth string. So there's an advantage to that. And thank you. Sorry, thanks. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you very much. So when I'm playing seventh string, I like to throw it right in there. So I'm doing some. Pop song by Anita Baker called Caught Up in the Rapture, and I just use a lot of bass lines. It sounds really cool when you're doing poppy kind of stuff too, and you're just by yourself. And I actually do a lot of recording sessions like with my daughter now, where I just play, like, instead of playing the bass, even though I have a bass, I just do the bass on my seventh string. It sounds just like a real bass because this is a bass note. This is the same string as the third string bass on the electric bass or acoustic bass, exactly the same pitch. Another cool effect you can use actually on the seventh string is actually the Slam Stewart sound. I learned this from Bucky. So when you play the seventh and the sixth string together, it makes a cool Slam Stewart sound, like it's a fifth. So this is actually A to E. So you get. So if you're playing let's say you're playing like any kind of jazz standard. Let's say so I'm going. I'm using that seventh string Slam Stewart kind of bass line. It's really cool. I could do three of them. Sounds like I'm singing with it, but I'm not really singing. I'm just going. So I'm using that cool Slam Stewart sound I learned from Bucky. So, you know, you can do some really cool effects with a 7-string guitar. Let me see some of the comments that are coming up here. Because I'm using my phone to try something different. Usually use my computer, I can see everything. Are there any jazz artists that have written songs especially with 7-string guitar? Oh, I never thought about that. No, I mean, the best, you know, I mean, Bucky, when I studied with him, he had all kinds of arrangements. I have an arrangement for 7-string guitar. Now, writing specifically for 7-string guitar, that's possible, and I do it myself. You know, hey, Dave, how many times have you played in the Montreal Jazz Festival? I've never played there, unfortunately. So bring me up there. I would love to play at the Montreal Jazz Festival. You know, I would love to go back to Montreal. I played there quite a while ago. I love it. Oh, great, great. I actually knew that one. Oh, okay, let me see. What's the best jazz warm-up exercise? Someone asked me, would you most like to perform today if you had a choice? If I had to play with an artist today, Dave, I would love to play with Herbie Hancock. I would love to have played with Chick Corea too. And I've had friends that play with all of them, but I mean, I never had a chance to. Okay, great, great, great. Okay. Oh, thank you, Dave. I think he had to go. Someone had to go. One of my top friends. If you're enjoying this and you're, you know, please. I have this ready on my description, but you know, I'm taking donations today too. You know, if you feel like, you know, there's no requirement, but it would be great if you can. If you can, it's okay. You can donate to me at PayPal, at Ron Jackson Music, and Cash App and Venmo at Ron Jackson Music, and Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. You know, and help us support us musicians stuck here at home, not having any gigs. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you're learning a lot of cool things today about the 7-string. And what was I going to say? There was another question I wanted to ask up there. Answer. Let me see. Oh, hey, greetings from Moldova. Pleased to meet me. Your sign. Really? My sign's backwards on the camera? Let me see. Let me see. No, that's right. It's not. It's backwards. Oh, it's supposed to be Ron Jackson Music at PayPal. I don't know why it's backwards. Is this the right way now? It should be. This looks like the wrong way to me. Is that the right way? Please make a comment. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Double locking tremolo. I don't know anything about that. Can you slap? Let me see. Yeah. What's that? It's right now. What's that? It's right now. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to see what people are saying here. Top chat. Oh. I'm trying to see what all these people are playing. I played the New Orleans Jazz Festival before, just so you know. Haven't been there in a while. Let me see. Let me see. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, cool. So anyway, let me continue here and maybe play a couple more songs before I finish up. I got to eat lunch soon. But you know, if you're enjoying this, you know, please subscribe, of course, and you know, send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com if you have any questions about the 7-string guitar. You know, I want people to learn how to play this because not enough people play 7-string in jazz. They play it in other styles, but not in jazz. Okay, and you know, if you want to follow me, please follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music on TikTok, Instagram. You know what? There's a great jazz school. Someone's asking me if you want to learn jazz in Europe. There's a great school in Holland, in Northern Holland, where I used to teach. It's called the Prince Claus Conservatorium. Prince Claus Conservatorium, okay? And they're in Groningen. I used to teach there for like 6-7 years back in the 2000s. And I go up there sometimes every few years, you know, to help out. But that's a great little school, okay? And they're in Holland, Northern Holland, and they're basically it's only like a couple €1,000. Everything's free there in Europe, as far as like classes. So it's pretty cheap. So if you want to study, that's a great place. What about Guildhall? I don't know Guildhall, but that you can go there to Guildhall. Any place in Europe where this is much cheaper than coming to the States to study. I'm even expensive to study with. But if you want to study with me, please contact me. I have some new printables on my website too, with all these little lessons about 7-string, jazz guitar, scales, everything. Go to my website at ronjacksonmusic.com, ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay, and you can learn some cool things from me there. Okay, so let me play one more song or two, and if there's any more questions, please send me them. What about Amsterdam and Maastricht? Oh, those are some good schools in Amsterdam too. I heard that conservatory is really good there. He just asked me if I knew those. You know what? If you're a beginner guitar, a 7-string guitar, man, would really make easy 7-string, 6-string look easy. Oh, Dublin. Oh, there's a place in Dublin. Cool. You're in Dublin. Yeah, you know what? One of my good friends I haven't seen him in years. When I went to Berklee College of Music years ago, there's this guy named Mike Nielsen who's in Dublin, who's a really great guitar player that I haven't seen in years, that lives in Dublin. He does odd meters, all kinds of crazy stuff on the guitar, but he was a great guitar player, and I haven't seen him in years. But Dublin's cool. I would love to go to Dublin. I've never been there. And of course, you went to Berklee. Yeah, Berklee. Take your money, Berklee. So anyway. So let me play one more song before I finish up. Let me see if I can think of something really good. So that was called Lover. That's a lot of hard work there. Again, thank you, everybody. Let me see. Frank Gambale is the best. I love Frank Gambale, actually. Seymour Duncan Pickups, never heard of them. Seymour Duncan, man, I endorsed those guys, actually. That's why I'm wearing the hat. They gave me this hat. I'm good friends with Seymour, actually. Really nice guy. Lives out in the beach in California somewhere. And these are actually a Seymour Duncan Benedetto pickup on this thing. And I actually got them from Seymour Duncan. So they gave me a bunch of stuff, pedals and all kinds of stuff, from being an endorser. But, I appreciate those guys. They're really great. Let me see what all these chats are. That's fire. Thank you. Frank Gambale, I love him. I brought a 7-string to his metal class. Oh, yeah, cool. What do you think about Julian? Oh, Julian's a bad dude. I love Julian. There's so many great guitar players, man. He's really great, Julian Lodge. Amazing. He actually writes. They feature him a lot in my magazine that I work for. I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And is this backwards or not? I can't tell. It looks like it's backwards on my screen, but I don't know about you guys. So Julian Lodge is featured in this. I have a new article on acoustic guitar if you want to read it. It's in page 50 here, and it's all about the harmonic and melodic minor, which I need to practice today. There's an article in that magazine with me about talking about cool chords there. So if you want to learn about harmonic, entry level 7-string guitar is like an Eastman is a good one, okay, and that's a great guitar to have to get into. If you want to get to an Eastman guitar, and they're not expensive. These are only a couple of $1,000s. What are the theory requirements in hollow? I don't really know. It's been a while. But you have to know basic theory to get into that college. So everybody, please follow me. Thanks for watching. When you showed your website, was it backwards? I don't know. Let me see. Let me show you something. So this is my Patreon account. Can you see this? Does it look backwards? Send me a message. So you can follow. This doesn't look backwards here. This is like mirror image. So you can join my Patreon if you want to study with me. 6 and 7-string lessons. I start at $3. Yeah, okay. And it's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It's backwards. Let me see. Okay, let me send it to you. So this is not backwards then. Is that backwards now? Okay. Why is the magazine and not the magazine? Why is this back? The magazine was not backwards. Okay, so this is my Patreon. Okay, good. So that's my Patreon. If you want to join my Patreon, good. This is weird. It looks backwards to me, but it's not on your side. Okay, so that's my Patreon. www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. If you like the show, please donate $1 or more. If you don't have to, but it'd be great if you could. For all the cool things I showed you today, at PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, and all that other stuff. It's also posted on my in my description here. If you want to donate $1 or more, that would be really wonderful. And I hope you enjoyed the class. You can actually watch the playback of this after. If I might check it out myself for this live stream. And I really appreciate you guys watching. I'm gonna go eat lunch now here in New York. And thank you very much for supporting my page. Tell everybody to follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Where else? I mentioned YouTube, of course, right here. Twitter. And follow me on my website. I sell my music there, and you can join my Patreon, of course. And if you have any questions about the 7-string, send me an email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. That's ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And I hope to see you guys soon, guys. Hasta pronto. And thank you, guys. Okay, everybody, how's it going? I'm just checking here, and I'm actually live here on Facebook and YouTube, and I'm also going live. I think I'm going to go live right now on Instagram. So let me set that up real quick. And if anybody has any questions or anything, let me know. I'm gonna actually go and go live on Instagram as well. So I'm gonna do that right now on my other device. So we're all in sync right now. How's everybody doing? If there's any questions, please send them to me. This is a real last minute live here, and I'm going live actually as well on Twitch, which I never usually do. Hey everybody, how's it going on Facebook? So we'll start having people come in soon, very soon. And in the meantime, I'm going to go live right now on Instagram. So let me set that up. And if there's any questions or anything or requests, let me know. I know it's it's like a Wednesday afternoon and people are working or something. And this is my job right here. So let me go live right now on Instagram for fun. And I'm going to turn on badges on Instagram as well. Because they tell me to do that. I'm going live right now. Hey, everybody on Instagram as well. Hey, Dario. I always see Dario. Hey, Dario, what's going on, man? He's on YouTube. And I'm letting everybody know that I'm going live right now on Instagram, too. So let me do that right now. I'm actually on Instagram. Just so you know, I'm going to be on Instagram. I want to know that, my badges are turned on as well. So if you want to, throw a badge to my way for going live, Instagram is telling me to do that. So let me just start off with a song right now. This is a song that I used to play with Randy Weston. He actually died, I think, a year ago at least. Hey, Nancy. Hey, how's it going, Nancy? You should go live with me sometime. Nancy. Yeah, great singer. And oh, hey, Tippy's watching. My manager, all the way, in New York. And thank you for watching. I'm just going live for fun. I'm going to take requests, and I'm going to wait to some people. And just so everybody knows, I'm also live right now on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook. Okay. Hey, Elikard. Hey, Jessic from Poland's here watching too. And Omed5. Thank you. Let me start off with the song that I did with Randy Weston. I used to work with Randy Weston. He just died a couple of years ago, I think. And he actually played this song that he wrote called High Fly. And he was a great guy. And what happened was his grandson started a like they own like these great smoke houses where they smoke meat. They have a place called Brothers Smokehouse here in New Jersey, in the Jersey area, and he they actually have jazz at this place. So I played there a couple of months ago with Bernard Harper and Belden Bullock. It was a great gig. So let me start out with this song by Randy Weston called High Fly. All right, everybody. How's everybody doing? Thank you for watching. Oh, uh, I want to make a few announcements. So if you guys, I'd like to first announce. Thank you very much, YouTube, for having 16. Oh, actually, sorry, for having 30,000 new subscribers. I really appreciate you guys. I'm actually live on YouTube as well, Instagram. Sorry about that. Hi, Luca. Is that Luca? I think so. Luca on Instagram. So thank you very much. Again, YouTube, for for all the new subscribers. I really appreciate you guys. It's hard to keep up all this content, just so you guys know, and all the questions, and it's just really like a lot of work. But I appreciate you guys, and I'm trying to also have my Patreon, and I'm trying to keep that going, and with all the lessons I put up there, it's just a lot of work. It's constant. And also, thank you very much, Instagram. I just got to 25,000, followers on Instagram too, and I appreciate you guys. It's hard to keep up with all the content on Instagram and everywhere else, so, and TikTok and all that stuff. So that was a great song by Randy Weston called High Fly, and he was a great guy to work with. I was supposed to actually have a concert honoring him at Columbia University last year at the Miller Theater with a bunch of people that worked with him, and unfortunately it all got canceled because of COVID and things. I don't know what's going to happen now. I'm supposed to be doing a tour next year in the Midwest and the West Coast, and It's being booked right now. By my team and everything. And right now, I hope that we can actually continue with this tour with all the stuff going on. With vaccinations and COVID and all this stuff. So everybody, do your part, and let's get things open again. And if I'm fully vaccinated. I want to go out and play some gigs, and so we got to get this going. So anyway, let me see some of the questions here. Can I hear your favorite Cole Porter tune? Oh man, that's Omid 5. Let me show this to everybody. Omid 5 asked if I had my favorite Cole Porter tune. And I want to let you know, everybody on YouTube, if you enjoy what I'm doing, you can actually donate via Super Chat. There's a little $ on the right-hand side of the chat box when I'm live, and you can actually donate there if you have any requests or anything. And I need to make a couple of requests now on Instagram as well. So you guys know on Instagram, if you're enjoying my show, you can actually also donate via badges. Okay, so badges are a new thing that Instagram's telling me to do because actually it helps us support my channel and me as an artist. So I appreciate you guys. I have a lot of we musicians have a lot of expenses and stuff like living. So that's it. So I have some more announcements. Let me continue. Let me play one of my favorite Cole Porter songs. Oh, she said, I know five major scale patterns. How do you start improvising over music with them and rather than just going up and down the scales? Hey, I'm going to answer that question after I play a Cole Porter tune right now. Let me see if I can think of a Cole Porter tune that let me look up Cole Porter real quick and pick up one of my favorite tunes for you guys because there's a lot of tunes he wrote. I'm going to look right now on the internet. So you do something to me, say magnificent. He did so many songs actually, and it's just this is a song I like doing actually a lot, and this is called "It's All Right with Me." I'm gonna do a solo guitar, okay? So this is actually for Omit 5, whatever your real name is, okay? Let me see. Let me turn this down a little bit. Here we go. All right. Thank you, everybody. Let me respond to some comments now on Instagram. I don't want to leave everybody on Instagram because I'm streaming to 4 different platforms. Everybody, I'm sorry, so it's hard to keep up with everybody. I'm using StreamYard now, which is really kind of cool. So that was a great request. Thank you for the £5, whoever you were. Let me see who sent me that. I can't see that, but anyway, thank you. I honored the request. Thank you for the £5. Let me see. Let me see now. Let me go to Instagram right now and look at some of these comments. Um, I'm taking requests and also just playing for fun. It's funny. I end up doing all this kind of business and stuff. I'm booking a tour. I'm about to do. Actually, everybody, I'm going to be announcing Indiegogo to do my new album. Okay. It's a follow up to my last album because right now, you know, uh, right now, I'm actually doing a new album that's a follow up for this album called Standards and Other Songs, and so I'm going to be actually announcing that very soon. Thank you, Omid5, for your donation on YouTube. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. So be on the lookout. It's going to start September 8th. It's going to be a big thing. I'm going to have some great musicians on there. I'm going to have the great Wheeler Jones III on drums. Ben Wolf on the bass. All these guys played with Winton and everybody, Roy Hargrove. It's going to be a great band, and I'm going to have special guests like Clark Gayton on trombone. So it's going to be coming out actually at the same time as my tour in the Midwest, which I'm going to be announcing soon. There's a lot of stuff going on, way too much stuff, and I'm going to start working on some of my performances here in New York City too. And it's just hard to keep up with all the social media and everything, but I appreciate you guys, and thank you so much. I'm going to actually. Someone had a question now. Let me look on Instagram first and make sure I can answer some of these questions because I can't. For some reason, I can't see everything here. Um, Let me see some of the questions on Instagram right now. Just Chris, do you have one white string on here? No, it's just this is actually a wound 7 string on my guitar. So everybody always asks about my strings. So I have them right here, ready for you to look at. So these are my jazz tape strings, everybody. Okay, and this is actually. Let me take off this comment right now. Um, okay, thank you. Thank you, Omid5. Okay, look at this. These are my jazz tapes that I use from La Bella. Okay, and jazz tapes are really great. They're like 2 wound strings. Oops, excuse me, that fell. They're 2 wound string. I mean, excuse me, just regular steel strings. Then 4 wound tape wound strings, and this a round wound bass string. Okay, so that's a really good question, Jethro, on Instagram. So now let me go and actually. Yeah. Thank you. Glenn, I wish I could make a decision. You don't have a single gig since. Sorry about that, Glenn. Let me see. I want to answer a question before that. I know 5 major scale patterns. So that's I can't even say your name. His Heck Despande. Um, do I start? How do I start improvising over music with them, rather than just playing up and down the scales? So he's asking about major scales. So if you play like let's say you're playing a C major scale, and you play over a C major chord like this, you can do different kinds of techniques. You can actually arpeggiate the C major scale. Okay, you can actually use approach notes for each chord tone. So I'm using a half step below. I mean, there's 16 of them actually. And actually, the 16 approach notes are different ones. Okay. I could do all those different kinds of approach notes. So you don't have to just play the scale tones. You can use approach notes, enclosures, they call it. So I'm using passing tones, which is actually bebop related. So there's so many things you can actually do with the major scale. That's not just going to scale like this. You know, you can. It sounds like major scale when you're doing that. It's not jazz. So just so you know, jazz is really a language. So this language, actually, let me show this. This is what Abs was asking me. It's a language, so you have to learn all these different phrases and language of jazz. Okay, so that's what I suggest. So I have this on my website. Okay, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's the 16 approach notes are different techniques. So if you just want to go to my website, and it's also on my Patreon account. A lot of these exercises too. If you join my Patreon, you can just go there. And all this is listed on my description. Everybody on my on my all my YouTube videos, all the places you can actually sign up to my YouTube. I mean to my all different things that I actually have. So there's different techniques you can use, but the most important thing is really, I'm taking lessons myself. I've been studying with Mike Stern, the great guitar player from New York here, who played with Miles Davis. He plays the 55 ball. He's a monster. He knows all kinds of stuff. He's a really really an intellectual guitar player. He knows a lot of stuff, about techniques and improvisation. I take lessons. So the best thing to do for you is take a lesson with a guitar teacher like myself or anybody, if you can afford to do that. Okay, so you can also go to my Patreon, everybody, and actually sign up and just get these lessons too for, they come like already there as posts, okay? Or you could go to my website and check these out. So let me keep going here. So let me keep going. Card, more strings, probably a 10 string. You know what? Alucard, my strings are actually 14 on top. So okay? Someone's asking about that. So I use 14s on my guitar. Hey, Ymir! Hey, Ymir, how you doing, man? It's great. My student Ymir, he's a great guitar player. He went to see Julian Lodge, who's a monster guitar player I really enjoy. I've been hearing about Julian Lodge since she was like 10 years old or something. This guy, now he's like 30 something, and he's playing his butt off because when he was playing 10, he was 10 and playing the same way he's playing now. So, so Julian Lodge is a great guitar player, and my student Ymir went to go see him yesterday. I heard in Fairfield, Connecticut. So he's a great guitar player, and so is my up and coming student Ymir, and he's watching right now. I appreciate you, Ymir, and so yeah, that bass is mean. Thank you. Someone said my bass is mean. Thank you. Glenn said that he wished he could make a donation, but he has a single gig or student since the pandemic. Really? Oh man, that's too bad. Okay, so next time, don't worry. So he's asking me chord substitution. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing, there's so many ways to substitute chords, everybody. So when I'm playing like a dominant seventh chord, let's say F dominant, just a straight F, or like this. So I mean, I can substitute that. I don't have to play an F7. I can play F dominant 9. You can play the alters. When I'm doing a dominant chord, for example, or I can make it a 9 chord, or sharp 11. So I can make it a dominant 9 chord. So I'm using actually the Lydian dominant scale, so which is 1, 2, 3, sharp 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1. which actually comes to the melodic minor scale. So actually, everybody who's watching, I have some videos like this on YouTube already about substitutions, tritone substitutions, the modes of the melodic minor and the major, and you can use all these substitutions, like for a minor chord, for example. Okay, there's so many minor scales you can actually use on a minor chord. You don't have to use like a natural minor. So let's say I'm playing a D natural minor. I use D, Dorian, Phrygian. I mean, there's so many minor scales. Harmonic minor. And particularly for guitar players, you should be able to play these everywhere on the fingerboard. So if you're playing D harmonic minor, okay, you should be able to play them all over the neck. Any kind of minor scale, any scale, every key, every fingering. So that takes a lot of practice. And I still got to practice this stuff, And when I'm talking to you, teaching you this stuff, it's hard to actually play and teach at the same time and live. Because a lot of the guys you see on YouTube, it's all pre-recorded and really edited. But I'm actually doing this stuff live, which is really hard to do, actually. So, great question. So let me keep going. Do you recommend any book to learn and apply theory on the guitar? I mean, there's a lot of my lessons, actually, someone's actually asking me that question. So what I like to do is apply my theory to the guitar. So that's what I actually do on my videos and lessons on my website. So go to my website, and you can pick up those lessons really cheap, like a couple of dollars, and they come with videos, most of them, actually. Okay? So, free jazz tune, Mr. Ron. Oh, okay, I'll do that soon. I don't play for free. I'm just kidding. That's a good one. So let me see. Hello, sir. So yeah, so there's a lot of books though. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, for jazz improvisation for guitar technique, I use a William Levitt book just for learning how to. Let me show you the book here. This book from William Levitt. It's a good book. Okay, so I mean, there's a lot of theory in here and everything, and it's actually a big a big book. So, sorry about the language. So, this is a really big book, so it's a lot of studying to do. And I'm actually working through this book right now. Recently, I mean, when I get a chance to practice. So, that's a great question. So, so Dario's asking if I do practice via Skype. Yeah. So, I mean, for example, yes, I do lessons via Skype. Actually, FaceTime. I have lessons all over the place. Actually, in California, Colorado. I mean, Connecticut. I mean, wherever. Europe sometimes, Australia, depending on time. It's kind of hard with the time zone. So yes, I do lessons like that. So a free jazz tune. Let me see if I can do something like that. So, Glenn said he's been working on the melodic minors. So that's great. I'm going to play a free jazz song. Let me see if I can think of something. I used to study with this guy James Bud Ulmer. I took a couple lessons with him. He was an interesting guy. He had the melodic way of droning notes. All right. So that was some kind of avant-garde stuff, and someone wanted to hear something like that. So that might have freaked some people out, but anyway, thank you for watching. So notice a copy of this. But yeah, I was fortunate to have a play with that ensemble. You know what? I used to play in the Mingus guitar band, so that was kind of cool. You know, and that's a great book here, the Mingus book. So yeah, it's a really great book, and if you want to learn some good Mingus songs, go check that out. You know, look at all the books I have, and I need to work through some of these books. You know, there's some really interesting books about jazz history here, all kinds of stuff. But I like this book recently. I've been using this book called the Slomitsky book by Nicholas Slomninsky, and it's a really great book. You know, that's what John Coltrane used actually to do giant steps. I mean, to write giant steps. Actually, he used these patterns. I'm still working on this stuff. He used the diatone progression, which is splitting the octave into 3 octaves. Okay, so that's the giant steps method. So let me see. I'm going to show Yamir's comment. What was your experience studying with Melvin Sparks? Oh yeah, Melvin Sparks. Oh, that's a great question. What was the most important lesson advice did you take away from him? So Melvin Sparks actually was my first guitar teacher when I moved to New York. He actually took me under his wing. He was like a mentor. He produced my album called Flubby Dubby, which is actually right over here. He produced this album, and he passed away about 11 years ago. And so you can pick this up on my website actually if you want to, check out what he did for me. And so Melvin was a really great guy. Well, the most important thing is like when I first met him is that I didn't have any I didn't have any idea about musicality. I had a lot of technique, but I didn't have any musicality. So learn how to play musically. One of the things he had me do that really helped me, Ymir, is he actually had me switch from. I used to use 413s on my guitar, and he told me you should play heavier strings. So he had me switch from 13s to 14s on the guitar, and that was one of the most important things he had me do. And he taught me a lot of stuff. Like when I performed live, I used to look at the band a lot and used to worry about them behind me. Like when I did this video for Flubby Dubby, one of my albums. And what happened was, like he said, one of the things I learned from him is I learned a lot of stuff, not only about playing, about being on stage. He says, don't worry about the band behind you. Just worry about the audience. Don't even, they got your back. So, if you're with a great band, you don't have to worry about the band behind you and cue them and stuff. They know what to do and they'll follow you. If you don't, you can have your back to them. So, a lot of important things. I learned a lot about the blues. Like you don't have to play jazz all the time all over everything. You can be bluesy. So sometimes if it's more of a bluesy song, don't play all your jazz stuff. It doesn't fit sometimes. So play some bluesy stuff. And he was really great at the blues, Melvin. He was a monster guitar player. I've even talked to George Benson about Melvin Sparks, and he was he considered one of the master guitar players. He was on a lot of recording sessions, all kinds of stuff. Actually, Melvin, until he died. Unfortunately, he died so early, man, of a heart attack. So anyway, so yeah, so everybody, thank you for watching. Right now I'm starting to actually actually it's about lunchtime here in New York, so I'm going to go get some lunch right now. But I'm going to be going live once in a while and taking questions, and and I really appreciate you guys watching. I'll be going live. I go live at least once a week, and I usually have a background behind me. Today I just have my books and stuff, and it's so just a little bit background. I have tons of books, guys. I have this Brazilian copying book. I mean, it's just like Latin bass books. I play bass a little bit too. I mean, these books I got to work on. I have just so many books. And the thing is, guys, especially guitars for watching me, I don't use tabs most of the time. I read music, so you got to learn how to read music, guys. And it's really important to learn how to read music, sheet music, and and really not tablature, okay, and a lot, like the classical method, and that William Levitt book I showed you earlier is really a good book for you to learn how the modern method for reading on the guitar and techniques. I mean, you don't want to get too into this because there's a lot of people that told me, and one of my friends that told me, he's a great guitar player, told me a lot of guitar players sound generic when they come out of Berkeley because they use the same method. So just try to find your own way of playing this stuff if you use this kind of book, okay? But it's a really great book called A Modern Method of Guitar. I have tons of books and that I need to work out of myself. So don't get too bogged down with books. Play your gigs and actually get a good teacher, and they'll tell you what to do. And you can't really tell how you play unless someone tells you and listens to your playing. Okay? So I mean, does anybody use jazz? Of course. Yes, someone said to me, I can't say your name. Chaitanya Mehta. Yeah, no, of course. I use distortion in jazz myself, actually. There's a video of me on TikTok, and I think it's even on here on YouTube and Instagram where I'm actually playing, I'm playing Moment's Notice with distortion pedal using my solid body guitar. And I don't do that on an art shop guitar because it's just hard to control. It's funny. I've been taking lessons with Mike Stern, and he doesn't use an art shop guitar just because of that. He wants to rock out at the end of during his solos too, and it's really hard to rock out on these kind of guitars. I mean, unless it's like a semi-hollow body. You know what I mean? But he uses a completely solid body, but then he plays jazz. He plays the crap out of jazz on that, and then he rocks out because he can do that, on a solid body. So yes, you can do that. Yes, so yes, I like Dario. He said, Satya, it's just a color. Great. Oh, Albert, my friend Albert's there, and he has a comment, but he didn't say anything. So, hey, everybody, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. If you like what I did on YouTube, please hit the $sign on the right-hand corner. And you can give me a donation if you want, or you can just go to it's already in my comments, in my description. You can just go to PayPal and donate $1 or more if you'd like to Ron Jackson Music and Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And the same thing for you on Instagram. If you're enjoying the show, you could actually donate to me here at Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com or Ron Jackson Music to Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. And just so you know, everybody on Instagram, I take badges now. So you can donate a badge to me if you're enjoying the show or you learned something new today. You could just donate a badge of $2 and $5. Okay, thank you very much. I want to get going in a minute. What's your favorite exercise to improve bar chords? I'm going to show this real quick to Art. I can't even say your name. Just make sure you have your thumb behind the neck like this and your fingers straight, so you have support to be able to play a bar chord. Okay, so that's a big question. I actually have a TikTok and YouTube video about that already. Okay, so make sure you have support. You got to, when you're pressing a bar chord, your fingers should be doing this. Okay, it's like this kind of motion, so you can hold that bar chord behind the neck. Okay, so hey, I'm new here. Can I ask you how many years have you been playing? I've been playing for quite a long time. Quite a long time since I was 11, actually. So everybody, you know what? Please follow me. Please share this with your friends at Ron Jackson. My handles are everywhere. Are Ron Jackson Music. I'm actually streaming right now as well to what's it called? Twitch. I'm starting that channel now. So I mean, I only have a few people there, but I appreciate all the people watching. I've had I have like 30,000 subscribers now. It's catching up to my TikTok, which has about 31,000. So I'm getting really, really, a lot of, subscribers on Instagram. I mean, excuse me, and on this Instagram, of course, but on YouTube. And I really appreciate you guys, and thank you for all for all your support. And I'd love to answer your questions. Hey, Luca. Yeah, hi Luca from Italy. It's good to see you. I think Luca was on my, it's the same Luca because maybe there's a couple of Lucas, but he was on my. He actually won a contest to be on my Instagram. I mean, to my YouTube live, and I can actually invite people to play. I can do at certain times, so I'll let you guys know more about those contests later. Also, just so you know, um, I'm going to be doing an Indiegogo soon. It's going to start on September 8th. It's my new album. It's the follow up to my last album, and so if all my subscribers donated $1 to my Indiegogo, I would have enough to produce my album. So please, when you hear about it, it's going to be coming out soon. If you could donate $1 or more to help to fund my new album, that would be great. I'll let you know when that's coming out. It's going to be starting next month, okay? So thank you everybody for watching. Oh, someone, I like you're welcome. Hi. Greetings from Poland. Okay, great. And Dario said my top 55 uses a Joya vintage overdrive pedal. Oh, cool, cool. Yeah. So, yeah, Dario's a big fan. He's always watching all my lives. Thank you, Dario. And he's a great guitar player himself. And so everybody, thank you very much. I'll be seeing you guys soon. And thank you for watching. Watch the playback after this. And send me questions and comments. You can email me too at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. And thank you very much. And share this with everybody. And we'll see you guys very soon. Have a great day, okay? Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. Okay, I'm actually live now. And I'm just going to fix a couple of things here because I had a problem. This is actually going to be public now. I had to change it because of some settings I had. So I'm going to actually fix my stand here. It's Ron Jackson. Send me anything, like a video chat. Let me know that you can actually see me properly. Okay. If there's a problem seeing me, let me know. I'm going to actually have to put this camera down a little bit. And probably move this back a little bit. So I'm going to start a little bit late because I had an issue with my camera and my settings, so which was kind of stupid, but anyway. Technology. Let me see if I can fix this thing to make it look better. I might have to lower this a little bit. I'm going to have to get my guitar out here. I have to lower this a little bit so you can see me. Oh, see? A little high. That's a problem with YouTube. I can't figure this out. I have to load this. Let me do this now. I'm setting up, everybody, so don't worry. We'll be good in a second. Send me a video chat in the stream here. Good. Patrick, how are you, man? And Devonite. Oh, cool. I finally caught you. Good. I'm going to fix this computer up a little bit here. I'm going to put a different thing on the floor here. So, guys, I had to actually, make this a public video because I've never done it before for my early access stuff. If you have a problem getting on, just go to my YouTube. I'm live now. And I had to resend an email with all this, and hopefully people will get it because I couldn't use the other link. So you can see me okay, I guess, huh? Let me fix this camera a little bit. So that's cool. I'm just fixing it up and starting, guys. It's supposed to be my background, and I'm gonna actually start in a minute. I'm waiting for some more people to show up here. but I had to resend an email and get so it can get this live. But I'm actually live, and I've never done a public live on YouTube, but I had to change it today. Might as well do it once in a while. Hey, good. Hi, Brittany. Hello. I'm a new subscriber. Appreciate your videos. I'm self-taught for 10 years. Okay, good. Thank you. Everybody, this was supposed to be a private live link, but I had to change it because YouTube is really hard to set up, with with the camera and stuff. So I'm going to pull my guitar out. You can see that, okay? Yes? I'll move back a little bit. I'll put this back a little bit. And, we're going to be talking about chord melody today. So I'm just setting up right now. And if you have any questions, please send me a message. I'll start with my 7-string guitar today. We're going to talk about chord melody and how to do that. So please send me questions here through the live chat, okay? Let me just change this a little bit. I'm going to pull my 7-string out right now. Let me just check a couple things here. If you have any questions, just send them to me already. Thank you. Thanks, Pat. I'll reply to you by actually, talking to you guys, okay? So that you can hear me, you know what I mean? And hopefully everybody got my new link because I had to change it up. I couldn't get my camera to work when I went live a minute ago from my private link, so I had to resend all the everybody everything. So I'm going to tune my guitar real quick, and then we'll get started. And if there's any questions, let me know. We're going to talk about chord melody and how to construct chord melody, so we can go through some songs, things like that. I got 7 strings here, so well, I got a nice crowd for like a public live. I had to go live today public because I had an issue with my camera and my connection on YouTube. Seems like it's so hard to do things on YouTube sometimes. So I have 7 strings here. Oh, True 5-1. So sure, Emir is my student. He's going to be coming over later. Great guy. I'm the half Filipino brother, and we're going to talk about different things here. But he said a 2-5. So if you do a D minor, well, I mean, I have my 7 string, so it might confuse everybody. But if I do 2-5, let's say regular 2-5. So if you do try using tritone substitution, you just go. Okay, I'm just putting a D minor 7 to a D dominant 7 to a C major 7. So that's just a tritone substitution is actually when you get to the G7. Okay, the G7 is a G note right here, and it's a flat 5 away. Okay, what happened is the tritones right here, the flat 7 and the 3rd, and this is common with the D flat on the G. So look, the 3rd and 7's on top, and the D flat 7 has a 3rd and 7, but it switches around. So this is the 3rd now on the D flat, and this is the flat 7 on the D flat. So they interchange. So that's how you make a tritone substitution. So instead of going C minor, D minor to G7, I can go D minor, D flat 7 to the C major 7. Okay. So that's a very common, substitution. And we can really get into this some more, but the thing is, that's cool about this. This helps you learn how to play stuff that's in altered. It makes you think about something different. And let me see who else is there. Liam. Hey, good morning, Liam. What toner brand do you use? Okay, Joe. So Joe, someone's asking me about changing my link for today, but I'm live now. So look, this is my Peterson tuner. Look at this. Let me show you on the camera here. It's a strobe tuner, but they don't make these anymore. I endorse Peterson, and they make great tuners. Okay, but these Peterson tuners are strobe. They're the most accurate tuner you could buy. The military uses these things. Through the Peterson, they make these huge tuners that are like $3,000 that you can actually get. I would never need that. I just use the clip-ons, but they have a better version that I have that I use when I go do gigs. I leave this at home. This is kind of fragile, but this is very accurate for a clip-on. Now, you should know how to tune your guitar without a tuner too. I was doing a thing like that on TikTok. I have a bunch of fans on TikTok, and I've been doing that. So this is actually a live lesson that's actually live for the public today. Usually I release these later. These are for my Patreons and and people I invite, like that I have through a contest on Instagram. And today, it's all public because I had an issue with my Instagram. Well, actually with YouTube. I'm trying to get on. So hopefully people will be there. You want to be a good jazz guitarist? What do you want to say to me? I like this guy. Well, practice, get a good teacher. Don't look at YouTube videos all the time. I'm telling you, it's only going to help you so far. Looking at videos is only could take you so far. You need someone to look at you and say, look, you're not doing this right. You're not doing this. You need to work on this. I've always had teachers. I'm actually studying right now. I'm studying with a drummer about time and rhythm. So before we keep going, everybody, let me play you something because, this is chord melody. Today's about chord melody. So let me play you a couple of chord melody arrangements that I've worked out on the guitar that are, that aren't hard, that are fairly simple. I'm going to play it on 7-string. Now, this is one of my favorite tunes. This is called Time After Time. Okay. Everybody, how you doing? Hey, no problem, guys. You know what? This is actually public today because I messed up earlier, and when you work with YouTube, you gotta have your webcam set up like before you go live, and I hit the live button, so now I had to make this public. So I had to let everybody know that I had a different link that I'm going public, and hopefully, hey, hey, thank you, Reggie. So let me respond to some of these comments. I'm gonna respond out loud, so you could actually text me here, okay, and then I'll respond out loud to whoever's responding. So Reggie, Reggie says I'm a great guitar teacher. Thank you, Reggie. Reggie's been my student for like 2 years. He's learned a lot. He's a great student. He's retired. He practices guitar all day, which I wish I could do. Hey, don't worry about being late. You're not late. I was late. Um, and Patrick says, shh. Okay, just amazing. Thank you, Patrick. One man band. Thank you, Kevin. Thanks, everybody. This is public now today because I've never done anything public, but today I had to because I messed up. So it's supposed to be a private link, but it's okay. So thanks for sharing such a great teaching content on YouTube. Greetings from the UK. Yeah, thank you, everybody. If you like what you see here on YouTube, I'm going to get my little announcement thing here, wherever that thing is. Here it is. Hold on one second. Let me grab it. And please, definitely, this is the right way today. Please subscribe to me here, of course. And also, a lot of my Patreon fans are on here. So if you want to be on my Patreon account, please let me know, and I'll do. You can join that and get some music lessons pretty cheap for me. It's right here, Ron Jackson Music. I'm gonna put this on the camera. Oh, this is backwards here. Okay, I need to use this. Hold on, let me find this real quick. I'll get it. Here's my Patreon thing. Here it is. If you want to join my Patreon, this is what my students are on now. You can join for like starting at $3 at www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay, so that's my Patreon. This is cool. I've never gone live on YouTube before, so this is great. So so there's a question here. Thanks for sharing such great. Sounds great. Thoughts on blues, rock, and fusion? Okay, guys, just so you know, I started out playing rock. So I used to be into Led Zeppelin. I used to see all kinds of bands. Yes, Van Halen. I saw 7 times. Just so you know, I was a big fan of Eddie Van Halen. I'm into rock. I just started getting into jazz when I was like about 11, 12, through high school, actually. Then I started getting into jazz in high school. That's why I went to Berklee College of Music and studied jazz composition and arranging. But I love jazz, and I love rock too. So no, if you want to start getting, okay, so so thoughts on blues and fusion. Okay. So did you go through different phases? So you know what? I started playing rock, and I used to listen to records and learn all the rock guitar solos, everything like that. Okay, and songs. So that's what you have to do with any style of music. You actually have to be able to learn the music by ear, get together with friends and play. And if you can afford to get a teacher, because teachers, I didn't have a teacher when I was a kid, so I was growing up, and I was learning everything by ear. And you can only go so far by ear. There's always a great teacher that can help you. A good example of someone like that is when I was at Berklee. He was before me. Is Steve Vai. Steve Vai is a highly trained guitar player. Play with everybody. He's rich from playing just his own music. He started with Frank Zappa. He went to Berklee. He was a really well-trained guitar player. Could play all kinds of rock styles and jazz, everything. This guy could read. He studied with Joe Satriani as a kid. He's from Long Island. I live here in New York City area. He's from Long Island, and he, studied with Joe Satriani, who's a great guitar player. These guys can read. These guys play rock. They play all kinds of styles, fusion. They play with everybody. Yngwie Malmsteen. They play with everybody. They're just like amazing musicians, but they're really well trained. So you should be trained. You should get a teacher and study, because teachers, Steve Vai always compliments Joe Satriani for all the help he's done for being his teacher. So it's important to have a teacher, everybody. So, okay, let's talk about chord melody. And, so if you want to study with me, let me know. I have some students on here that are actually watching. And, they're great students. They're great guys. And, you can only go so far with looking at me playing here. YouTube videos. Okay. So anyway, let's get started here. So let's talk about chord melody. So the subject today from my patrons, and I hope everybody on Patreon got my link, is that um is that is chord melody is very important. So that it means that. So let's say you take a melody like let's think of an easy melody. Someone pick a melody if you want me to pick one, but it has to be not too fast. It can't be really a bebop melody because it's hard to harmonize a bebop melody to chord melody because there's so many notes. So usually do melodies with like like with whole notes. Like let's say a song like Cherokee. This is a song called Cherokee. It's a jazz standard. It's kind of fairly easy to do a chord melody with this. So it's like. Now I would take a real book. I want to get the real book out, okay, and actually take a real book and just look at the melody, make sure you're playing it correctly, because it's easy to play these melodies wrong. So I would go. So that's the melody to Cherokee. So it starts with a B flat major 7 chord. So I mean, an easy way to play that is just put the melody on top of the B flat major 7 chord. Actually, so if the melody's D, so I just put those 3 notes. Now if I'm making, so I'm just playing a regular old major 7. Now if I'm playing on the 6th string, I'm going to actually switch guitars so you can see better, everybody. Let me get off my 7th string. Hold on. Let me get my 7th string here. Take it out because I want to get my 6th string out so you guys can understand me. It's not easy. Let me get my 6th string. If you have any questions about that, Nardis. Oh, that's a nice song. You can look at that for chord melody. Okay, thank you, Patrick. Hold up. So here's my 6th string. So let me tune this up real quick, and then we're gonna actually we're gonna work on Cherokee right now, just as a melody. We can look at Nardis too. Actually, Pat, that's a great idea. I love that song. I've done that chord melody too. I'll tune it up real quick. The guitar's a little sharp today. In my room, I've had the humidifier going. Maybe changed it with the cold. It's been cold here. So look. So here's Cherokee. So I can play the chord like that with the melody D there. So I can do inversions. What I did was I did a major 7. Then I did the inversion, first inversion. Then there's a 6th note on there. Actually, it says play F7 sharp 5. I can go like this. It says in the music. I did that. So there's F7 with the sharp 5. Oh, actually, I would have to do that way to put the flat 7 in there. I would do that. Okay, so the beginning of Cherokee is like this. So I'll go like this. 4, 7. So then I went to major. Now this is F minor 7. It has an 11 on top. So you have to know the chord scale relationship to the the melody according to the chord. So that's a B flat against a F minor chord. So that's an 11. So I would do this. Or I could do it this way. Or this, so many ways. This. So so this is the melody so far. Now you can see this after it's a replay, everybody. I can go. Now I would play that B flat 7. Now the B flat 7 has a 13 on top. So I would do it that way, okay? Or you could do it this way. So many ways. I like that one. That voicing of the B flat 7 13. Okay. I've never done this song this fancy before. I just make it. I don't have an arrangement for this, so we're kind of making an arrangement up right now. This is how you do chord melody. you do an arrangement like this. You find each note and try to find the chord for it. So let's start from the beginning. So I went like this. So I just chord melody that whole thing. Now I'm using block chords basically. Okay, there's so many ways you could actually do this. I could do thirds. I just did 2 notes at a time. You have to know your chord scales, guys. And now it changes when you get to a different chord too. So this is just in the key of B flat, and then when they get to the F7 sharp 5, that's a whole different chord scale. Okay, and I'm having the flat 7 missing, so it's not really dominant when I'm doing it this way. I'm just doing F5 sharp 5 actually with a 9. This is actually a 9. I guess the chord, you should know the chord melody against the chord, okay? So like this. So start from the beginning. Okay, now this melody has a lot of tensions on top. So when I get to the next part, it has an F on the top. So that's an F on top, which is a major 9 against an E flat major 7 chord. This is an F. Now it goes to the 7th. I can just go thirds. Then it goes to a D over an A flat 9. So this is actually a sharp 11. So you could play the chord like this actually to add the 9. Okay. So let's start from the beginning one more time. So here's chord melody, Cherokee. You have to memorize it. Okay. And then it goes to A to actually a C. So I'll just go down, do a thirds there. And then it goes to a B flat on the chord with a 6. So you can play it like this. I actually play it this way. That's a 6 like this, okay? See that? And then I went to it says a 6 chord, so I can just make it all 6. You have to know your inversions, guys. So these are all B flat 6 inversions. So you have to know your 6th and 7th inversions of your chords. So that takes a lot of practice. I have like a lot of charts like that. Actually, I'm going to put on my Patreon account. If you study with me, I'll give you these things. And then it goes D minor, then C7. So 9 on top. So you have to know the note against the chord, and then the flat 7. Okay. And then it goes to C minor 7 with the G on top. And then D minor 7 flat 5 with an F on top. And then a G7 with a flat 9. So I'm going to do this. Watch it. Put my thumb here to play the G7. I put the flat 9 in. And then it goes to C minor 7, I think. Yep. With the C. And then F7, sharp 5. Okay, with the sharp 5 in the melody. So let's start from the top. Okay, so this is Cherokee. So this is 1A section now. You just learned 1A section of a song. You know, so we're just doing the first section. This is like really basic drop 2 voicings, closed voicings on the guitar, we call them. We call them closed voicings. I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and we call these closed voicings for the guitar because they're easier to play than spread out like a piano. Like if I try to play B flat 6, it would be like this. You know, spreading out like this. I can reach pretty good. This guitar is easier to play than my 7 string. This is an easy guitar. So, so watch this. Here's the arrangement. Watch this. It starts like this. You guys can learn this too. You can watch back the video if you want. Just B flat, major 7, really simple one that you guys know. Then inversion, then sharp 5, then F minor 7 with a 9 and 11, and then B flat 13, then E flat major 7 with a 9, and then I'm just doing thirds. Then I did an A flat 9 with a sharp 11 because that's the melody note. Then third, which is the a C and an A flat, and then I'm doing B flat 6 like this. Sorry. And then I'm doing inversion. Then D minor 7, C7, the 9 on top, then I'm doing the flat 7 on top, and then I'm doing C minor 7 like this. I can do it like this. Then D minor 7 flat 5, then the G7 flat 9, then C minor 7. See, that's not that hard. No, I mean I can make this even hipper. Let me see some of the questions here before I keep going. Thoughts on the blues? Okay, so Patrick, any advice for someone who's wanting to start gigging? Oh, Patrick, so I want to answer these questions before I keep going. So, Patrick, to get gigs, the best way actually is to know as many people as you can. I know a lot of people, but you have to keep in contact with them all the time. Sometimes I don't. I'm kind of like not introverted, but like to hang out by myself and just do things myself. Independent DIY they call it. But yeah, meet people. Get friends, and try to get a lot of contacts. People are the best way to get gigs. Actually, I get gigs from people all the time. But right now with social media, I've been actually finding a lot of students, new people that I've never met before. This is really great, and it's actually a good way to meet people too. It's also on social media, and a teacher can recommend you. Like I could try to recommend students for gigs and stuff like that. And just get out there and meet people, study with people, your guitar teacher can recommend you a lot of, things like that. Just meet people. That's the most important thing. And go hustle, get your name out there, develop your following and everything else. Now let me see. Okay, JD, good. Patrick, Nardis, we'll go over that in a minute. No problem. I've been trying to learn the tune for a bit. This is kind of advanced, but trying to get it. Okay, Odette. Can you play any Chick Corea licks? Chick Corea licks. Oh, like this. Okay, that's about. I gotta practice that one still. So anyway, that was "Got a Match" by Chick Corea. I mean, I worked on his stuff for years, so. Yeah, so I love Chick Corea, man. He just passed away. I had a bunch of friends that played in his band. I wish I could have played with them, but you can't always get everything you want. So, okay, so let's continue now. So someone asked about. So this is all about chord melody. We'll do about Chick Corea another day. So chord melody, everybody. So we just did Cherokee. So you have to know your chord, the melody against the chord, and you actually have to know. You have to know your scales. You have to know chord scale relationships. But there's different techniques you could use for chord melody. You don't have to play like the chords that are written either. If I did a song like Cherokee, I don't have to play the chords that are written. I can go like this. I just play the same chord. All I did was just one chord. That's constant structures. See what I just did? I just played the same chord with using under the melody, and that sounds hip too. You know what I mean? See, that's all I did. Something really simple like that. Also, I could do seconds. I mean, I like to do all kinds of stuff. You should be able to voice your chords in different ways, like fourths, thirds. I mean, the easiest way on the guitar is thirds. I can go. I just did thirds, basically. I wasn't looking at the music, so I was trying to figure out thirds. Now you could do fourths, fourths. See, these are things that people don't think about. I just did fourths, okay? So these are basic things you could do that people don't think about when they're doing chord melody. I'm only doing two notes. Remember, a chord is what? What is the definition of a chord? The definition of a chord is two or melody notes played at the same time, or two or more notes played at the same time. So a chord can be just two notes. It doesn't have to be like some fancy chord like let me see, like, or no crazy chord like that, or like this, with a sharp 5 and major 7. You don't have to do a fancy chord to make a chord melody. You can just do a regular chord melody. I just did fourths. You could do fifths too. I mean, it's kind of weird. You can go. Let me see. Has that? I don't want it to be. Has that kind of Asian sound. Another easy one is 6. It really fits well on the guitar and they sound very good. Like Monk used to do them. Like Monk used to do that a lot. 6 are really good on guitar. See, I do it. 6 are really nice. Now it gets really weird when you start doing 7s. So like this. So I like to go like a. I mean, it doesn't always work with the 7s. Okay, octaves. Okay, and there's just so many ways to do it, but it sounds much cheaper if you start doing things like this, like seconds. I use reharmonizations. I did a tritone substitution on the B flat now. Second. See, I did a tritone substitution there instead of the tritone substitution. Umir mentioned that before. Yeah. So Odette said they understand. He or she, I think Odette. I don't know who you are, but Odette said, I like the third. You understand that better with less notes. Yeah. I mean, it depends on your knowledge too, everybody. Some people are like, want to do really fancy, like crazy harmonies on this stuff, but you can make it simple. It sounds good too. Let me see if there's any questions here. Hello, Nathaniel. Alucard Tapes, can you play a tune to tell us what's through your mind as you play this? Yeah. Hey, thank you, Amir. I'll see you, Amir, later. He's coming to take a lesson soon. So, can you play a tune and tell us what's passing through your mind? Like, you know what? When I'm playing, guys, there's all kinds of things I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about getting some lunch. No, I'm just kidding. There's all kinds of things I'm thinking about. But the most important thing. Oh, let me see. Oh, someone's asking me if they have any written material about this. So look, guys, and girls and everybody else who's watching. If there's some books. So here's a book I want to recommend to you. Please go to Amazon right now or Hal Leonard or wherever you buy your books. And I actually have a book that's out called Chords at Your Fingertips. If you can see that, that's actually backwards. Okay. I'm going to write it down on the thing, but it's Chords at Your Fingertips. And there's a bunch of lessons I have here about harmonizing. Okay. Some of my lessons are spicing up your playing. Jazz reharmonization is in this book. Okay. That I wrote. There's some great players in here like Sean McGowan and Adam Levy that are great teachers too. Jane Miller that are teachers that work for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. This is a book through my where I work for. I'm a writer for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And I've written a lot of articles about chord melody and all kinds of other stuff. I actually have a new article out right now in Acoustic Guitar Magazine. It's all about the harmonic minor and melodic minor scale. That's a hip scale. It's all about the chord voicings. Okay, so you should know your chord voicings not only in major but in the melodic minor and harmonic minor. And I've been working on that too. I still work. I still practice. So I still need to learn new things. I still study. So this book has a lot of things about Chet Atkins style of playing, reharmonization. I do in this book. So definitely pick this up if you're interested in doing that. Um, also how to do chord melodies in this book too, actually. So things we're working on today. So pick up this book. Oh yeah, this doesn't look backwards. Oh, sorry. Okay, maybe I'm seeing it backward. Okay, so that's the book. Okay, everybody. Okay, I mean, actually, guys, I teach online. If you want to study with me, just you can reach me by email. I'm going to put my email here. So that book is I'm going to write it down right now. It's called Chords at Your Fingertips. And then I'm going to keep playing here in a second. That's the book. And then my email, I'm going to put it here, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And you could actually study with me there. You could actually email me and, take a lesson. I have tons of students I'm getting from YouTube and Instagram and everything else. So let's continue with the subject of chord melody. So someone asked about doing Nardis. Oh yeah. So when I'm playing, there's all kinds of things going on my mind. This about the changes, the timing, the chords, the melody I'm going to be using. But it's hard when I'm playing. I'm just playing. You can't think too much when you're playing. Okay, you got to be practice. You got to practice so much that you're not thinking when you're playing, that you're just playing. Okay, unless it's something like you're reading and you don't know what's going on. Okay, so look at this, Lewis Carter. Okay, sounds great. Thank you, Lewis. So let me go to Nardis. Someone was asking about that. He won a seat to this live lesson. So let me get out Nardis. And now Nardis is tricky. So we just did Cherokee. So we did a partial arrangement. The bridge is easy on Cherokee actually, and we'll go back to that in a minute. Let me just go back. Let me answer this question. I'm going to get Nardis out in my book just so I can look at the melody. So Nardis is like this. It's a Miles Davis tune. You should know the melody separate also, everybody, if you're doing chord melody. To the song. So like, look at this. So I like this song. It goes. Okay, it does this. There's a counter. Okay, and then it goes. Now this implies a Phrygian scale. I love that scale. Okay. So that's the third mode of the major scale. Okay. Now, so it starts with an E minor chord. It's really easy on the guitar. It's like, and then goes up to F major 7. And then you can go. The melody's written down an octave lower. So I suggest guitar players always play the melody up an octave higher than it's written in most cases. Okay. You look at the range. So I would go like this. I would play the harmonic. I love harmonics. Then it has that melody here. Now there's a line in between, so I would put that line in my chord. So, okay, while that melody's going. See how I held that note on top? Okay, and then this is for Patrick. Okay, this is an A minor 7 with a 9 on top. So I would go like this. Okay, and so I'm gonna keep going here, and then so that repeats. Okay, so that's the cool thing about jazz. you could actually repeat over and over this. You know, it's AABA. So this form is AABA. So the same melody again. So let's go over that one more time. And now the bridge is easy. You just go A minor 9, the F major 7. Now this part, you can play. I can harmonize it third. Now, 2-5, D minor 7. This is not too hard to harmonize. Okay. I'm just messing around there. So look at this. Nathaniel Nelson, how many hours do you practice every day? Well, yesterday I couldn't practice at all because I was too busy. So it depends on the day, but recently I've been practicing 1 or 2 hours. But at one time in my life, when I had more time, and it seems like weird, I don't have much time now because I've been doing a lot of videos for YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and just stuff for my Patreon. It's just so much. It takes so many hours. And, usually I used to practice 5 to 8 hours a day. Now, you could hurt yourself by doing that, but you see, there's a note here. Okay. Oh, okay. So you want to go? So you know what? Let me see. We're gonna fix the lighting here a little bit. The guitar's a little too light. So everybody, look at this now. So we're talking about chord melody. So that was an artist. So you can practice that one. That's easier than than most people think. Okay. That song doesn't have too many chords in it. Let's pick another song. If you want to send me a request about a song to chord melody, oh yeah. So Lewis, I'm sorry, Lewis. Lewis asked me where am I located. So I'm in the Jersey area, okay. And also, what was I gonna say? I do everything online, and sometimes I have people come over, or I can go over to your place, but it's a lot more expensive. So if you want to email me about lessons, just email me and we'll talk about preferences. I'm in town. Oh, Sean's here. Yay, my student. I'm teaching Sean at noon today. Hi, Sean. How you doing? Sean has a question. Autumn leaves. So this is a great idea. So I'm gonna do autumn leaves. I'm gonna actually. I know this song by heart. So let's take autumn leaves. Let's do autumn leaves here. So remember, you gotta play the melody. So this is C minor. I'm gonna do it in G minor. So I would go like this. I'll do it like this. Now it's a little easier to do this when there's a lot of melody notes in the beginning. See how I did that? Also, you can do it like this. You can do the melody note single. See, I don't like the chord is too thin up there like this, so I like to do this. See, I don't like this corny. See, I'm doing these stretchy chords. So what I did basically, you could do either just a single line for the pickup note, and then play a chord under it. Use your finger like this to do that kind of stuff. Reharmonization, major 7, D over E flat, major 7, sharp 5, flat 5, flat 9, sharp 9 actually. Now the bridge. Reharmonization. I'm using minor thirds there. So I'm using really basic. Wow, someone says, wow, that song is making me quiver in my boots. I like that. So, you know what? So that's Autumn Leaves. So that's a really common song, but with more melody notes like that, you have to be able to be more creative. So I can do all kinds of things like that. So I'm using thirds there to use single lines to do the pickup note. A pickup note is the note before the melody comes in. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. That's the pickup note. So I'm going. So that song is a nice song to do chord melody with. Okay, that's a really basic one, but you can make it fancier and hipper. See what I did? I did a bunch of thirds there, for example. Now, you don't have to play the roots all the time in the chords. You can use inversions, reharmonizations, all kinds of stuff that I'm doing right now. So now I'm going to go. No thirds, no roots. Okay, so that's another song. Oh, cool. That sounds like a church song. Okay, what church song? Do I have perfect pitch? No. Someone's asking me if I have perfect. I like some. There's always these guys that always ask these funny questions when I'm doing these shows. Do I have perfect pitch? Play Chick Corea? Do all this? So yeah, no. You know what? No. Now I'll tell you something, everybody. Perfect pitch does not make you a good musician. I bet people with perfect pitch. I'm like, you have perfect pitch? What? You have to, to be a good musician. Of course, you have to have good ears, but you don't have to have perfect pitch. Most people don't have perfect pitch, and I know people who do have perfect pitch. So, and some are good and some aren't. Some aren't. You have to have good rhythm. You have to have good ears. You have to have good timing. Timing is the most important thing. You have to have good technique. You have to be able to listen to people around you. Perfect pitch is just identifying notes. So, people are really good at identifying colors, and that's what perfect pitch is: identifying notes. So if you're good at identifying colors, doesn't mean you're good at, like, I don't know, architecture or something, or whatever that has to do with colors. You know what I mean? So perfect pitch is just a skill. Having a good ear is a skill. Being able to pick up things by ear, by being able to listen to music and just. So those are very important skills. You have to have basic skills to be a good musician. To be a good jazz musician, if we're talking about jazz here in general, you have to know how to play over changes. That's the most important thing. Now, to be able to play over chord changes takes a lot of basic skills. Like, it's hard to be a good jazz musician because you have to be able to play this stuff exactly at the right time with the right notes. the right feel, right timing, everything is just like, and to play simple stuff, if you're good at that, just simple stuff, you're a good musician. But it's hard to get to that point because it takes a lot of time, and you have to have really good timing to do that and being able to hear things. And so perfect pitch has nothing to do with anything, I think. So anyway, and so those are skills. The people don't tell you this stuff, but perfect pitch doesn't mean anything. Okay, so now I want to learn perfect pitch just because it's a good skill to have, but it doesn't really matter for my playing. So anyway, I'll give you a good example. I'll try to teach my granddaughter perfect pitch because she's below 5. So you learn below 5. If you're before 5 and you start telling everybody like a color, that's orange. You go A. That's that. No, you go A. That's A. Okay, whatever. C. And you tell them that. That's how you learn how to get perfect pitch. And then when you get older, you just go, oh, that's an A, like a color. That's white or whatever. So these are skills that you should learn as a musician. But now let me keep going. I wish I could get better at rhythm. So you know what, Patrick? So I'm studying with a drummer for rhythm. There's some good exercises that I'm learning about doing timing. Okay, so he has me doing timing while I'm tapping my foot. 2, 3, 4. He's a great drummer named Jay Finishel. Okay, and I'm taking online lessons with him. He's an old friend of mine. He lived in New York a long time ago. He lives in Georgia now, but I'm just taking lessons on rhythm. Yeah. And he's on TikTok, so follow him. It's called the Drummer's Almanac. And follow me. I forgot to tell everybody. Follow me everywhere. I know you guys are following me here on YouTube, and I appreciate all the followers, man. I have 7,000 subscribers now on YouTube. But also, I have tons of fans on TikTok because I do a lot of videos about all this stuff. And I have tons of fans on Instagram and Facebook. So all Ron Jackson Music, okay? You could go all those pages and follow me. And also Twitter as well, too. I don't use that as much. But on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, it's all Ron Jackson Music. One word. Okay. And when we get back to gigs, hopefully I'll see you in person. I'll see some people later on lessons. But let me see. Some other questions here. I wish I could. Okay, Patrick. Well, at some point I will be a lot of work. Yeah, I just found you on Instagram. Yeah, I look hard. I got to check out all you people. Now let me see. So let's get back into chord melody. Thank you for all the people watching. There's a lot of people watching. I appreciate it. So if you want to pick another song, I can do. Let's get back to Cherokee, okay? Just for 1 minute. We didn't do the bridge. So remember we did Cherokee in the beginning. So I memorized the arrangement that I did earlier. So it's like this. You gotta memorize this stuff as fast as possible. Cherokee. Okay. Then. So I'll do a different way. Now the bridge is interesting. Okay, the bridge goes like this. So I'm looking at this melody. So just so you guys know, I read notation. So guitarists should learn how to read notes. This is hard to do. Okay, and not use tabs. And now I know, of course, I know how to use tabs, but I only do that just to help people learn how I'm playing the guitar. Okay, but learn how to read notation. So I'm doing this all by looking at the melody and knowing what my relationship of the melody is to the chord. So that's called chord scale relationships. Okay, in chord melody they're very important. So I'm playing on the bridge of Cherokee. It's C sharp minor 9. You should look this up on your real books or wherever you have. And the top note is a 9. It's a D sharp. So that's a 9. So I would play a chord like that. Then change to the F7. Now it goes to the 9 and to the B major 7, okay? And then goes to the 11 to the 5th. I mean to the 7 to the 5th. So it goes like this. And then goes to the 9 of the B minor 7. See what I did? whole chord arrangement now for Cherokee. So remember, and jazz is pretty easy. There's the form for a jazz song is usually A, which means like the melody is played one time as A, and then repeated as A. Then B is a bridge, then A again. So there's two A's, and so once you learn an A, you learn 3/4 of the song. Basically, usually at the end of the A, it resolves or does something different to go back to the top. Okay, so Cherokee is like this now. So if I'm gonna play in a band, I'm gonna go. Okay, so I'm just messing around, but so when you do these arrangements, you don't have to play exactly the way it's written. You could just change them up. So I just kind of like made that arrangement. Then I started doing like an arrangement, like I'm going to be playing by myself because I've been playing a lot of gigs by myself recently because I haven't, it's hard to do gigs with people. And so there's some questions here. Hey Dave, man, great to see you, man. Dave's one of my patrons. I have a few of my patrons watching. Sorry I had to change the link, everybody. But what happened was I got live and I couldn't turn the camera on, so I had to make it public. It's public right now. But it's good to be public because a lot more people are watching now. But so if you're watching, everybody, this is for my patrons usually. So if you want to join my Patreon, I'm going to be doing these kind of lessons, and I have these lessons I'm giving out. I'm trying to put more stuff on Patreon, like more than usual. Like I usually try to post once a week. I'm going to try to post at least once or twice a week if I can. I have tons of material that I have to get through, and I have a lot of sites that I'm on now. So I'm just trying the best I can. Thank you, everybody, Patreon, for being so patient with me. Some people have said that I haven't posted enough on there. I'm trying to post more. Don't worry. I have a lot of stuff, so it's coming. It's coming. So thank you, Dave, for being a Patreon. So, and also for Reggie and a bunch of other people on here. Someone said, I look and said, wow, you are jazz. Thank you. So Patrick, so nice to watch and listen to someone who knows exactly what to do. And I can make it sound and make it sound beautiful. You're an inspiration. Thank you, Patrick. Patrick just won a seat to watch this, to know about what's going on. Now it's public, so it doesn't matter, but it's great, And if you want to study with me, let me know. Remember, all this watching doesn't help your playing. It's someone who helps you. That's how I got better. I had a bunch of great teachers. I studied with Pat Martino, Bucky Pizzarelli got me to 7th string, Ted Dunbar, who taught a lot of great guitar players. Like, man, he taught Bobby Broom. Ted Dunbar was a great teacher. Peter Bernstein. He taught Kevin Eubanks from The Tonight Show. He taught, man, so many great people. Ted Dunbar was a great teacher, man. And he was one of the best. Pat Martino is a great teacher too, man. I learned a lot of my stuff from him. Who else? Melvin Sparks is another great guy. He was one of my mentors, and I mentor a couple of people too to be guitar players and jazz guitar players. So, you have to pass it down. And, usually your mentors were your teachers. So, so my mentors were like Bucky and all these other guys. But anyway, so let me see who else is up here. Come on to Atlanta so you can get a lesson in person. Yeah, I do online, so don't worry. Yeah, also, guys, next week I'll be in Minneapolis. I don't know if anybody's near there. If you want a lesson, I'll be there just for a few days this week until Friday. So if you're watching, let me know. Okay. What was I gonna say? I do online lessons, so if you can't, it's easier for everybody if you're like living in the country. I have students all over the country actually, and I've had students in Europe and in Australia and stuff too. So Asia. So if you want to take a lesson in person, do online too. It works really well today. And I have some, even famous people studying with me. I can't mention. So anyway, so let me see who else is up here. Yeah, I was Nathaniel. I was in Atlanta a few years ago playing at this place called. I played Atlanta a few times at the Atlanta Arts Festival, and there's also this club called the Velvet Note in Alfreda. I played there a few years ago with this great singer from England. So I play different places. So now, does anybody have any more questions about chord melody? Because I'm going to be finishing actually in about 5 minutes because I have a student. One of my students that's watching is going to be taking an online lesson with me in a minute. So I need a break before. But please, everybody, please follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere else. And sign up for my Patreon if you can. Is this the right way? Okay, this is the right way now. See, look, everything was backwards when I looked at the camera. So that's my Patreon. If you want to join, yeah, because my let me see. Oh, it's backwards. That's weird. Oh, so it's like this then. Okay. Sorry, guys. That's weird. Yeah, that's my Patreon. If you want to join it, you can watch the playback of this too. Okay. You can watch the playback. If you want to watch this video, I didn't really play much today. I talked a lot about chord melody and answer your questions, which is just as important. Oh, someone's from Guinea. Sorry. Oh, let me see. I'm just looking through the comments here. Yeah. So everybody, so today this is recap about what we did. So I did chord melody. So remember, you can put a melody. You can put any chord under a melody anyway. You can put any chord actually. It's just your imagination. But basic skills are just like harmonizing in the key you're in, knowing the melody note, what the melody note is against the chord. If it's a third, a 9, a sharp 11, whatever it is, flat 13, against the bass note or the chord you're playing, and it's chord scale relationship. These are basic skills I learned in college, which is through arranging. So, if you have any questions, please send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And, you can send it, in this live feed today, if you want, it's a comment. And I'll be putting up more. Actually, I have some more workshop lessons I'm going to be putting up on YouTube in general, because they don't like short videos on YouTube. They like long form videos, and you don't get any credit for that, for your hours, for watch hours on YouTube for the short videos, only of the long videos. So I'm going to be putting more long videos, performance and lesson videos. So I have a lot of things to talk about, tons of stuff, but I don't have all the time in the world to do all these videos. So the editing takes longer. That's why I don't practice as much, because I'm doing these videos so much. So, and I'm trying to help everybody else, and so I have a lot of stuff to talk about in my playing that can help you. And hopefully, this workshop helped you today. And I'd like to thank everybody for watching, and I'll see you guys soon. I'm Ron Jackson, and appreciate you watching, and have a great day. My website is www.ronjacksonmusic.com. That's ronjacksonmusic.com. And I'll talk to you guys very soon. Thank you. Bye-bye. You're welcome, everybody. Oh, I'm just looking at the comments. You're welcome, Reggie. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. You can make a comment after too, okay? Write in comments after if you have any questions. Thank you. See you soon, Sean. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Hey, everybody. I just gotta make sure I look good here. Look a little cut off here. Oh, I gotta fix this a little bit here. Make sure you guys can see me. Okay. Let me move back a little bit and put it down. See if that's better. Yeah, that's better. How's everybody doing? So you know what? We're gonna talk about double time phrasing today. I have a new lick. I have some new licks that I wrote out for my Patreon account, and it's gonna be on my website about playing double time licks. You know, I get a lot of questions about double time licks. You know, when you're playing through a song, and then you gotta like you're just playing eighth notes like this. You can ask questions, please too. Don't hesitate. So what I'm doing basically, I'm just like these are all these licks that I really know by heart that I can just play through changes. The thing is, if you're playing a jazz standard, you've got to be able to like say you're playing. I'm gonna put on Satin Doll in a minute. You're gonna have to be able to take a solo over that, and then start trying to do double time. And a lot of students have an issue with that. Now, what is double time? It's actually, let's say you're playing in eighth notes in the on a Satin Doll, like just a typical jazz standard, like just D minor 7, D minor 7 to G7. That's on that part. So you could, if you're playing that tempo 1, 2, 3, 4, you could just do quarter notes 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. We could do eighth notes 1 and 2 and 3 and 3, etc. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and you can do 16 notes. 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E. See that? 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 1 E, 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 1 E and a 2, you know. Now, I have a drummer that I'm studying with, and he's making me sing the 16 notes while I'm playing them. You know, in order. 1 E and a, 1 E and a, 2 E and a, 3 E and a, 4 E and a, 1 E and a, 2 E and a, 3 E and a, 4 E and a, 1 E and a, etc. 1 E and a, it's really hard to do. And tap my foot and all this stuff. So you can really get the timing together. 1 E and a, 2 E and a, 3 E and a, 4 E and a. Oh, yeah. So, you know, I'm using the George Benson picking technique. Someone's asking me, Panache, how are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm using the George Benson picking technique, which is you hold your pick up like this. Okay, so I use you know, there's different kinds of drills. You can do sweep picking exercises like this, going like this. You can go across, etc. Okay, and you could do sweeping, and you could do like making sure you do like tremolos at this angle up. You do tremolos like that to warm up, and you could do actually different kinds of warm up exercises. But if you really want to work on your sweep picking exercises, you go to my article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine. This January-February issue is about sweep picking. So it's all about sweep picking, this exercise. Look, take a look here. It has George Benson. This is my article. It's all about sweep picking. So if you want to go check it out, go to the website acousticguitar.com, and you can see my whole article about sweep picking. And it's a great little article. So check it out. You know, it's and that's how you get really into sweep picking. You're my friend, are a beast. Juanito, thank you, man. Yeah, Panax, get that magazine. Yeah, it's that article's in there, and please check it out. And also, let me see this. I have a book there too. So if you want to check out my book, it's over there too. You can get this from me actually. Go to my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm actually having a sale. So so on my sale, you get 25% off. Use code what's it again? Memorial Day MDW, which is Memorial Day weekend 25. So MDW 25, you get 25% off my book and all lessons, including my double time lesson I'm going to be showing you in a minute. Hey Shiva, how are you? What's going on? So I'm going to actually play you a little bit right now. I'm going to play some Satin Doll so you guys can see how I deploy double time phrases, okay? Here we go. Let me just turn this up a little bit. Let me make sure the volume's up. How does that sound to you guys? It sounds okay? I gotta turn the volume up, I think, a little bit. Let me see. Let me try that now. Hold up. So I'm gonna be playing Satin Doll. That's much louder. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna do Satin Doll. I'm gonna play like a solo through it. So I'll do double time now. Okay, so I was just doing some double time licks, everybody. So what I was doing, just so you know, I'm going to answer your question in a minute, actually, Kivinen. Okay, what I was just doing was when I'm playing over those changes, I have a lot of licks worked out. So I'm playing through the, I'll be playing like regular eighth notes. So I have a lot of these 2/5 licks. So when I'm actually playing those licks, so when I'm playing through that double time now, I might just go. Then I'll put some extra licks in there. So what I just did, I transposed that lick up a whole step as well. So that's actually kind of cool. Actually asked me if I use a wound G string. I'm actually using, this is actually not wound. These are all flat wound strings actually on this guitar. These are Tomastic black, actually labella jazz tapes we call them. And I have a picture for you of them here, if I can find it. Oh, here's what they look like. Actually, these are the strings I'm using. They're labella jazz tapes. I use 14 on top, so you know. Okay, so those are the strings I'm using. And they're really great strings. I use them on my 7-string. This is actually a 7-string set, but since I got a deal with D'Angelico, I'm a D'Angelico artist. I went to this shop in New York City, and they were like freaking out because I'm putting 14s on this, and but it feels great actually. Actually it was a little too low when they set up my guitar, so I actually had to put it a little higher. So these are the strings. So those are, and the string is wound. They're black tape nylon strings on this guitar. It has an interesting sound, but I use it on my 7-string. So So I use a G wound string on it depends on the guitar. On my acoustic guitars, I use like round wound. So usually the G is wound if it's a thick string. So that's a great question. So if you have any questions about double time playing, let me try play through this one more time for you. So I'm playing Satin Doll right now, pretty not fast. Sorry, I've hit the wrong button here. So I'm playing Satin Doll like at 120 quarter note. Now what I'm doing is I'm doubling up the time. So when I'm doubling up the time, it's like it seems much faster, but it's just the same tempo. But I'm just playing twice as fast. So let me quit this one real quick. So I'm gonna play you Satin Doll one more time. I might play the melody so you can check it out. Okay, hold on. Someone has an off-topic question before I do that. Hold on. What's that question? Let me see that question real quick. Off-topic, quick question. Have you seen the movie Soul? I don't know about that. I saw the movie. I don't think it's that accurate for jazz, actually. So anyway, no. So if you want to learn about jazz history, just read about it or listen to the music. Okay, and I have some history books actually you can get questions about. Okay, cool. You're welcome. So let me do this right now. I'm gonna play you Satin Doll, and I'm gonna play through the. Let me play the melody actually, so you guys can have an idea what I'm playing first. Here we go. So what I was doing, everybody, was this. What I was trying to do, just to show you how double time works, is I was trying to deploy all my licks that I know that are double time and keep it going. So sometimes I would actually miss the changes, but even if you miss the changes and you're playing in time, it doesn't really matter. Hey, hello everybody. Great to see you guys. Awesome double time, but that was great. Thank you. Um, double time is something. So you know what I'm doing is taking a lot of my licks that I already know and just doubling them up when I do double time. So when I'm doing that, I'm just going. So if I know a lick like this goes like this, like let's say I'm playing. Let me play through Satin Down one more time, and so you can get an idea. I'll take a couple of my licks that I already know, and this is how you have to practice, everybody. I'll take a couple licks I know. Now here. So what I just did, everybody, what I just did was I just took some of my licks that I already know. If I want to do double time, I just double them up. Okay, so that's one method of doing double time. And I learned this. I mean, I studied with Pat Martino, and he always doubles up his licks like that. And he has these patterns that actually that cycle back and forth. Like you can go like this. So I'm just doing a cycling lick, and that sounds really, yeah, that's a 2-5-1. Yeah, thank you. The piper and the drummer. Let me go back to my comments here. I'm looking at my computer at the same time. So I'm just basically, I'm not doing anything really fancy. It sounds fancy, but I'm just taking some of the licks. I'm recycling my own licks. And you should come up with your own licks and do the same kind of thing. You just basically recycle your lick and play it over and over. Oh, Mesmerizer, talk about the use of modes. So basically, Pijo Darko, I like that name. I'm just basically using a Dorian mode here. If I'm playing Satin Doll, it's just a D minor to G7, and that's easy on guitar because it's in the key of C. So all I'm doing is I'm just playing a lot of chromatic passing tones in my. And then closures. Basically, I'm like doing a lot of passing tones between the whole steps of the Dorian scale and the dominant 7th scale. So I'm using the dominant bebop, also the Dorian bebop as well. So all I'm doing is I'm playing over a D minor Dorian mode, which is just like D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D. And you should know it in all keys. And I'm just doubling up the notes and doing passing tones. And these are a lot of lines I made up, and also I stole from people that are my licks now. That's a great lick. I stole that from Pat Martino. Sorry, Pat. This is like a lick he uses a lot, and he does these kind of things. So I take those kind of licks, and you can play them all across like 2 string sets. See what I'm doing? So I take that lick and I'll just play that like through the changes as an exercise, so I can work on my double time licks. And so you should be trying this on your guitar right now. It's not easy, but you have to learn how to deploy these licks like that. So let me pick another song, like another jazz standard. So that's at 120, and that's fast if you're doing double time. But imagine if it's faster. Let me see something here. Let me try to find another song that might be a little bit faster. So you can actually try to play something that's like a little harder to play double time. Let's do a blues. Let's say Billy's Bounce or something. No, this is gonna be faster. Oh, this is too slow. I'm gonna put it up to 160 maybe, 150, because 150 is a fast tempo in jazz. They consider it a up tempo song. 300, it's like 300. If I do this twice as fast, it's 300. So listen to this. Oh, this is in C. I'm going to transpose back to the key of F. Because I had it working. I was working on a studio with this. So here we go. So anyway, I'm trying to show you double time. That's pretty fast. That's at 150 half note, but so I'm playing 300 as a double time licks, so that's harder to deploy. I got to really think about it because, the time's going by and, there's all these different changes. Yeah, so I'm sweeping and I'm doing all kinds of stuff. See, what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to hang at that tempo and play my stuff and without missing. That's the hard part when you're deploying these double time licks. So the faster you go, the harder it is. I call it deploying, like deploying a weapon. You got to nail that stuff like at the tempo you want and just nail it. You got to have it so down that you don't even think about it. Let me see. There's some questions here. Check out El Grupo Turco, the jazz buddies that their instruments got together, recorded a mix of, okay, cool. Northern Mexico style music. Okay, cool. I'll check that out, Juanito. Nail all those kind of sweep picking sections. Any tips on how to play those bits that fast and clean? Only way I can tell you that to the piper, the drummer, to play that stuff fast and clean. Like I don't think I'm playing as clean as I could actually. It's just to practice them slow and speed them up. And just gradually, it says you're a drummer. The piper and the drummer, maybe you're not. You just use a metronome and speed up the tempo. You take these licks and speed them up, and also practice these different licks at different tempos. Practice slow as possible and fast as possible. Use a metronome to gauge your tempo. Okay. They use cool. So they use jazz and accordion and bajito, baritone style guitar. Cool. Once you show eight positions of the C major scale on the fretboard, is there some diagram where I can practice this so I can find this? So okay, Dovla, you can go to my website and pick that up. Actually, it's a lesson that I sell. You can just go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm gonna write it down. I'm actually I have a sale on there, okay, everybody? It's MDW 25. I'm going to write it down. Practice Jazz Guitar is me actually watching too. So I'm going to write this down. www.ronjacksonmusic.com. You can pick up all my lessons. Everything. I have printable lessons as well. And you can pick up that lesson there. Let me show. I'm going to send you. You use code 25. No, sorry. You save 25% off this weekend, okay? It's ronjacksonmusic.com, and I sell that lesson there. And use code, I'm going to write down MDW25, save 25%, okay? And you can get all those 8 fingerings there. And all my double time lessons, everything. Okay, I just wrote that in comments if you guys can see that. I'm at Practice Jazz Guitar too, but all my videos there are private. So, what speed do you practice the metronome at? I try to practice as fast as I can sometimes. I've been working like at 350 sometimes to develop my fast speed. Like I'll play something like that in a minute. So right now I was playing Billy's Bounce at 120. I mean at 150, half note. So here it is again. Let me show you real quick. So I'm trying to do double time at that tempo. So take a look at this. I'm going to do another song like that in a minute too. But I was just doing a blues. So let me get this together here. One more time. So here's a blues. Blues in F. And I'm going to play double time at 150, okay? Not all time. Ah! Ah! Whoa, my arm's dying now. So what I was just doing, I was playing at 150. I mean 300 actually over the 150, doing my double time licks. So all I'm doing is a lot of licks that I know already. I'm just doubling them up and fitting them over, like instead of playing. Let's say you're playing SF 1, 2, 3, then B flat 7, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I might do a lick like this, where I change the chords, and I'll just do it twice as fast. So I'll just double the lick up to play twice as fast so I can do the double time lick. We're talking about double time here today. So, you know what? And if you're playing that fast, your hand will start to die on you, because my hand's starting to die on me at that tempo. And so, you know, like, so that's what I'm trying to do, is play those double time licks. So let me show you. So when you're playing double time, it's like playing like you're playing a fast tempo, but at a slow tempo. So you got to think but you have to cram in information twice as fast now. Let me pick another song. Let me do something like Blue Bossa or something like, not too hard, but you know, you could do double time licks on it. Let me do Blue Bossa for you. Blue Bossa. This is just a bossa nova, and this is 100. I'm going to do it I'll do it 160. Let me see. Here we go. Let me do it like about 5 courses. Here we go. Okay, now that's fast. That's 160 half notes, so that means it's 320. So you should be able to even play faster than that, actually. So that's pretty fast. Let me see something. Any other questions, anybody? I'm just trying to see what's going on here. Yeah, any questions, please send them to me or comments. And if you're enjoying what I'm doing, you know, I'm having a sale on my website for all my music I told you earlier. And, you know, so you can go to my ronjacksonmusic.com. I have all these lessons like double time licks here that I use. And so, you know what, I have some licks that are worked out like this one here. If I'm playing like, say, F minor or C minor. So this lick goes like this, actually. Yeah, so that lick I can play over Blue Bossa as a double time lick that I actually have written out. It's a new lesson I have on my Patreon account, and also my my website that I'm going to be putting up today, later on today. Let me see. There's a question here. Yeah, I wasn't doing quintuplets. I was probably doing I was doing like 16 note triplets, like that kind of stuff at the end there. So you know, but I'm mostly doing 16 notes when I do double time. So I was going to show you guys something. So if you like, you know, I put this lesson on my Patreon account. So if you want to join my Patreon, you can just join me here. Someone from my last live stream joined my Patreon after watching this workshop. So, you know, all these lessons and everything are actually on my Patreon account. Just go to www.patreon.com and then go /Ron Jackson Music. Okay? And that's my Patreon. And you can get all my lessons there too about this stuff. So, yeah, so let me try that one more time so you get an idea. I'm going to tell you about what kind of rhythms I'm using, but it's mostly 16 notes, sometimes triplets. If I'm doing it that fast, it's hard not to do it's hard to do other rhythms. So let me go back to Blue Bossa for a second. It's really hard to talk and teach at the same time. Let's try it again. Ready? Here we go. Now I'll do triplets. Now I'll do 60 notes. And then 60 notes. I gotta prepare for that. Eight notes. 60 notes. Eight notes. 60 notes. triplets. $60. Ah. Ah. Yeah, so I was mixing everything up. I was telling you the rhythms I was using, so you get an idea about what kinds of rhythms I'm using. But so we're talking mostly about double time. So what I'm just trying to do is just trying to mix everything up and not get lost, because when you do all that stuff, it's like you're trying to like execute, and then you might get off. But I think it's always good to take chances when you're a guitar player or any instrumentalist in general, when you're playing jazz or anything. So here, yeah. So that's Blue Bossa. It's a pedigree of horse. Okay, Eric, that's a great way of putting that. This is great. Thanks for showing me all the rhythms and mid-improv. Yeah. So you know what? I mean, when you're playing a solo, everybody, I think a lot of people, when they start playing jazz and stuff, they start like they basically just like what's the word? They just start just playing random notes, not thinking about the rhythm. And the rhythm is actually the most important part of a solo, actually, or anything actually. The rhythm. So it's very important that you know what you're talking about with rhythms when you're playing, that the audience feels the rhythm and that you feel the rhythm, because rhythm is actually the most important part. So now let's get so we're doing double time playing and all that stuff, and double time playing is hard work. Let me take another song with more changes on them. Let me think of another song. Also you can request a song like a medium song. So when you're doing double time, you can't do a fast song. Like, you could try, but if a song's like going 200, I mean, I could try something like that. I've done it before. Let me see. Let me do Time After Time. This one has a lot of changes. I play this a lot. So let me see if I can find this one. Where is that one? Here it is. So let me put this up like at 180, so you can see how this is going to be fast for double time. This is going to be ridiculously fast, but I want to try it anyway. Here we go. Eight notes. 60 notes. Six notes. Eight notes. So I'm doing 8 notes basically because it's so fast. Do 16 notes, it's gonna be hard. Okay, so I was trying to do double time at 180. Now 180 is actually wow. So that's 150. Oh man, that's fast, man. That's three. Wait a second. That's 180. I can't think because that was burning my brain out. So there's extra 40 clicks. So that's 320. No, 340 is the tempo I was playing at, actually. So that's a really, really fast tempo. You know, so actually the 60 note will sound like this. We play for a second. Whoa. So if I'm trying to double time at that tempo, that is fast, man. So, you know, that's a fast tempo. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. I mean, you should be able to play those tempos, and I need to practice those more. So when I'm doing double time, I'm actually thinking, like at that tempo, you know, that's like a fast tempo, but double, you know, this is a kind of like, this is what they call medium up, that tempo, but that's not really, you know, it's not fast to play, because I have students that think that 200 is fast, and that's not fast at all in jazz, but you know, you can play really fast in jazz and really slow. So I'm gonna see if there's any questions here, because I'm looking at my oh sorry, I'm looking at my things here. Oh yeah, so someone says I'm a legend. Thank you. So yeah, Silent Violet, I'm a legend. Thanks. I'm a legend in my own mind. That's crazy. It is crazy, all these notes. So yeah, so did anybody have any more questions about double time? So basically, double time is just being able to fit all these notes. You know, instead of playing 8th notes, you play 16th notes, but you got to be able to fit the same ideas in that 16th note phrase when you're playing. So my hand feels like stiff right now from doing all that fast playing. So I'm going to have to take a break soon. But, you know, if you're enjoying this, everybody, I'm having a sale on my website again, ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay, ronjacksonmusic.com. You just go to my website and just put in code MDW25, and you save 25% off everything, including like my book here that I have on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, from Acoustic Guitar Magazine and Hal Leonard, called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's all about chord melody. We're not doing chord melody today. We're just doing double time soloing. And you'll get an autographed copy. You save 25%. And, you know, and thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. You know, you can ask me any question. I'm here for you guys. You know, and, you know, the best way to teach you, I offer lessons online too. So you can get 25% off my lessons on my website too. So use code MDW25. You can just go to my website and you know, purchase lessons. The best way to learn this stuff is actually definitely, you know, study with a teacher. That's how I study with a lot of different teachers. So it's important to you know, study with somebody. It's hard to see yourself play and see what you really sound like. You know, and the best way really to get your stuff together is actually record yourself. Watch yourself on videotape, listen to yourself on recordings. That's what I do all the time, you know, and I'm always going, oh my God. But everybody else seems to like what I'm doing, so, you know. When I went to D'Angelico, it's so funny. I'm going to show you my amp in a minute, and you can get a quote on this one too. So I went to D'Angelico. I got this guitar from them, and I was playing, man. I was like, oh man, I don't sound good today. They said, man, you sound great, man. I'm like, what? What? I'm not even warmed up or anything. I haven't played. Like, all I do is social media and all this. And they said, no, it sounds great. Here's the guitar. I was like, thank you. I like to thank Justin and everybody at D'Angelico, New York, for them giving me this guitar and being an artist ambassador for them. So if you're interested in D'Angelico guitars, you can go to my store, and this is the XL1. But you can actually go to my store. I have a store on Amazon. You can pick up your own D'Angelico guitar right there. Go to my Amazon store at Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and you can pick up one of my D'Angelico guitars there. And these are nice over there. So my amplifier. So you know what? Just so you know, okay, hold on. Someone's asking me before you answer that question. Do you still focus on accents on that speed, or do you play evenly as fast as you can? Ha! That's a good question. I mean, you know what? When I play that speed, I mean, I'm naturally thinking about phrasing anyway, Mr. Les Paul fan. Oh, Les Paul. You know, I knew Les Paul actually. He was a great guy. I used to hang out there, and I have a picture with him over here on the wall here. You know, Mr. Les Paul fan. I have a picture right here. I should show you. Hold on, let me show you real quick. Let me show you, because I want to show my Les Paul fan this guy. Les Paul fan. Look at this. You answer that question? Here's a picture of Les with his signature to me. He was a great guy, man. He lived till like in his mid-90s. You know, and I studied with Bucky Pizzarelli, and he actually, so it says here, Tehran, the best great player and friend, Les Paul. So, Bucky used to play with Les Paul. I used to go see them all the time. I studied with Bucky, and Bucky lived a little longer than Les actually, because Bucky would live to 94, and I was surprised he even lived that long. Yeah, it's cool, Mr. Les Paul. So when I'm playing phrases that fast, I'm thinking about accents and stuff too, but it's hard. It's harder, of course, to think about them when you're playing that fast. So I'm just trying to get through it and make sure I execute on time. So thank you. So Les Paul was a cool guy, man. I have all these memorabilia. It's a classic picture, and I'm glad I have that. Because that's an old picture. Because he died like about at least 10 years ago. So he was a really great guy. So anyway, a few announcements. If you're enjoying the show, also I take donations. If you like, you can just go to my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. And if you enjoyed the show and you'd like to donate, that would be great. And if you learned a lot today, it's Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. And last week, one of my fans here on YouTube actually, became a patron at Patreon. So you can join my Patreon at Ron Jackson Music. Now, about the amp. Sorry about that. So I use a Fender. It's hard to see, but I actually use a Fender Tone Master over here. But also I use this amp. It's a really great amp. It's a Henriksen amp, okay? And it's like the most powerful small amp. I use this is a jazz guy's amp, like the lazy jazz guy who wants to carry out a powerful amp and doesn't want to break his back. So, so this is a Henriksen Bud 6, they call it. It's a great amp, and it's 120 watts. It weighs 13 pounds, and it has volume and tone. It has 2 full channels with reverb and everything. You can plug a mic or a guitar. Sometimes I work with singers with this amp. And I'm also a Henriksen influencer too. So I have a code. If you guys want to get your own Henriksen amp, you can save 5% at HenriksenAmplifiers.com and use my code Ron Jackson. And it's a permanent code. So please share with your friends. Please share this code with your friends. Ron Jackson, okay? For HenriksenAmplifiers.com. And these are great amps. And, check them out. I use them all the time, especially on gigs, and at home I'm using my Fender Tone Master a lot, which is an expensive amp too, and they're really great because, they don't weigh like a Fender amp. It's hard to see over here. I don't have my camera pointed over there, but my Fender Tone Master's over here, and it's a really great amp. You know, a Fender Tone Master twin reverb actually, and also I have the Tone Master, the smaller version. I forget what the name is, but you know, I have that as a backup. They're really great amps, everybody. So if you want to get that, does your core Fender? Yes. So just so you know, Eric, yeah, chords at fingertips is all levels actually. Okay, so they start out at different levels. There's a 25% off on my website too, Eric. So use code Memorial Day weekend MDW25. That's you need to get 25% off the book, and it's an autographed copy for you. So you know it goes through different stages, like really basic here. You know, all about chord stuff. You know, there's five different writers. I have 3 lessons in here, and you know it starts with the notation guide, and then you know basic chords. So my exercises, you know, start with real basic stuff too, in the book as well. I do bass lines and I do Chet Atkins harmonizing like Chet Atkins style in the book, and so these are all different levels. And also, what's really cool about this book, everybody, is that it has video that accompanies with it. You know, so you know this is I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, so every book that you know, every time you buy this book, there's like a code where you can watch every video for every lesson. So it's really cool. All the people who bought this book love it. You know, I've sold a bunch of copies recently. You know, especially since I started taking off on social media. So a lot of people I sell 3 or 4 books every week on this book. So it's a really great book. You know, and get yours before they run out. You know, this is Memorial Day weekend, so I'm having a sale. So I'm gonna have to stock up if you know once I run out. So yeah, it's all levels, and you know, and it's progressive. So you know, you could go through all these different lessons and just work on these different things. There's arpeggios, all kinds of stuff. It's a really great book. So if you have any questions, let me know about this. So you know, I'm going to be finishing up soon, everybody. And if you have any questions, you know, let me know. Send me a message. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. And you know, we did all, you know, and I have these double time licks that I have written out on my website too, if you'd like to get one. And you know, and because you have to have these licks worked out. So you know what you do is you learn double time licks from different people that work, and then you can actually apply them. You know, you transcribe licks, transcribe great guitar players, George Benson, Pat Martino, whoever, Joe Pass, Pat Metheny, whoever you love, and learn their licks and try to apply those double time licks, and that's how you get it together. And if you have any questions, please send them to me. You know, and go to my website. I'm commenting as Practice Jazz Guitar because that's one of my YouTube channels. So you can just go www.ronjacksonmusic.com, and I'm just writing this down as a comment. And if you want to pick up anything about my lessons there, you know, I'm having this code, this Memorial Day weekend code. You can save 25% there on all my lessons. And then you can just ask, you know, you can send me a message if you have any questions or anything. And also, if you want to know, I'm a Cremona artist, and you can also get a guitar from me from Cremona if you're interested. On Cremona guitars, one of my students is actually doing, one of my patrons is picking up one. So, you know, that's about it. I'm gonna take a break now and do some other things. I'm gonna do some filming. I'm going to be filming some new reels and videos for Instagram and for YouTube. So thank you everybody for watching. And you know, if you have any more questions, send them to me right now before I finish up. Otherwise, I'm going to get going. You know, I'm going to send this comment right now, and we'll see everybody. Send me a question. Oh yeah, you're welcome. The piper and the drummer, you're welcome. So you know, I'm going to be coming up with these impromptu lessons once in a while. You know, just to help everybody out, and it helps me actually explain what I'm doing and execute. Yeah, someone just asked me that question. I'm using. Let me see if I can point this in the right direction here. There's my amp I'm using right there. Okay, it's a Fender Tone Master. So let me go back here. It's a Fender Tone Master Deluxe reverb, and also I use this amp, a Hendrickson amplifier, I mentioned a minute ago to somebody. Okay, and that's a really great amp too. Okay, so this is a great amp. It's 120 watts, weighs 13 pounds, 9 by 9 inches, and it has two full channels here. Yeah, so I use that a lot on gigs, small gigs. On the bigger gigs, I bring this one, the Tone Master. The Tone Master is all transistor now, so it's much lighter than the than a twin reverb. I use a twin reverb master, Tone Master, and I was telling you guys earlier, you can use my code Ron Jackson at Hendrickson Amplifiers and save 5% on this amp. Okay, it's a real or any amp on Hendrickson.com, amplifiers.com. Okay, use my code Ron Jackson. Please share that with all your friends. It's a code. It's a permanent code. Okay, it's my artist code for them. Thank you, everybody. And I'm gonna get going, and I'll see you guys very soon. Okay, Ron Jackson over and out. Bye bye. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. If you have any questions, send them to me right now. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, everybody. And please follow me. Support me in every way. I forgot to mention, subscribe to all my channels. Question, sure, Juanito. Question. Juanito had one question. What's the question, Juanito? Yeah, you're welcome. And also, again, everybody, you can donate to my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, if you'd like to. Thank you. Do you ever practice anything other than jazz? Of course, Juanito. I do everything. I actually play like folk music, rock, R&B, all kinds of stuff. Actually, classical guitar, all kinds of stuff. Actually, I have a bunch of guitars here too. So I'm gonna have to do a video about my guitar collection because people keep asking me what kind of guitars you. I have tons of guitars. I have a 12-string guitar. I have a nylon string guitars. I have classical guitars, 7 and 6 string. Steel string guitars, 7 and 6 string. Solid body, 7 string only. I have right now. I have jazz guitars, 6 and 7 string guitars. I have a lot of guitars. I have about 20 of them. So anyway, I'll have to show you definitely. Let me see if someone's asking a question. Okay, cool, Juanito. Thank you, everybody. We'll talk soon. Okay, have a good day. Bye-bye. Thank you. So I'm going to be streaming to 2 different platforms. Let's see how it looks. Ooh, I don't look too bad. Hey, everybody on YouTube. It's Ron Jackson. What's going on? And I'm going to make sure I'm muted here so I can take questions. And I'm going to go live as well on Instagram. Let me put this on. Yes. So, how's everybody doing? I'm just, live right now. And, just going to play some tune and take some questions. And, it's great for me to go live, so I can get some engagement with my fans and things like that. I'm going to go live right now on Instagram too in a second. Just making sure everything is adjusted correctly. If you have any questions or anything, hey Matt, it's good to see you, man. I'm doing good. I'm going to play a little bit for you guys. I've been I've been studying myself, and I'm really inspired. I took a lesson with a great Mike Stern on guitar last Sunday. I'm going to be taking more lessons. Come in. And so if there's any questions, send them to me or any requests. Good to hear from you, Matt. And I'm going to go live right now on Instagram as well. I'm going to play a song for now to get started. Let me go live on Instagram too, because I don't want to leave them out. So let me do a song right now because it could happen to you. welcome everybody. Oh, let me see. Oh, there's a bunch of questions here on YouTube and some comments. So Aiden says, "What's poppin'?" That's pretty funny. And what's your favorite jazz album of all time? Oh man, I can't decide that. What's your biggest influence in playing jazz? I play psychedelic pop garage band. That's from Matt. And my favorite jazz musician is Chet Baker. Man, I have so many favorite jazz musicians I can't keep up with them actually. You know, some of my favorites are Miles Davis, Freddie Hubbard, guitarists like George Benson, Wes Montgomery, Pat Metheny, Mike Stern's one of my favorite too. And there's a lot of guitars, you know, that I like. All the greats, you know. So let me just see what's going on here. I'm just trying to see what Herb Apple's a great trumpet player. Yeah, he's great. He has a jazz club out in California too, I heard. So an awesome bass for jazz is precision bass with tape wound strings. Yeah, this is a tape wound string guitar here. So thank you for watching, and thank you, LH. Got a little from West Montgomery. Yeah, LH says that. Let me see what's going on here on the Instagram. I'm also broadcasting to you guys, and I just want to let you guys know on Instagram. Thank you for watching, everybody. Just to let you know, Instagram, that Instagram wants me to let you know that that you can buy a badge from me to help support my channel, and they're encouraging me to do that. So this is actually probably backwards on YouTube, but you don't need it for YouTube. So if you'd like to donate a badge or more to me, you know, to help support me and my channel, just you know, buy a badge off your Instagram page, you know, for 1 or 2 or 3 hearts, and that would be great. Okay. I'd like to thank everybody who attended my jazz improv workshop this past weekend on Lively. You know, I made an announcement on YouTube and on Instagram, and it came out to be a great turnout, and appreciate it. And if there's any requests or anything, let me know. How many strings does that have? It has, so Yazze 1. This has 7 strings on it, so you know. This is a 7-string guitar. Charleston. Oh, duh. Charleston. Ymir's talking about Charleston, huh? Thank you. Ymir's one of my students. He mentioned that. So yeah, my guitar has 7 strings. Yazze 1. And let me wave some people now on Instagram and say hi to those guys. And thank you for watching, Instagram. Let me see who else is. If there's any other questions, if you want to send me a question too on Instagram, let me know. So I'm just waving to some people here. Thank you for watching. Who's ever watching? I know it's a funny afternoon. So someone on Instagram said it's nice that he varies a little, I believe, but yes, I think he hybrid picking during the chords. Yes, I'm doing hybrid picking, everybody. I know how to do a little bit of everything on the guitar. Hybrid picking, finger picking. It just depends what context I'm playing. When I'm playing jazz, I usually do hybrid picking. Is this hybrid picking just getting into the guitar? Yeah. So hybrid picking, I'm gonna do some examples for you right now. Someone's asking about that on Instagram. So hybrid picking is a combination of picking and using your fingers, holding a pick with your hand. So let me show you right now. I'm just waving to some people right now on Instagram, and then when I get to it right now. So here we go. So here's hybrid picking. Well, a lot of people are watching on Instagram. Watch this. So when I'm actually walking a bass line, everybody, watch this. I'm actually, let's say I was playing, It Could Happen to You, which I was playing a minute ago. So when I'm walking the bass line, I'm using my pick. So I'm using my first, well, I'm actually using my second and third fingers on my picking hand. You know, the middle finger and the ring finger, they call it, and the little finger. And I mix them up. Now, I can do the same thing with just the pick if I want to. With my pick too, it's just a little harder to actually execute. So I kind of mix it up. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm actually trying to just execute my lines and my chords when I'm playing like that. So if I'm taking a solo, like I'm doing, if I'm playing a solo and I'm accompanying myself, I'll do something like this. So I'll do what I'm doing right now is like when I start walking the bass lines or something like that, I'll start throwing in like my pick and my fingers. Also, what's happening is, since my guitar is a big body guitar, I actually have to mute the strings a little bit so they don't ring. So that's what takes a lot of work too. With my both hands actually, with my picking hand and my fretting hand, I have to go. I'm kind of muting the strings with my palm here. It just sounds a little muted actually because I'm trying to mute the string. See, I'm doing hybrid picking now. And I do sometimes I'll do tapping too as well. Like I'll walk the bass line and go like this. So I'm using a tapping and I'll do all kinds of percussive things that I used to practice now comes out naturally in my playing. So yeah, those are some cool things. Let me see. Some people are asking questions here on YouTube now. Hey, so Zoris, well, what a name. Hello, my Mr. Jackson. I cannot play over more difficult changes. How can I improve? Please help me. So Zoris, to be able to play over more difficult changes, you got to practice over difficult changes and try to work out your lines over these changes. So you just got to do trial and error and try to figure out the chord scale, the arpeggio, any way you can get through this. Okay? I bet you, man, if you knows how to play an Oscar Peterson tune, well, Oscar Peterson, thank you, Eric. Oscar Peterson did a lot of standards, so I probably played one of his standards. Are flat wash strings hard to bend? I heard they are. No, that's not true. I have flat wash strings here. So Matt's Goalkeeping, that's an interesting name. I can bend these strings. These are 14s, everybody, so you know. And I actually bend these strings. Now my action's pretty high too, so I can bend these strings. So I'm bending these strings. You know what the problem is when you bend the strings on these kind of guitars, you have to I have to tune the thing. So they get a little out of tune quickly. But that's about it. But it takes a little strength to bend 14 on top strings. But yeah, you can bend the flat wounds. So what's the best way to learn different chord positions of the same chord around the fingerboard? What's the best way to learn different chord positions of the same chord on the fingerboard? So you should learn all your cage chord system chords, they call them, So let's say you have to know all your C chords like this. I'm on my 7-string guitar, so it can be kind of tricky to show you. Let me go on my 6-string guitar. So that's my Eastman 7 AR C10 S7 string, but I'm going to get my D'Angelico XL1 out for you guys. So if I'm playing this guitar, it takes when I switch from 6 to 7 string, it can be tricky because I think there's a 7 string here, but you got to learn all your chords like this. So you got to learn like a C chord. You got to know, every student. There's some students who learn how to play guitar with me, jazz guitar, and they don't know their open strings. So you got to know all your open string chords, everybody, and you get them from playing. From playing the cage systems like this. Here's a C chord here, a C chord like this. There's a bar chord. Looks like an A form open. These all come from your open string chords, everybody. Then like this. Okay, which is your G string open, G chords open. And then the C form like this on the 8th position, which is like your open E. And then this form, cage form, which is actually your, looks like a D chord on this fret. And then this form, which is like the C chord open. So once you know all these forms, you have to make them into minor, diminished, and augmented triads. So you learn how to change them. See what I did? I made a minor, major, minor. I'm only doing 3-note voicings basically. And then you can do diminished. Now it gets a little tricky here. So you're going to go. Now you can't really do diminished here, so I'm going to have to do it here. Diminished, see? Now like this. See that? I'm making these diminished now. So you have to be able to practice your chords like that. Also augmented. See what I'm doing? And here. Etc. Be able to do all your chords as augmented chords. So those are the 3 basic chord forms that are built on chords in general. You get all your fancy chords with all these different augmented, diminished, and major triads, okay, and minor triads, okay? So that's how you get into chords. Let me see if there's any questions here now on Instagram. And thank everybody for watching. I just want to make a few announcements, everybody. It's my birthday coming up, so I want to let you guys know on my website, RyanJacksonMusic.com, you can get my you can get everything 25% off of my website. Use code HBD at RyanJacksonMusic.com and save 20% on everything. My book, this is right? Yep. My book, everything, So this is what it looks like. Go to my website to celebrate my birthday this week, and use code. Can you pass me that yellow envelope out there, please? And you can use code HBD, and there you can get my stuff off 20% off my website. That big one out there. Yeah. Thank you. So look, and here's my book. If you want to pick up my book, it's about chord voicings, everybody. Right here. You can get my book there as well. Chords at Your Fingertips. I've been selling a lot of these books on Instagram. I'm seeing there's a problem on my Instagram with a signal. So I don't know what's causing it. Sorry, guys. So anyway, let me go back to playing a little bit, everybody, and answer your questions. Okay, hold on. Which jazz? What jazz piece is good for beginners? So, Rick Meck. I mean, blues and stuff like that. A lot of people do songs like, let me see. I have a post on TikTok, on Instagram, and on YouTube about easy tunes to learn on guitar. So you can learn things like minor swing by Django Reinhardt. Blues like blues in B flat, like Sunny Moon for Two. So that's called Sunny Moon for Two in blues in B flat. Okay, by Sonny Rollins. That's another tune. Any kind of jazz blues, C-jam blues, anything like that. Another song that they say is easy, but it's not really easy, I don't think. It's Killer Joe. I mean, those are some easy jazz songs. You can look it up on the internet. Just look up easy jazz tunes to learn. Oh, let me see. Yeah, I think the K system is the best for note memorizing. Good. Thank you, Zoris. I have a question, Master. Thank you. How should I study block chord patterns? Okay, for block chords, everybody, you should really know all your inversions of the block chords. Okay, block chords are basically drop twos, or we call them in the magazine I write for, called Acoustic Guitar. We call them closed voicings, basically. And those are the easiest ones to play on the guitar, like a form that comes from the K system. Like, let's say a C major 7 like this. So you should be able to know all your inversions first of all your chords up and down the neck like this. All three adjacent strings like this, the triads. Minor and major too, okay? Etc. You understand? And then minor if you have to. See? And then of course diminish like this. See, etc. Okay, etc. And your augmented, of course. And everything, and then you should know your block chords like this. So this is a C major 7. So, like you have to do it on adjacent strings too. Watch this. See what I'm doing? And then you could do it as you could do C major 7 and then C minor 7. So I'm doing it on the first 4 strings, but you have to be able to do it on each 4-string set. And then you can start putting other drop kind of voicings eventually. So those are the things you have to work on with your drop twos and diminished and everything else. Let me see if there's any questions on Instagram, because I'm also trying not to avoid people on Instagram here. I'm having a poor connection on Instagram. I don't know what's going on here. I hope it gets better. So anyway, I think it's my phone, because it's a 5G phone or something. No, it's not that. Oh, maybe it's the Wi-Fi. Anyway, so let me ask some more questions to answer some more questions. So Zoris, you're thinking about what? Playing the guitar. Oh, Aiden, Zoris, I'm thinking more playing like a chord in multiple ways without having to count out every string. So everybody. Oh, the Charleston rhythm. Okay, you may have had a joke with Charleston rhythm. So everybody, the best thing to do when you're memorizing chords on the guitar or anything on your instruments, particularly the guitar, is just see the pattern. And of course, you should know the notes and the intervals. You should be able to say them out loud. But when you're playing, you're actually just it's all mechanical. So you've actually just got to be able to execute and play. Just play as best you can. Everything. And in practice it and work it out when you're actually on a gig or playing with other people, etc. You just got to go execute just like that. And so just practice. So let me see. So you don't have to count every string, and you should be able to do it, but you should be able to do it slowly and then be able to play it fast. It's kind of hard. It's just a lot of repetition and motor skills like that. Let me see. Someone has some question here. A little believe. Yes, I have hybrid pick. Okay, someone said hybrid picking. So I like to use hybrid picking and all kinds of stuff actually when I'm playing. See if there's any more questions on Instagram coming up right here. Nope. So far, there's a lot of people who are watching though. So let me look here. So on Instagram. So just so you guys know. I make these announcements all the time. Just so you know, if you like a nice close shave, like I have, and you have this kind of hairstyle, I'm a skull shaver influencer, so I have to make an announcement. I have a new code that you can save 10% on skullshaver.com. It's kind of funny. I have to do this. Use my code Ron Guitar, and you save 10% off anything there for women and men's razors and products. Okay, use the code Ron Jackson. Oh, no, Ron Guitar. Excuse me, at skullshaver.com. Ron Guitar, and this is for my YouTube followers. You could use this Ron Guitar. Okay, this changes every time because my code expires. But I'm also gonna announce my Henriksen. Oh yes, it's backwards on YouTube. Really? Let me see. Is this okay now? Oh, that's okay now. Sorry about that, YouTube. It's weird. It's backwards on YouTube, but it should be this on YouTube too. So it's Ron Guitar. Now, you've been playing. Now, Chris has a question. Hey, Ron, I've been playing guitar for 2.5 years, and my ultimate goal is to be able to be a great improviser. Me too. So, what are some things that I should work on eventually to get there? Well, first you have to practice a lot. You should transcribe solos. You should learn solos, of course, too. You have to learn tunes. I would get a good teacher to help you. I've been studying myself recently. I started studying with a drummer, and I took a lesson with the great Mike Stern recently, and and he showed me a lot of good stuff. And I've had a lot of great teachers over the years: Pat Martino, Bucky Pizzarelli, Rodney Jones. So you have to study with teachers. They'll tell you what to work on. They'll see what you need to work on. You can't see these things. You can't see these things by just like by practicing by yourself with on YouTube. Looking at me talk to you about this stuff. You need to get a teacher. Actually, what's happening there is right now is like I have a student, that wants to study with me, and he just said, well, I can't do this, man, by myself. I'm going to take a lesson with you. So he's going to start taking a lesson with me once a week. So if you want to take lessons, let me know, okay? And I'll help you out. And it could be online, whatever. So, you really need some people to guide you when you're practicing, when you're playing. There's a lot of things I need to work on, and I practice all the time. Especially when I don't practice as much as I like to, but I need to practice. That's how you get better, okay? So you have to learn a lot of tunes in jazz too. Hello, everybody. Please remember to give Mr. Jackson a thumbs up for his birthday. Thank you. Yeah, go to my website. The best birthday present, everybody, is to go to my website and get one of my books or CDs that I have. Use my code, and you save money. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you can pick up my book, Chords at Your Fingertips. And you can go buy my CDs. I have like about 8 out, but not all of them on my website. Okay, I'm gonna be doing a tour next year already in the Midwest and the West Coast that I'm working on right now. So you can see me there. You can see what's going on my website. So just go there. You can pick up my book CDs. I have more book CDs and books and stuff there. Picks, all kinds of stuff. Use code HBD to save 20% on my website. Okay, now let me keep talking. Before we keep talking here, let me play something here. Someone's talking about Barry Harris. Can you talk? You know what? Django is good. Yeah. Have you ever? I never owned a Howard Roberts guitar. Now someone's talking about the minor, the Barry Harris diminished to minor 6. Okay, so that diminished 6 to minor 6 progression comes from the melodic minor scale. The jazz melodic minor scale, what we call it the minor bebop scale, goes like this. It comes from the major scale, and I actually have a video on YouTube about this already, a whole lesson. So go back and look at it. Ogazhan, because there's a whole video about it. So I don't want to explain it in this live stream when I have a whole video about it. But it's basically taking the minor bebop scale, which is actually a major bebop scale, which has a passing tone between the 5 and 6, like this. Now you have to practice that everywhere too. That's a major scale with a passing tone between the 5 and 6. That's the 5, which is G, and then G sharp to A. It's not a tension. Passing tone. And you harmonize it in minor now. thing is, I'm just trying to play that for you. But the thing is, now you have to do the triads with that. So, so it starts off with a C minor 6 chord, and then it goes to D diminished. Then it goes to C minor 6 with the first inversion, then F diminished, okay, and then C minor 6, second inversion, and then A flat diminished, then C minor 6. Oh, sorry. And then third inversion, and then B diminished. It's hard to say and play, but I can play it. Oh, sorry. Oh, shit. This is tricky. So then you have to be able to do all the adjacent strings. So that's the diminished to minor 6. So minor 6 is diminished. That's that's actually the melodic minor bebop scale, or the jazz minor bebop scale, they call it. They go. It's the same thing as major in minor, okay? And the melodic minor in jazz, the 7th and 6th are raised down and up, okay, or up and down. In classical, you do this. In jazz, keep it the same, okay? It's easier, actually, to keep them raised. So that's how you practice this. So you have to be able to play them on all the adjacent strings. So, for example, if I'm playing on the 6th string, it's much harder. I gotta think about this. Wow. So I just did the melodic minor bebop scale harmonized in chords. Okay, you can do it in triads too. Oh, this is hard now. Oh. Now think about it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, getting lost here. So, yeah, so that's, that's really tricky. So when you practice this, you got to learn how to do this in different ways. So, I'm going to be ending in a minute, actually, everybody, because I answer a lot of questions, and, and I don't know, and I have to get going, but thank you for watching. So you got to learn how to play all these progressions and all these jazz things that I showed you. And practice these things. I need to practice these things still, but when I'm playing, I'm just playing. When I'm practicing things I don't know or need to review. So again, everybody, if you enjoyed the show on Instagram, please send me a badge. If you can read this, okay. One badge, they give me, you can get donates $1 or $2, $3 is $5 on Instagram, okay. And if you enjoyed this on YouTube, you can always donate to my Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, okay. And everybody, if you're enjoying this, if you just go to my website, okay, and you can actually save 20%. It's my birthday sale, okay. You can save 20% on my website. Just go to use my code HBD and save 20% on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Someone has a request for let me see something here. Let me go down here. Do Meditation by Joe Beam. Oh, okay. And if you want to donate, for anything that I've done today, please go to my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, and you donate there. Okay, so let me show you something right now. Someone said play Medication. I'll play a little bit of it. Yeah! Yay! So that was called Meditation for Rocky Shane. And thank everybody for watching. And and I hope to see you guys here soon on YouTube and Instagram. And thank you for watching. And let me say bye to everybody here. There's a lot of people that joined. And let me see. And hey man, thanks Richard. I mean, I didn't play stuff perfectly. But you know what? When you're taking lessons with even some master guitar players and everybody, it's hard to execute this stuff just like that. You got to practice, and it's like, and I'm actually talking and, live, and it's actually hard. I really appreciate you guys because, this is really hard to do. Imagine you talking on live to everybody on YouTube, who's ever watching you on Instagram, both places I'm doing that. And then they're asking you a question, you have to be able to play this stuff. And it's not easy to play this stuff because I play with, I take lessons from masters, and it's hard to execute this stuff, especially when you're on camera live, And I can't see this too well. Yeah. So what's happening is, I have to really be, really on it, and it's still not easy. I'm trying to talk and play and explain things to you guys. So I really appreciate all your patience, and please follow me everywhere. Please tell your friends to follow me. I appreciate it. Watch my videos. A lot of these videos, there's a lot of lessons on my YouTube channel, and you can learn this stuff already, okay? And so I'll be doing some more videos soon and posting them. And also join my Patreon. Let me make a few announcements, because I have a bunch of announcements. So you can join my Patreon too, if you enjoy that. It's only $3 a month for like one lesson a month. And I post at least once a week. Recently I've been getting busy, so I've been posting once a week and putting posts up in general. So go watch go to my Patreon and join. For $3 and up, it goes up to like 600, or I forget how much a month, but pretty expensive. Where you get real mentorship, And there's some people who want to study like that. So, join my Patreon. There's some other things here that I have. Also I forgot to mention, I use a little amp called the Henriksen amp. If you want to save 5% on this amp, they're kind of expensive, but they're great amps. You can use my code Ron Jackson at henriksenamps.com, okay? And save 5%. And use my code Ron Jackson. Share that code with everybody, because it's a permanent code. I've sold a lot of amps for them recently using this code. So please, share it and use it yourself. You can get anything on their website. They make the best small guitar amps, man. And they're really powerful, and you could actually use them on gigs, and even with a band, and it sounds loud if you can't carry a huge amp with you sometime, okay? So check them out. Everybody, we'll see you soon. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys very soon, okay? And thanks a lot. I want to say bye-bye, and we'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everybody. Instagram. It's Ron Jackson here, and I'm going live on YouTube and Instagram, and trying to adjust the cameras here. Hey everybody, how's it going? So let me just fix the cameras here because it's kind of weird. I have to adjust this for Instagram and for YouTube, and the crowds will start coming in. Just so you guys know, on Instagram, I have YouTube. Actually, Instagram. They tell me, play giant steps. Okay, I'll take a request. So. Just so you know, Instagram says to let you guys know that I take badges now. If you'd like to give me a badge, like I say, I play giant steps. You like it? You can give me a badge for $1 or $1.99 or $4.99. Okay. Today's Miles Davis's birthday, so I'm just up here, gonna talk about him a little bit. I've never met him, but I've seen him play a few times, and he was incredible. The first time I saw him, I was in high school, and it was great. I lived in the Boston area, and he had this great band. He had Mike Stern on guitar, he had Marcus Miller on bass, Al Foster on drums. I mean, a really incredible band. And sorry, I'm fixing my camera for my YouTube too. So he was really incredible, this guy. And he played he played all that stuff like. It was really a great band, man. Al Foster was really kicking it, and it was funny because actually the warm-up band was, guess who? Out of all people, Pat Metheny. And he was big then too. So that was in the late '70s or something. And recently, about a year or two ago, I was at a gig, and in Manhattan, just a little gig with a singer and a trumpet player. I was playing my 7-string guitar, and what happened was Miles. I saw this. I saw somebody in the crowd. Just it was like a little bar. Like a bar, like a real dark bar, where there's little rooms with little curtains and stuff. And I see this guy hang out with some friends, and I said, "This guy looks like Marcus Miller." And guess who it was? It was Marcus Miller. I was like, "Wow." He said, "Wow, man." He liked my playing and stuff, and he was really cool. And I exchanged numbers with him and talked to him a little bit. He told me about that. He remembered that concert in Boston because he said that time Miles Davis was making a comeback. And I think that was an album called "We Want Miles," and it was a really great band. So if you have any questions for me, let me know. I'm just going here on my computer so I can make sure I answer comments. From people on YouTube while I'm watching, because it's hard to actually talk and play and answer all these questions. So let me see. Let me go right here on my YouTube channel here, and make sure I'm answering people's questions here. Let me go look here. So I'm live now. And thank you, everybody on YouTube. I went past 23,000 subscribers. I'm going to look right now at the live and see if there's any questions here I can answer while we're talking here. So let me move this speaker over here. Yeah, so happy birthday, Miles. So let me play you a little song first. Let me fix this camera here because the background looks cool. And if there's any questions, let me know. It looks kind of weird here, but I'm going to turn my camera on. So I'm going to play a song that I really love from Miles. I'll start with a ballad today a little bit to get warmed up because I wanted to go live and earlier, and I got distracted with too many things. Here's a nice song. Ready? Okay, everybody, that's a great song. Hey, everybody. When people ask who influenced me now, I mentioned Ron Jackson. Hey, Shine, thanks. Shine Dog, thank you. Thanks for the video. So, hey, everybody, how's it going? Let me answer some questions here on Facebook. If there's any, sorry, on Instagram. And is there any questions due? Let me see what's going on here. Someone clearly changed their low string before recording. Hey, so just so you know, Richard, I'm playing a 7-string guitar if you have any comments about that. So, yep, that's a 7-string guitar. So if you're not used to it, Ron has a distortion pedal and some long hair. Oh yeah, someone needs to give me a distortion pedal and long hair. That would be great, everybody. But I'm just gonna answer some of these questions. So anyway, today is Miles Davis's birthday. Someone's asking me when did I start playing jazz guitar? I started really playing jazz guitar in high school. Just so you know. Let me fix this camera a little bit here for YouTube, and let me move over here a little bit so that people can see me here better on Instagram. That's better. So Hey, Danny Cruz, New York. How are you doing? Okay, good. Yeah, so everybody, yeah, I started playing jazz guitar when I was about 15, 16 years old. I'm still working on it. So, there's a lot of stuff to work on. But Miles was one of my favorite musicians. I mean, he was really an innovator. So I told everybody earlier that I actually saw him play 3 times. So the first band he had, it was really great. He had Marcus Miller, Mike Stern, Al Foster, Bill Evans, and somebody else. Um, Playing with them. Maybe a keyboard player, maybe not. And a Pat Metheny was a warm up band. So it was a really great gig. So and I told you earlier that I met Marcus Miller. And he told me that he was making a comeback, and he really was incredible. It was funny, like all the things you say, he would like actually be playing, and and then put his head back and turn his back to the audience, and all kinds of crazy stuff. And that was his personality. I mean, he was like a really incredible dude. So yeah. So if you have any questions about him, I mean, it was kind of funny. Um, hey, oh yeah, someone's asking some questions here about my amp. Oh, Dario, I heard your music. Sounds good on guitar. Would you play a Strat through a Hendrickson amp? You could play a Strat through a Hendrickson amp. It's more of like a thing. I love Hendrickson amps, so everybody knows I'm a Hendrickson endorser. So for people who don't know, who want to get an amp from Hendrickson, I actually in Hendrickson what you call influencer. So Hendrickson makes these great amps, and if you want to get one of them, I'm just letting people know this because sometimes I forget to tell them. You can go to Hendrickson.com and get an amp off for 5% using my code HendricksonAmplifiers.com. Use my code Ron Jackson. Okay, so you can just go up there and pick one up. You can share this code to everybody. This is a code that doesn't expire. I have codes for Skull Shaver. If they get to a third-party website, they cancel my code. So this is for the oh, sorry, that's backwards for you guys. Sorry about that. So if you want to get my amp, it's this is for YouTube. It's code Ron Jackson. For Instagram, it's because it's backwards on Instagram. Otherwise, it's Ron Jackson like this. Okay, you can use my code and save 5% on HendricksonAmps.com. They're not cheap amps, so that's why you save a lot of money just using my code. Okay, so I'd like to play another song. What is my favorite Miles Davis composition? Ooh, let me see. See if I can remember this. That's the one. So that was called So What? Does anybody know that song? That was called So What? Just so someone just asked me that question. That was called So What? That's a really great Miles Davis song. Let me see what's going on here on Instagram. Oh yeah, thank you everybody for watching. You're a master. Good to hear you play. Have you ever heard the seven-string guitar from Brazil playing a show Corino? Of course. That's a great question. That's seven beds. Yes, of course I have. I love seven-string guitar from Brazil. So anyway, guys. So I'm just celebrating Miles Davis's birthday today, and if you have any questions, please let me know. And that was Miles Davis's song called So What? So let me play a little blues that he does. This is another great Miles Davis song. These are a lot of the early Miles Davis songs. Luke Artist, thank you. Trying my best. I'm getting warmed up here. Hope to become as good as you one day. I'm a fellow jazz guitarist. Pleased to meet you, Luke Artist. And everybody on Instagram, thank you for watching and supporting my channel. My Instagram page, and also here on YouTube. I'm just celebrating Miles Davis. I'm just going live just for fun. There's some songs I haven't played in a while from Miles Davis, and actually in general. So let me play this song right now that I used to actually play a lot. 1, 2. All right. Solo 7-string guitar, singing at home. Now, I know there's some people I know are actually out of town playing gigs now. But I'm still sitting at home playing gigs here. But it's great because I'm actually getting a lot of material together for my fan base here on Instagram and YouTube and everywhere else. So thank you for supporting me, everybody. And and if you're enjoying the show, you can actually. People have been doing this already, but if you would like to donate on Instagram, you can go right here to my PayPal at Ron Jackson Music. Venmo and Cash App if you're enjoying that, and also at Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And for YouTube, it's this one because it's backwards. If you want to donate, to help me while I'm sitting at home, practicing and doing all kinds of stuff for my social media channels, you can donate $1 or more if you like. It's not required, but at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. Now let me answer some questions here. There's some people that joined. I'm just trying to see. Super. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, Leonid, Yana, and Leonid. Hey, how's it going, guys? Leonid's a great piano player, and Yana's his wife or girlfriend, I can't remember. And all the way from Israel. I played in Israel with those guys. Thank you, guys, for watching on Instagram. I'm just doing solo guitar stuff right now, but I hope to come back to Israel, Yana, and play with you guys. I appreciate you guys. I love Leonid's piano playing. I went to play with him in Belarus too. Right next to Russia. The country that was a really great time. It was 2 years ago exactly. So thank you, Leonid. Happy something, and I'm glad everything's better in Israel right now for you guys too. Okay, so great to hear from you guys. Oh, cool. Let me see something here. Someone's making some comments here on YouTube. Let me see. Let me answer some questions. It's my birthday too. Hey, Josh, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Josh. On YouTube, Josh Weigel, I think. I can't say your name properly. So someone asked me my favorite Miles Davis composition. There's so many. Someone was asking, when did I start learning jazz? I was about, someone asked that question on YouTube, on Instagram, actually. I saw it was when I was about 16. So that song was called Freddie the Freeloader. And someone sang 7-string nice. Shout out to my cousin Vince Wilbur. Oh, Paul Scott. That's your cousin? Wow. Oh, great. Miles Davis's legacy will always stay alive, everybody, just so you know. Someone mentioned that just now. Paul Scott mentioned that. And, so anyway, have you ever listened to Julian Lage? Oh, he's amazing, man. You should check him out. Of course I've heard of Julian Lage. Actually, he was like, I remember when he was like 13, someone was talking about Julian Lage. He was already a child prodigy. That means someone who can play like an adult when you're a kid. That's what child prodigy basically means. So he's a great guitar player, and and I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, so they've done some features about him there. And just so you guys know, if you're enjoying this and you like my chord work, I do have a book out on acoustic guitar. Actually, it's on my website. If you want to go pick up one of my books at ronjacksonmusic.com. I actually have to ship one out today. Just go to my website. You'll get an autographed version of this book. This magazine also featured Julian Lage and a bunch of guitar players, but not on this book, actually. There's some other great guitar players on this book, too, if you want to learn more about chord voicings and stuff like that. So check it out. It's a great book. I've sold many copies of this book to a lot of my fans on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. So thank you, everybody. You'll get an autographed copy. Let me continue. There's a few more songs I might want to play from Miles. If you have any questions about him, so I just want to let you know about my little Miles story. So I saw him 3 times. The second time I saw him, I was actually in France, hanging out in the south of France. Jean Le Pen, they would call it. It's like near Nice and Cannes and all that stuff. and he had a great band then, man. That band had the late Bob Berg in it. I mean, he was really incredible, Bob Berg. And I knew him too. He was a really nice guy. John Schofield, he was in that band. I think it might have been Vince Wilbur. I forget. This is John? This guy was talking about Vince Wilbur. I think it was Vince Wilbur on drums. And I can't remember who the bass player was. Oh, what's his name? Daryl Jones on bass. You know, the guy who plays with the Rolling Stones. So that was a really great band too, man. And he had some great melodies and, you know, great stuff happening, Miles Davis. And that was a really great gig, you know, right in the middle, open air, out the, you know, the French Riviera right over there. Well, actually the French coast. Yeah, the French Riviera, they call it. So it was really nice, man. Really great band. So that was the second time I saw him. I'll talk about the third time in a minute. Let me play another Miles Davis song. Hey, where do you get my book? Okay, sorry, guys. Someone's asking, you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Do I have it here somewhere? And you can pick up my book. Let me see if I have like a little thing to show you. Go to ronjacksonmusic.com. Someone's asking where our book is. Oh, yeah. You can go here. ronjacksonmusic.com to pick up my book if you want this book. Okay, and I'll send you an autographed copy. I shipped all over the world. I've sold books to Europe and Australia. So you can pick it up there if you like a copy of this book, okay? It's a great book. It's called Chords at Your Fingertips. So my lessons are like walking bass lines. I do a whole thing about walking bass lines. This is my lesson right here. No, there's 3 of my lessons, though. And another thing is about harmonizing like Chet Atkins. And also, I do this whole thing about chord melody, developing a chord melody into like one chord, you know, taking a melody and developing it into making it into a real chord melody piece. So it's a really great book by Hal Leonard Music and Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for. The first 2 articles of this year in Acoustic Guitar Magazine, 2 of my articles are in that book, in those magazines this year. Oh, cool. Oh, that bass player was Daryl Jones. Someone was asking who that bass player is that played with Miles Davis. Actually, that was his first big gig, and then he does a lot of pop acts now. He does the Rolling Stones, and he replaced Ron Wood, I think, on bass. I guess no. Who's the bass player that was in the Rolling Stones? I forget his name, but he actually replaced this bass player in the Rolling Stones. So he's a really a great bass player. So whenever the Stones go on the road, which is not right now, he plays the bass, and he's been doing that for quite a while. So let me play a couple more songs that are Miles Davis, and I'm looking at the song list here. He did a lot of great songs, but you know, one of my songs, the songs I like to play a lot from him is let me see which one is this. I just posted this on Instagram yesterday. Is my version of Tuna. All right. Woo! That's some hard work, man. I didn't really warm up before this, so I got to get my hands back into gear. But thank you, everybody, for watching. So that was my little tribute to Miles Davis. Hey, Elizabeth, I've been playing guitar for a long time. I still need to practice. And this is a 7-string, so sometimes it's tricky to play this thing. You know, to just sometimes if I don't play it, like I start playing 6-string for a while, and I get back to my 7-string, it really kind of messes with you a little bit here. But let me see. Let me answer a couple more questions. Yeah, Bill Wyman. Thank you. That was his name, Bill Wyman. Everybody. That was the bass player that with the Rolling Stones that Daryl Jones took over for. Let me see. Could you elaborate the effect of switching from minor to major in blues? The effect of switching from minor to major in the blues. The minor just has a more sad sound. That's all. Here's a blues like this. If I'm playing a minor blues in C minor, the chords are simply. Major blues. So the minor blues has slightly different changes, okay? But it's in minor, so you have the minor cadences. Like you're gonna go minor, and you're gonna go F minor now. You're gonna go F minor. Now I said that when you do a 2/5, the minor blues. So this is a jazz blues, just so you know. The minor blues in minor blues and regular blues in blues bands, it's more like Thriller's gone. Thriller's gone. So that's a minor blues, like a more of a poppy rock minor blues. And jazz, it's basically the same thing where we just switch around the chords a little bit. I mean, we're making more and jazz, everything is made more complicated. That's basically what I'm trying to say. So, just so you guys know, on Instagram, if you're enjoying this, I'm taking badges. Instagram told me to announce this. Since I have all these followers, I can actually get badges. If you're enjoying the show, you could donate 1 heart, 2 hearts, or 3 hearts to help support me and my channel. And for YouTube, you could just go to my PayPal if you're enjoying this, and you could just donate there at Ron Jackson Music. This is all for YouTube and for Instagram too. You can just donate there if you like this. And someone was asking about my book earlier. So if you want my book, I have a book about chords that's on my website that you could buy, ronjacksonmusic.com. And I have this book called Chords at Your Fingertips. And it's all about chord melody, all kinds of things you can do with chords. Walking bass lines, harmonizing like Chet Atkins, all kinds of cool things. I'm not the only writer. There's also 4 other writers in this book. It's a really great book. So I'm gonna take 1 or 2 more questions. I'm gonna take a break. I have things to do today during my afternoon, and there's gonna be another IGTV video coming up very soon on my Instagram channel, and I'm gonna be putting up some more videos on YouTube as well. And I have a couple of new lesson videos coming up soon, guys. So the relationship between 5, 2, 1 are inversions of each other. Oh, that's a complicated question. 5, 2, 1 are 2, 5, 1. You mean? No, they're not inversions actually in that progression. It's just a progression. Let me see. What gauge is the lowest string you're playing on the walking bass line? So this is someone's asking what gauge this string is. This is a 7 string. Okay, this is actually a 79. This is a 14. So it's a 14 to 79. Let me show you the string pack, because people are always asking me about my strings that I play on my guitar. Let me show you real quick. I have them handy. Usually I have them handy. Where are they? So I can't. Oh yeah, here's the strings right here. This is what I use for my guitar strings. You can find this on my Amazon store, everybody. Labella Strings. Go to amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. I'll show you the thing right now. And these are the type of strings I use. They're 14 to 79 wound. Otherwise, they're nylon tape strings, okay? Black tape strings. If you look, they're black tape. Okay, really nice strings. And if you want to go to my Amazon store, I need to let people know about that more often. You could actually get my strings there. Everybody, so that's my Amazon store for YouTube, okay? And for Instagram, it's a little different. For Instagram, you can actually see it here. You can go to my Amazon store and pick up my strings there, or check them out. That's my shop on Amazon. I'm an Amazon influencer, so you can just go to my Amazon store right there and pick up the strings at shop/Ron Jackson Music. Yeah, so everybody, so that was my tribute to Miles Davis. Thank you for watching. Let me see what other questions there are. Do guitar solo. Someone said, do guitar solo. You're welcome. I did a solo earlier. Let me see if I can play something for you. I gotta get warmed up here. Okay, everybody, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys soon. And, what was I going to say? Please follow me everywhere on Ron Jackson Music, and go check out my website, check out my music on Spotify. Just letting everybody know how to find me. So my name is universal, Ron Jackson Music or Ron Jackson. And you can find me everywhere on all those channels. Thank you, everybody, and I appreciate you guys. And happy birthday to Miles Davis. My last story is this: I saw Miles Davis 3 times. The third time I saw him was in Paris at an arena, and it was another great band. He had Kenny Garrett on saxophone. He had somebody that played like this bass guitar kind of thing. I forget the name, and he was really amazing. And I forget who the drummer was, but they were kind of far away at this time. It was like a real concert. Miles used to do these big concerts all the time, especially in Europe, and even here. So, and then he passed away quite a while ago, and he was really amazing. Okay, so we'll talk, everybody, and thank you, and have a great day, and great seeing you guys on Instagram and YouTube everywhere. I really appreciate you guys. I try to do my best for you with my lessons and my lives, and we'll talk soon. Okay, have a great day. Thank you, guys. Okay, everybody. I'm live right now. I'm going to go live right now on Instagram, too. So, how's everybody doing? Oh, okay. I see one person watching. And I'm going to go live for a little bit, taking some questions. And if there's anything you need to ask me, let me know. I see some people coming on right now. So I'm going to play a little bit. And I'm going to, look for your comments and questions right now. And, if there's anything you want to ask me, let me know. Let me go live right now on Instagram as well. Okay. And let me play you a song before we start. How's everybody doing? Hey, Aiden. Oh, I see you over there. Okay, Aiden. All the way from somewhere. Now, someone on YouTube just asked me a question. Pantera used a lot of jazz elements. You ever play some Pantera? No, I haven't. They're a great band. I've listened to them a little bit. Hey, let me see. Someone's asking me a question. Let me show that question. What tune is that, Ron? Nice greetings from Maryland. That's called I Should Care. Just in case you guys are watching. And you were wondering what that tune was called. And I'm just warming up. I was doing a lot of business the last couple of days, so I'm actually just getting back to playing again. And so I have a lot of announcements to make. For example, next month I'm actually going to start my Indiegogo. So I'm going to be doing another album soon in a tour that's going to be coming in March in the Midwest, and I'm actually going to be doing a fundraiser for my new album. So if you're interested, just please follow my website, follow my YouTube, and all my social media, and you'll hear all about it. Okay, and so that was called. That was called I Should Care. And someone from Belgium is saying hi. Hi, Francesco. And just putting his name up there. And Christopher, Jazz Guitar Quest. Great to hear from you guys. And let me see who's watching me on Instagram here. I'm going to say hi to all these people, wave to you guys. And if there's any comments or questions, please let me know on Instagram as well. And just so you know, on Instagram, I have I have these different kinds of things I have to show you guys. I have too many of these things, but I have an announcement for Instagram where I have this thing called badges. If you're enjoying the show, you can actually donate a badge to me, $1 or $2 or $5. You just go to badges, and hey, it's Yumir. Yumir is my student, and he's gonna be taking a lesson with me tomorrow. Great guitarist. In the New York area, and he's learning how to play 7-string guitar. He just switched to that. So this is a 7-string guitar, everybody, if you have any questions. It's my Eastman, and I'm planning to get a Benedetto made for me right now. So this is, you can actually donate to this. And on YouTube and everything else, you can actually see it on the description. You can go to PayPal, etc. And another announcement I have is, if you enjoy my chord work, you can pick up this book called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's on my website, okay, ronjacksonmusic.com, and just go there, and you can learn about cool chord melody and stuff I'm doing right now from this book, okay, and just go to ronjacksonmusic.com and check it out. So, if there any questions, please send them to me or comments. I'm going to answer them. Let me see what's down here. Hey, someone. Oh yeah, how's it going? Good. I'm going good. Dario. I think Dario's in California, but I'm not quite sure. Again. And how do you fix a crack on guitar finish? You drop your guitar. Someone asked about that, Joaquin. And you know what? I go to a repairman because I don't know how to do that stuff. Just be honest with you. Hey, Luke Artist, all the way from Italy, saying hi from on Instagram. How you doing? So I'm actually streaming to all these platforms. My group on Facebook as well. And thank you everybody for watching. I really appreciate you. And on YouTube. And on all these 4 different places. So let me see what other comments I'm getting up here. Let me do something here too. I need to pin this comment. Post hacked. Let me see. Okay. Let me see this for a second. Let me just paste this real quick and pin this comment. So yeah, I know. Oh yeah, let me show you. Oh yeah, let me show you. So you know what? This is all for small cracks, okay? Let me see who that is. Dario's in Dallas, Texas. Oh, good. I'm trying to get to Texas to play, actually. Oh, good. Chris, if you want to buy my book, Chris, yeah, you can put the discount. We're going to put a discount code for you right now in the comments, okay? And go right to my website and buy it. Now, this is a really cool. When I have little cracks on my guitar, everybody, I use this little pen I got from Home Depot. It's called repair markers. But if it's a big crack, well, I can't really help you. You have to go to definitely to a music store. But I use this for small little scratches on my guitar. If you look at my guitar, I'm always, putting this stuff down. Like, you see these little marks here on my guitar at the bottom, if you can see them. I actually see that little crack right here. Little ting ting. I use these markers actually to fill them in. I look for the right color, like this color maybe, and then I just take my pen and just go like this. You see that? Those little type of things. If you use a guitar all the time, you're gonna get little chings and things like that on your guitar. And I'm not a big stickler about that, but yeah, thank you. So we're gonna put a little code up there for you guys to save. I think it's a permanent code right now called, I think it's RJ10. If you want to save 10% on my book, and I have sales sometimes, but it depends on usually holidays. The next one's probably going to be Labor Day. Okay, so you can pick up this book right here. Right now on my website, I've sold a lot of books. I just actually got a brand new box. Someone's going to show you the new box that I got. They're going to hand it to me in a second and show it that right there. Yeah, so I just got a brand new box of books, everybody. So you can learn chord melody. Let me show you. Let me see. So look at this. I just got a whole brand new box. I got I was selling so many books that I had to pick up like a bunch of them. Like I have like tons of them. So get them before they run out again, everybody. So yeah, so that's my book, Chords at Your Fingertips. It's presented by this magazine called Acoustic Guitar Magazine that I write for. I have 2 articles that came out this year about sweep picking. If you're into picking, like I use sweep picking, and about the harmonic minor and the melodic minor scales. So great. Well, would leaving the exposed wood after the crack be fine, or will there be a long-term effects? I mean, the best way to get that fixed is actually just go to a repairman. Okay. Lines on a simple progression. Oh yeah. Okay. So let me show this before we do that. Someone's asking me, could you please provide some solo guitar? Is asking about, could you provide access insight to playing C major, D minor to G7? So the best way to do that is actually do this. Watch this. So if you're playing a C major 7, you play the major scale, the Ionian scale. Now the D minor 7 scale, you D Dorian, and G7, G dominant. Now these are all the key of C major, but I don't think like that when I'm actually playing. I'm actually switching between all of them. Okay, I'll go from C major. If I'm in if I'm playing for C major and I go C Dorian, you should play with C Dorian from that root too, or C dominant, or C Lydian. You should be able to change your scales to any scale. C Locrian. So you should be able to play that from any root. Okay, everybody. When I'm practicing 251, I play 4/4 rhythm changes because it becomes more difficult. Oh yeah, I understand that. Yeah. So you can practice sequences, guys, too. So that's another thing you do. I could go like it. I mean, this is really a simple exercise. I show this all the time to my students. The like 1 3 5 7. Then the arpeggio, all arpeggios. I mean, I'm only doing it for the root position, everybody. Now, I mean, there's so many different techniques. I have like different licks. Then 2 5. I'm doing 1 6 2 5 the whole time when I'm doing this. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah. So everybody, so we pinned my comment for the discount code for my book, everybody. So if you want to get my book, The comment is pinned, so you can save 10% on my website. Okay? If you have any questions, let me know. And let me play another song then to continue. Okay? And I'll take some more questions. It becomes more difficult on a backing track. Yeah, sure. Good, good. Dyads. Oh, dyads. Interesting. I gotta look that word up. I mean, I think I know what dyads means. I'm gonna look that up in a second. That's a great question. Someone's asking me about dyads. So go back. It's okay. Let me look that up real quick. You look the dyads up for me and send it to me. Yeah. So anyway, let me play a song before we do that, and then we're gonna go into questions right now. Oh yeah, someone's asking me about Coltrane changes. So you know what's really funny? I took a lesson recently with Mike Stern, the guitar player, and the first thing he says to me, "Why don't we just practice giant steps?" So we had a good talk about that, so you know I like so we worked on giant steps, and so there's different ways to approach that song, and basically giant steps is taking giant steps is an E flat, okay. But basically, you're taking the scale and dividing it into three parts: E flat, G, and B, or which is actually in this case, it's an augmented chord in the key of E, E flat. So giant steps is basically is actually from the Slominski book, wherever my book is right here, which is this book. Okay, Slominski is his name, and he's really great. So John Coltrane went to this section in the book where you actually take the. Let me tell you the section. You take the octave and you make it a ditone progression. Okay, and the ditone progression. Oh, it's corrupted. Oh wow. Oh, it says about the link is corrupted. Oh. Uh-oh. So I've got to go in there and get it fixed, guys. Oh, my link is corrupted, so I better contact my company, okay? So we'll work on that next. I'm sorry about that, guys. We'll get that. The banner is blocking the fretboard. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry about that. I'm going to move that up. I'll move that banner. Let me move that banner. So let me remove that banner. Actually, the banner could be like a scrolling banner. Actually, we'll fix that in a second. I'll move the guitar. I'll move the guitar down a little bit like this. Okay, that's better. So that's ditone progression. So let me play giant steps for you a little bit with my. I'm not gonna play giant steps right now for you because I want to try. I'll do it like solo guitar. Ready? Here we go. Okay. So let me see. Just do it here. Okay. So hey everybody. So that was Giant Steps. Now, if you have any questions, please let me know. Um, someone had a question about that kind of stuff. Let me see some of the comments here that people are making here. Does the Pitbull Platinum shave as close? Yes, it does actually, Eric. I just actually picked up a couple of them right now from Skull Shaver, and I just took a shave. I'm actually going to take a shave today, but everything it works great. So you know that, everybody. So you know what I need to do. I'm going to ask a couple more questions because I'm going to have to see what's going on with my website.
Tell them.
Yep.
The link I posted in the comment that is pinned is okay, but do not go to shop. Do it exactly as. Click on that, not anything that's previously saved in their browsers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's probably what happened because that one works, but the shop one is not.
Okay, so everybody, the link in the comment. Send me the exact link, please. Okay, that's it. Okay. Okay, so hey everybody. So I'm going to put this in the comments right now. It's already pinned. But if you want to buy my book in my store, someone just told me that you need to go to ronjacksonmusic.com/store. Don't put anything else in there. There's a corrupted link. I think my website is actually working, but that's the problem. I'm going to talk to my website developer. Someone's been trying to hack my site, so we're going to make sure that's straight after this, okay? Okay. No, sure. Okay. Okay, so here, everybody. So now let me continue to answer some questions. Giant Steps. What's Wonderwall? I don't know that one. Thank you. Huh?
Oasis, Wonderwall.
Oh, Oasis. I don't know that one. Okay, Dario. So anyway, so you can pick up my book if you go to that right link. Okay, that's pinned to my comments. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Let me keep answering some questions here. So the Pitbull shaver is really great. If I could see the box of the new one, it's in the plastic bag over there. Yep, that would be great. In the bathroom. So anyway, let me see what else is going on here. I want to keep answering some questions. Let me go to YouTube, Instagram. Actually, I studied music theory, and I'm struggling. Any tips for that? I try to study a little every time to be sure, but I have understood the concepts. But yeah, sometimes theory blows my mind. Theory. I'll tell you, everybody. Theory is really important, but you can be a good musician without theory. So what I suggest is that that you get a teacher to help you or study with somebody. Now you just have to be able to relate theory to what you're actually playing, and that can be a little tricky. Okay, so when I'm actually playing, I have a lot of patterns memorized and licks. So you have to really be conscious about that kind of stuff. And so when I'm playing, like I know that if I'm playing like let's say I'm playing a C altered scale. So I'm playing through that right now, and I play that really quick, but I know I'm playing it so fast that I can't think of every note. I just remember the pattern. But if I slow it down, then I'll go C altered is actually could be a D flat melodic minor scale, so it's like this. Okay, that's a D flat melodic minor scale. Starting on C. So I know that's altered, but also I know that this is a C note, which is the root. The D flat against the C chord, the C dominant 7 chord with a flat 9, sharp 9, flat 13, all those notes. This is actually a flat 9, sharp 9, a third, a sharp 11, a flat 13, a flat 7, and back to 1. But that's hard to remember all that stuff. So you have to practice it over and over. And to play it is a whole different story. So you have to know where to start on that note, etc. So that's really tricky. to play, melodic minor and use it for alter, and then use it for different, different sequences. So, you just have to practice over and over and just study as much as you can. Remember, everything's about repetition. So that's a great question. That's from Luke Artist, one of my friends on Instagram. Thank you for watching. Let me see what other questions there are in the comments. Let me see. Someone's asking, how do you improvise? Fly Me to the Moon. Okay. I'll play Fly Me to the Moon from Timmy Art. Let me play that. It's one of my favorite songs. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for everybody for watching. Hey, Stevie Ray Vaughan is watching. Oh my God. Stevie Ray Vaughan is watching on YouTube, man. I thought you were. He's probably coming from a different world. Thank you, Stevie. So that was Fly Me to the Moon, a little request. Do you ever use pedals? That's a great question, John. Yes, I do. Actually, I have a bunch of pedals right over here that I can't quite reach. Let me see if I can grab them real quick. Yes, I use pedals. And look at this. These are kind of heavy, but look at this. I have a whole pedal board right here. Let me put my guitar down for a second. So, so everybody, just so you know, just be on the lookout. I'm going to be doing my Indiegogo soon for my new album. And I'm going to be coming on tour near you soon. In the Midwest, particularly on the West Coast. And I'm working a bunch of dates. And so look at these pedals I have here, everybody. Watch this. Someone's asking about pedals. Look at this. Oh, I don't know if Instagram can see this. But these are some pedals I use. I used this on a session recently. Take a look. These are a ton of pedals, guys. uh, hey, someone said they love Stevie Ray Vaughan's work. He must be working from heaven because Stevie passed away quite a while ago. But He has his own YouTube channel. I love it. I love it. So look at this. These are some of my pedals. I got these from a lot of these from Seymour Duncan. These are great pedals, guys. And I got the the pedal train pedal board, and I got a Voodoo Labs power supply. So I actually did a filming recording session with this recently. So yes, I use pedals. And yeah, thank you, Dario. Those are great. Those are great pedals too. Joyo vintage overdrives. Yeah, so yes, I use pedals. But most of the time I like to play with the clean sound. But when it calls for it, I use pedals. So I got my pedal train here, and I got a bunch more pedals than this. I can't fit them all in this thing, man. And some guys, one of my friends, Alex Skolnick, he's a great guitar player. Mike Stern always uses like some kind of delay. I was taking a lesson with him recently, and they have like tons of pedals, man. I don't know how they loop all that stuff. And I don't know, man. It's like a whole art. I don't know if I have a hard time enough playing the guitar than all these pedals. But so anyway, everybody, I just wanted to go live. And yeah, I have an octave pedal in there. Yeah, I have all kinds of pedals. Let me show you real quick what I have on here, everybody. You want me to do that? So let me show you real quick what I have in here. So it's my pedal train. Watch this. So I have, sorry, Instagram, it might be hard to show you this. But I have like, let me show you. So I have a Dark Sun reverb delay from Seymour Duncan, a loop station from Boss, a shapeshifter tremolo from Seymour Duncan called the shapeshifter, the Catalina from Seymour Duncan, which is a chorus pedal, a booster pedal to turn my guitar up if I need to. It just boosts the output of the guitar. Okay. A Palladium gain stage. It's actually like a kind of an overdrive from Seymour Duncan. So these are from Seymour Duncan. Dirty D distortion from Seymour Duncan. I endorse Seymour Duncan. That's why I have these pedals too, guys. So and also this is a distortion pedal. This one, it's a really great one. An Octaver from Boss, which I didn't get from them, and a volume pedal. Okay, so all these pedals right here from Seymour Duncan are from my endorsement with them. So they're great pedals. Seymour Duncan, go check out their pedals. They're in the pedal company, pedal business now. So for like the last 4 or 5 years, so they're really great. Seymour is actually a good friend of mine. I've known him for like a long time. One of my fans, and thank you. You want to hear jazz guitar with overdrive? Actually, on my one of my videos on YouTube and TikTok and all that, I'm playing some stuff on overdrive, some jazz stuff. So check it out. So hey, everybody, I'm gonna get going. I've got to see what's going on with my website and all this other stuff and get off. But follow me. Pick up my book on my website. You can go to the store directly now. That link, and I'm gonna figure out why the other link is corrupted. And if you enjoyed the show, particularly everybody, please donate to my page. You can actually go for Instagram. You can actually it's pinned to my comments. You can give me a donation at PayPal at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, Venmo, Cash App, all that stuff, all at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and also you can actually give me a badge if you like. Okay, so you can go there, and Instagram's actually encouraged me to do that. And then on YouTube, just go to these pages right now, and you can actually donate to Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. Okay. May I have a song request? Um, what's that? Oh yeah, I'm gonna take that off right now. That comment. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Oh yeah, someone's asking about Django Reinhardt. Let me do that real quick. Django Reinhardt's one of my favorite guitar players, everybody. And he's actually from Belgium, a Belgian gypsy, and he was like one of the greats. And he actually played with his fingers like this, seared together, and he was amazing, man. You can actually, if you have two strong fingers, you can actually play a lot of stuff. I've had to talk about this with George Benson one time. You know, you have two strong fingers. Even my guitar teacher, Melvin Sparks, one of them, talked about, you know, if you have two strong fingers, you could really play. And he could play. He was great. One of my favorite guitar players. Let me see. Let me show you. Let me see. Dario saying this. Does the book illustrate chords you use, Ron? Yes, it does, Dario. Look, actually, a few of my exercises in this book, Dario, is asking a question about like this book. For example, I take a melody. First, you learn how to play bass lines with chords, Dario. So this one of my exercises, a really popular one, actually one of the most popular ones on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, is you learn how to play walking bass lines with chords and comping. Okay, and you build it up to, you know, and then another thing I do is chord melody. I take a song like Billy Boy, and I develop the melody, okay, all the way into like a full chord melody. Now you can go to my Patreon. I'm doing a giveaway this week. You can go to my Patreon, and I'm going to be going live on my Patreon about the book itself. But it becomes a whole chord melody here, guys. So yes, Dario, the book goes over chords a lot. And the book is actually all chords. I have just different writers on here. Not only me. There's a great guitarist like Adam Levy, who's played with like a bunch of different people: Andy DeFranco, Lisa Loeb, Nora Jones. These are all the writers in the book, everybody. So you can check them out. It's a really great book. Okay, so go check it out and go to my website. You get the 10% off. And thank you, everybody. Um, and you know, thank you, Guitar Quest. You just let me show that. Thank you. So Ron, can you play the song "So What"? Oh yeah, thank you for the $5 donation. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna play that song right now for Guitar Quest. And let me look at the. I want to look at the bass line for a second. And we're gonna play a song request from Christopher DaCosta. Okay, and he gave me a tip for the song "So What," so I'll play him "So What." Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go. One, two, three, four, one. All right. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And that was actually a request from Christopher, and gave me a donation. I really appreciate it. And thank you. It's funny because, like, it's tricky on the 7-string guitar to play all these little fancy walking bass lines and everything. But I really appreciate you guys watching. And so we'll talk to everybody soon. I'll go live. I'll be going live at least once a week on all my channels. And I appreciate everybody. And I remember, be on the lookout. I'm going to be doing my Indiegogo campaign starting on September 8th. And for my new album and my new tour. So I appreciate all my fans. Please share my page with everybody. Please follow me everywhere: TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. Everything is Ron Jackson Music. And so we'll talk soon. And email me if you have any questions at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. And we'll talk. And have a great day, everybody. I'm going to get going. I'm going to have to do some things today. I'm going to be seeing some great music tonight with Winard Harper at Moore's Lounge in Jersey City. And he's going to have a great saxophone player named Talib Keyboy, who I work with. And I work with Winard Harper. He's a great drummer. Really great drummer, one of the best around. And keep in touch, support live music and jazz, and support us musicians. And we'll talk soon, everybody, okay? And have a great day. Okay, bye-bye. You can watch the rebroadcast of this after. Okay, and I'll see some of the questions I answered, and we'll talk soon. Bye. Okay, bye-bye, everybody. Thank you. Hey. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. How are you? So, do me a favor. If you're live with me right now, please go to the chat box and ask anything about guitar picking. Today's subject is about picking on the guitar. You could be left-handed or right-handed. And I used primarily the George Benson technique. So you can actually, we could talk about that technique, and also you can also talk about other techniques like sweeping, picking all down or picking all up. There's so many different methods to picking. So one of the best things to do is obviously, like right now I'm using, it depends on the guitar too. So right now I'm using a guitar that has round wound strings. I just got the guitar from Eastman. It's a Eastman T49D guitar. And you can actually, the strings are round wound. So when I play round wound strings, okay, now if you have a problem hearing me, let me know. So I'm actually playing through my audio sound card. When I hit round wound strings, I tend to pick, what's the word? Straight on or perpendicular. Because if you start, I like to pick sideways like that. But to pick sideways on a round wound string, you get a lot of scraping sound. You hear that? So I learned how to pick on both types of strings, so I'll adjust. See that? So on round wound strings, you hit straight on, like perpendicular. And I use the George Benson technique where, like, I turn my pick like this. Let me go closer to the, I want to move a little bit closer to the computer here so you can see. And I actually turn my pick like this. My pick is almost like this when I hit the strings. You see that? It's like sideways, but I'm going inside, like my wrist is going up. Some people pick like this. I think Pat Metheny picks like that. A lot of guitar players, I know Mark Whitfield does this way, picks this way. George Benson, a lot of people like Bobby Broom, Rodney Jones, that's who I studied with too. When I hung out with George Benson, and they held the pick this way. Okay. Now, you hear this? You hear that? Now, if you hit straight on, hear the difference. That's a warmer sound when I go sideways. When I turn up like that. You hear a treblier sounding. So, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm going to put this in the chat box. There's a chat box here. We're going live. And what was I going to say? I'm going to put this in the chat box. Send me questions. Okay. So, one of my warm-ups I like to do actually is what I call the open string tremolo. So I like to go really fast as possible. Just hit like the first string, go down and up, but you gotta go fast as possible. So I'm hitting this pick straight on. Now, I don't like hitting the pick straight on because it's too much. When you hit the pick straight on to the string, it's really hard to control. But when I go sideways like this, I can play much faster because there's a lot less tension. And I'm going inside of the pick. So you could do this exercise. You got, if you're not warmed up, you can get a lot of tension on your picking hand. See that? So my right arm. Some people are left-handed, so that's why I call it picking hand. You could do that for a while, fast as you possibly can. Now you can use dynamics, soft, loud, etc. Okay, then you can move to the second string and do the same thing. You do this with me. Now the problem is when I get to the round strings, I'm going to switch guitars in a minute. Go to my 7th string. You're going to have a problem with round strings doing this because to be able to play sideways, it's better to use flat wound strings. Now, some people don't know what flat wound strings, but flat wound strings are the ones where the strings are all the winding is actually ground down flat, so you don't have any issues. Now the next one is now I'm using the round wound string here. It's not that bad because these are like kind of like polished down. Now the 6th string, you can hear the scraping. If I hit it straight on, you hear the scraping. So this is a really good warm-up exercise because this makes your left hand do a lot less work. You can play this fast. Now you can do different little exercises too between strings. Like now, good exercise is going down and up or up and down between 2 strings like this. Things like that. See? Okay, and then that's one thing you could actually do. And then we're gonna start working on arpeggios and all that stuff too, and how to sweep with those. I'm trying to see if there's anybody sending me questions while we're talking or texting me about this. Okay, good. So that's a great warm up. Now you could do the skipping strings. Hey, Reggie. Oh, Reggie Hagee has a question. How long would you suggest the strumming practice? You mean the tremolo practice? Is that what you mean? Let me write that down. Sorry, tremolo. I mean, I would suggest like doing that for 5 minutes or something. It should just be a warm up, like that. The thing is, when you do that exercise, you just gotta make sure you're completely relaxed. And my hand's already stiff because I'm not really warmed up. Yeah. Yeah, I would do that to warm up, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Just a little bit to start. Now you could do skipping strings too. That's much harder. So I'm going. You could go. You could go. You can make up little exercises. Like I'm going 2 notes or triplet. Triplets are interesting because you can go down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. You know, you can switch between it, or you can just go down, up, down, down, up, down. We could go 4 notes. Now you can skip like 2 strings. So now you notice too that I'm not. I'm primarily focusing on just getting those notes out. But you know, the thing is, like if you're actually playing, you're gonna have to actually, what's the word? Lock the strings to get sound with your left hand eventually, and your right hand. There's a lot of ringing. So, you know, the most important thing is now is that I'm actually using alternate picking, which is down, up, and you should be able to practice your scales and your runs with those kind of with alternate picking mostly. So when I'm actually playing a line, let's say I'm playing a C major scale. Let me adjust this right so you can go. Let's just do a different key, like let's say A flat. So what I'm doing is I'm doing all alternate picking. I mean, obviously, and see now you got to coordinate your left hand and right hand. So the thing is now you can do different exercises with that. You can go, you can do, you know, 8th note. Or you can, now I'm doing, you could make up different kinds of exercises with that. You can go in thirds and go, use alternate picking. Any position. I mean, any possible fingering that you do, you should try to use alternate picking. Now, but another rule is, let's say you have an arpeggio. Okay, arpeggios like let's say like even 2 notes. I can use sweeping now. Sweeping is when you go across 2 strings, 2 or more strings in the same direction. It could be going down this direction, even though the pitch is going up, or going up this way, even though the pitch is going down. Go back to A flat. Now, what I can actually do too is I can do like a phrase with the chords where I can just go, I can do 3 note voicings and go up the scale this way, up the neck, up the neck. I'm doing diatonic chords in the A flat, just thirds. So I'm going 1, 3, you know, A, B minor, C minor. So if I'm going to sweep up, I can go. See what I'm doing? So I can mix them up actually now. See? That's all right. I'm only going one direction, but you could actually sweep backwards too. You could sweep like this. I'll move the mic a little closer. You can sweep like this. Now, if you look at my picking hand, if you have any questions about the picking hand and how I'm doing this, I'm actually still keeping the pick. I'm not hitting the pick straight. I'm not hitting the pick straight anymore. I'm still going like this sideways. You know, this exaggerated upward, wrist motion here or wrist placement. You know, it's not straight like this. The pick straight. The pick is going against the string like this. You can see that. It's more like that if you see the pick. Okay. So I'm going to go up like this. I can go up. Now the thing is not to have the notes bleed into each other. So it doesn't sound like you're actually holding a chord together like this. You want to go. You want to make sure the notes are separated so you can get cool lines like this. So if you want to mix them up, you can go like this. So I'm going to go down, up, or you can go. Now I'm doing that on actually the fourth, second, and third strings, fourth, third, and second string. You can do it from any arpeggio. I'm just doing the diatonic chords in the key of A flat. It's a little harder. So you can do it that way. I'm only doing 3 adjacent notes too, like a chord. But you can actually go. You can actually separate notes in different ways. You can go. You can go 2 notes and then on the same string play. The arpeggio instead of going like this. So if I did something like that, I would go sweep, then go up, down, down, up, like that. Backwards, I would go down, down, up, up, down, up. Going up like that, going backward. I mean, there's so many ways you can practice these type of things. You can go. I can use a fifth string root. Going down, sweeping. I like that lick here. I'm going. This sweeping lick, I'm actually going sweep, down, sweep, up, like that. It's a great warm-up exercise for your picking, actually, these type of exercises. Okay, if anybody has any more questions, please let me know. I see 3 people watching so far. That's great. Now, another thing you can actually do is, so you can start doing, there's different kinds of picking. So picking is not only with a pick. You can actually use hybrid picking. Now, hybrid picking is when you hold the pick and you start using your extra fingers to play chords, So I usually do that if I'm comping, like let's say I'm doing a bass line or walking. Or I have some other stuff happening. Sometimes I start doing this. Turn up a little bit. So I'll go, if I'm walking a bass line, I'm only playing my 6th string right now, but I can go like this. See, I'm actually using the pick to do the bass line, and then I'm actually I'll do the comping rhythms with my extra fingers. I usually use my second and third. See how I'm using my extra fingers? So sometimes when I'm walking bass lines, I don't necessarily use my pick for everything. I'll mix them up. Now you can use your pick for everything, so you have to play right into the melody note. So now what happens is whenever I'm playing like the bass line and there's an extra place where I can throw the chord in, I'll just hit the pick with no fingers. So you have to be able to what's the word? Be able to change up whenever you want between these picking styles. You notice how the pick when you use the pick, it's a lot louder sounding too. A lot not as nice as sounding, or soft as sounding. This sounds smoother to me. If I use my pick. It's more abrasive sounding. So when I'm picking, that's hybrid picking. So I mean, there's different types of hybrid. I'm just doing a walking bass line, but you could do a melody like this with hybrid picking too. It's coming soon. See how I'm mixing up the fingers now with the picking at the same time. Now, if I can still do the same thing with my pick. I have to really play every chord. So pick, actually, when you're actually using your fingers, you can get a lot more independence with both hands. I mean, I do a little. So that's one way of playing. So I'm using my pick on this one, and fingers called hybrid picking. But also, you should know how to do some finger picking stuff too. I mean, you should start. Picking is a big world, Like Tommy Emmanuel is a great guy to check out, man. He's like a real master of like the finger picking and playing melodies together. Um, you know, um, and some people are really great at like just like picking. I saw Julian Lodge, guitar player, play really quick picking just on acoustic guitar, kind of like mixing it up, just playing all picking with no hybrid picking, just picking every note. So you can actually get this stuff really, really together. So like another thing is just to learn how to do fingerstyle guitar. Classical is a really good thing. Now that's a whole different world because now you gotta learn how to get every note clean with every finger. So I used to study classical guitar. One of the things they do is like have you play a C chord, do all these different kinds of patterns. And pulling that C chord was like just as hard as playing the picking. Or different patterns. I mean, there's so many things you can do with just finger picking. And another good thing to do is actually like I used to study Chet Atkins, and he was great. You could do like ragtime guitar stuff. Oops. So I'm doing like a ragtime figure picking thing. That's one of my old songs called "Old Country Road," and I'm into this kind of stuff too. But you got to keep, you have to keep practicing these things to keep up with all these techniques. Left hand independence. I mean, right hand independence with your picking, left hand at the same time with the bass line going. And sometimes I get like, I have the missing string syndrome, like missing limb. So I play seven string a lot. So as soon as I feel it's a seven string, then I start trying to play it. It's not the right note. So it can get kind of tricky. Does anybody have any questions? Please send me questions. Hold up. I'm going to say, send me questions, please. Send me questions, please. Send me questions. In the chat box on this live stream, please send me a question. So now, some people ask me, there's some other techniques too to play. Like, picking is really important because sometimes when I'm picking, I don't play every note. I don't pick every note. I also phrase with my left hand when I'm taking a solo. Excuse me, and I'm making sure that I don't pick every note because sometimes it can sound really heavy. If I'm playing really fast, I'm not necessarily playing picking every note. Oh, what is this? Hold on. There's a question right here. How does picking vary between 6 and 7 string in layman's terms? Oh, so when you're picking with a 7 string guitar, I should get the 7 string guitar out. It's a little different. You have a lot more strings to try to block and cover with your right hand too. Now, picking your technique is also learning how to mute strings. Let me get my 7 string out. Real quick. Hold on. Oh, where's that chord? Here it is. So here's my 7 string. Yeah, that's a good question. So when I'm playing a 7 string, it's a little different because, not technically speaking, but you have to block a lot of strings now. Also, I have a flat wound string on this, so I can play sideways, except for the 7 string, which is, you can hear that scraping sound. On the 7 string is round wound, but the rest, they're all taped. Only thing, the problem is with the 7 string is that there's so many more notes to block. So if I'm playing that ragtime piece with my right hand. So it's tricky to play that ragtime piece now because I have that low note. I'm not used to playing ragtime on a 7 string. So I could actually go up here now. See, I can get that low note there that I didn't have before, the D. So this is the A, and this is the D. So when I'm doing the finger picking now, it's tricky because the spacing is different with the 7 string as well. Now, so I can put that low note in there. I really love that low A string. So what happens is I'm actually I have to compensate to use that 7th string now when I'm actually doing fingerstyle. Now with the bass line, it's the same thing. If I'm doing, I was playing the key of C earlier, like this, just like a rhythm changes in the key of C. So I was kind of doing this on the 6th string. Now, when I'm doing the hybrid picking, it's actually I get all those notes down, but I have to compensate with the 7th string. See that? So I'm actually have to compensate with the hybrid picking. Now, if I'm going to do the same thing with strumming, I can actually go. I can go. So you should be able to compensate with a pick. You should be able to play with and without a pick. And what if you lose your pick? I mean, I used to actually at one time I used to play with my thumb. Oh yeah, we never talked about the thumb playing. So another picking technique is playing with your thumb. So one of my biggest influences, I guess, like everybody else, is Wes Montgomery. So I used to play with my thumb. That's a whole different thing too. I forgot about that part. So now I used to see Wes, and he used to I think hold his thumb kind of like this, like a real pick. I had some friends that actually seen him play, and he would actually look like his thumb was so worn out. It was shaped like a pick. I heard. So the thing is now most artists are done like. Well, he used to pick with his thumb too, obviously. So you would actually do the same kind of thing you would do with a pick. You would actually, what's the word? Pick down and up, like alternate picking with your thumb. You could do the sweeping thing too with your thumb. You know who's really amazing with playing with his thumb as well as his pick is George Benson. He can play just as fast with his thumb. He doesn't even need a pick. Sometimes he'll just play with his thumb. He's really good at that. Now I heard this guy. If you read about George Benson, he learned how to pick with the thumb going with the pick going up like this because I heard he used to just practice, on tour. And he used to be cramped in the car, and so he just picked like, he had to hold his guitar up like this, and his picking technique, would go up. Now he was really, a child prodigy. He was playing that good, when he was like, I saw videos of him playing 18 years old with who's that guy? Which organ player? Some great organ players back then, and he knew how to pick like that quick. And one thing about George Benson, I was reading an interview with, watching an interview with Marcus Miller. He said that George Benson practices all the time. He has a guitar all over the house and just practices, whatever, all the time. That's why he's so good. And I even had friends who toured with him, and he just practiced all the time. And that's how his picking technique was so good. Because, he's one of those kind of guys, you just keep practicing all the time, and you get so good at it. It just becomes so second nature. He just picks up any guitar, makes it sound good. I've heard him play a Stratocaster, and it sounds good. Or Telecaster, any of those, even a solid body guitar. So, so when you're playing a 7-string, this guitar particularly has these black flat round strings, nylon tape, and they're really good. They don't make any noise when you're playing them. They're just like, they're regular round, flat round string. So there's no, you hear no noise. See that? This string you hear, the 7th string, but the rest are all flat. So there's absolutely no noise. So it's really good for sweeping and stuff, you know, like this. So when we were talking about playing fast. So when I'm actually playing fast, I'm trying to not just pick every note. I'm trying to use more legato with my left hand. So you got to learn how to do that too. So when I'm actually playing really quick, my left hand's doing a lot of, so my picking, I don't have to pick every note. Not like Pat Martino would pick every note. You know, like, you know, you have to, I mean, it's like, playing that fast, picking every note, sounds too abrasive to me personally. I like to mix it up. I'll go like, see what I'm doing is I'm kind of mixing up the picking with the legato with the left hand. You know, more using. I'm not talking about with legato with your left hand. You're doing more hammer on. You know, slides. You know, just not relying only on the pick. Like someone like John McLaughlin picks every note all the time. It sounds abrasive. I like to make it sound more legato, like a saxophone player. Mix up the picking with, you know, with legato, left hand hammer on, pull off kind of things on the left hand. I'll go like this. I'll go things like, that's a nice thing. See how I'm mixing the legato with the picking? I'm going, you see how the pick's coming right off? I might do a hammer on. See, I might go, see, I'll take my picking hand out. So my left hand's doing some of the work too. So I'm just trying to show you that you don't have to pick every note. I think that they're all picking sound. It will sound like that. That's how it sounds like when it's picked every note. So you know, you want to get a nice clean sound when you're actually playing. And that's my opinion. Now, some people like the picking sound like that. So I think that's your preference. So let's get back to the thumb a little bit. So when Wes was playing the thumb, so I mean, I was playing with my thumb for a while, maybe 15, 20 years ago, a lot. I was playing with my thumb. So now, I think playing with the thumb, it has such a warm sound. So I mean, I would just do exercises like. See, I'm not used to playing with my thumb going down and up, but you can practice down and up picking and picking notes. I think a lot when you're playing with your thumb, also you have to rely a lot on your left hand. At least in my case. I was doing West Montgomery's Road Song. You have to do a lot of with your left hand and right hand this time, because for me to compensate for the it's not, to me it's not as loud as like Wes would do it, because he really played it. He used to probably flick the, if you hit your thumb like this, you can kind of flick the string and get a more sound, almost like what we call rest stroke in classical. A rest stroke is when you hit the string and you rest on the next string, and you get more of a sound of it. You get the bouncing of the string like elastic. Actually, we never talked about that with the pick, so you can do the same thing with the pick. Sometimes when I pick a note, I'll rest on the next string to get more response spots for the string. Another good technique I forgot to mention, there's so many techniques with picking. The sweeping. I mean, one great guy who's really great at sweeping is Frank Gambale. He had this like video years ago that was all sweep picking that I actually have somewhere on a video that can't work anymore. And basically those videos were like, what's the word? You know, eventually get stuck in your video machine. So you can actually order the DVDs now for this stuff, so they're so much more reliable. But he had a great video about sweeping. He did all kinds of weird stuff with sweeping, really advanced stuff, you know. And another good technique is learn how to mute the strings when you're picking, because when you start recording of stuff, you can hear the string. There's a lot of string noise that strings ringing. So one good technique is actually playing like a scale. Like a good exercise I like to do is like to learn how to pick and mute with your left hand, so you don't. But to also play one note at a time. This one good technique is playing the A minor pentatonic. Let's say the fifth position like this. Okay, and I could just hit every note and every string like this. And learn how to block every note. I'm hitting all 7 strings. But this is the hard part. This is the first string. I have a lot more strings to cover here. So what I'm actually doing is learning how to block the strings with my left hand and playing all 7 strings on this, in this case, with my pick, and try to get a clean sound. So you could actually start doing the funky percussive stuff when you're doing funk. So you can actually get that muted sound in between strings. Another good technique for picking is learn how to mute with your left hand when you're picking, like I was just doing. See how I'm doing muting and that kind of stuff. There's so many picking techniques. So let's do a little review. So so you remember the most important thing, Reggie. Oh, Reggie, thanks for the question. Reggie's asking, do you keep your nails in any condition for finger style? You know what? When I do finger style, you know, I have friends that I had this guitar teacher, Ben Scher, Berkeley, you know, professor, come over. I did like a duet with him at my place, you know, for Mike's master classes. And Ben actually has like fingernails or finger picks attached to his fingers. And so, I mean, I basically just use skin when I'm doing picking. Um, um, I think you're talking about my picking hand, I hope. And I don't use any kind of conditioning. I just use my skin on my fingers. But people actually grow their nails to play classical. Now, when you do the classical stuff, thanks, Reggie. You know, when you do the classical stuff, you're using nylon strings mostly, so it's kind of hard to put your nails on steel strings. That's the problem. So, you know, we haven't even talked about how to pick on a nylon string. That's a whole different world too, and on steel string guitars. So you have to adjust your picking a little bit to get used to these things because they're round strings. But no, I don't do anything to my nails. I just try to keep them short for my left hands because if they get a little too long, it starts to interfere with my left hand technique. But as far as my picking, I just have my nails short, and I use skin basically. So I can use my thumb. Sometimes when I use my thumb, most of the time I'm just hitting downstroke on using my thumb. But also I know how to use my fingers a bit. I used to do it a lot at one time. Practice like. So I'll use my thumb and first finger, like down, up, down, up. You know, a lot of classical guys do that. some classical guys, like I've seen Paco de Lucia, they'll use like the first, the index and middle finger to play like play like crazy fast runs, but they're using nails too, So the nail, when Paco de Lucia was using nails, it had a really strong sound, I mean, they put super glue on there so there's a break and all that. It's really like a whole world I'm not saying I'm lazy, but I didn't want to keep up with all that upkeep for your nails to play this stuff. But flamenco guys and all that, they have stuff like that. And classical guys, they have nails. But if you want to see some technique, you should check out the videos with John McLaughlin, Al Di Meola, and Paco de Lucia when they had this trio for fast picking technique. They're not particularly playing jazz, but that's fine. I mean, I saw these guys in high school. And they had so many chops. They go, they're doing really fast scales. Stuff like that. Crazy runs. I mean, they're just like scale runs. This really played fast. And I really like this. That's a whole different kind of technique. Now, jazz is, I don't want to say it's more sophisticated. It's just like, I love John McLaughlin and all these guys, but I like to play with more sophisticated legato kind of playing technique. So you got to kind of switch that up together. So, I mean, I'm going to be putting some picking exercises on Patreon soon, that I use for warm-ups. There's different warm-ups you can use, like the tremolo. There's sweeping. There's all kinds of different techniques. So if there's any questions, let me know. You can send a comment, put a comment on this video after. I might finish up here. I mean, there's so many more. I think I got basically all the techniques. We talked about hybrid picking, finger picking, thumb picking, a sweeping. We didn't talk much about sweeping down. So you can sweep down, like, especially with licks. Like one of my favorite licks to sweep down with is like the 9. Picking a minor 9, like a G minor 9. It's a great. I like to use that sweeping lick. I like to use it also on the. That's on the first string. I could use it. When I do it on the second string, a lot of people guitar players put that. So you hit that major 7 there, which is this. Here's a little different. You're hitting the root there. On the second string, you're going. See that? I can do it that way too. So sweeping down is a really cool thing to do too. All sweeping down. Also, one rule that I forgot to mention was that when you're doing alternate picking, you alternate going. One rule is to go sweep. Is to alternate going up and sweep and alternate going down. I mean, that's a rule I heard about that George Benson actually used. You sweep and alternate and do alternate picking going down this direction and do up. When going up this direction, you use alternate picking as one rule. I mean, in my case, I just do anything I possibly can to play the phrase the best I can. So if it's some kind of arpeggio, I use sweeping. But sometimes I'll mix up an arpeggio with alternate picking. So the rules you can break the rules once you learn them. But the most important thing is to get that picking going and using dynamics and every possible thing that you can actually do with your picking. So I suggest listening to different people and trying to learn their picking styles. Not only like just with your pick, just learn how to play. Guitarists. I think jazz guitarists are very limited with it. Limits you to use just the pick and play one note at a time, basically. So if you can do hybrid picking and fingerstyle and learn those techniques too, it opens up your whole world. And what happens is sometimes when you're trying to cover all the parts, it limits you too. So when you're playing just all solo, your solos are really good because you're only playing just one line. And when you start trying to do a solo when you're playing chords, that's a whole. When I had my guest Sean McGowan on acoustic guitars, on acoustic guitar takeover I had about a month ago. Sean's great, man. He does the walking bass lines, the chords, and solos at the same time. Now I can kind of do that, but he has it really worked out, and you can hear it's really worked out too. So and it's really a skill to do that. But sometimes when you're doing it that way, it limits your soloing because obviously when you're trying to do everything, your solos can't be as strong. I think I'm not saying his are in general, but I'm just saying at least in my case, I can't solo as strong because I'm doing all this other stuff and I'm trying to worry about playing the bass line, the chord over the whatever I'll be going. See how I'm mixing everything up? Like what I want to actually, one good thing to learn is see if you can keep all the bass line, everything going without stopping while you're taking these solos. And that's really hard for me to do. I have to really work out everything detail to do that. And so that's part of arranging. Joe Pass kind of did it that way, but not exactly. He would do it like, if you listen to his record, I started listening to him recently again, and he was a master of like playing solo stuff, but he's not exactly playing like all the time like a solo and with the chords and bass line going at the same time. You have to have that really worked out. He had a lot of stuff worked out. Sometimes he would do that, but not all the time. He'd start filling in and just play lines and mix them all up. So I think I covered a lot of stuff today on picking. And if there's any questions, or after this live stream, please send a comment on the live stream, and let me know if there's any questions there, and I'll respond on the live stream. Who is your favorite fingerstyle picking song? Can you play it? Fingerstyle picking song. What do you think? Oh, I gotta think about it. What is your favorite fingerstyle picking song? Oh, I don't even know. Oh, one of them is I don't know. One of my favorite fingerstyle songs is Classical Gas. And I have the music, and I used to know the song, but of course I need to practice. But that's one of my favorite, like, fingerstyle kind of like, it was a big hit too by Mason. What's his name? Mason Williams, I think? That's Classical Gas. I like this song. I mean, I don't remember the song too well, so but that's one of my favorite classical, like fingerstyle kind of songs, and these type of things you have to keep up with practice, But that's one of my favorite. So that's a good song for everybody to learn. So, Classical Gas, you remember that one by Mason Williams? I think that's his name. I'll have to look it up after. But thank you everybody for having me. This a Patreon workshop. I'm going to start. I haven't made any of these videos public yet, but I'm going to start releasing these live. Oh, I see another person joined. Thank you. For people who joined just now, I just went over all these techniques: thumb picking, playing with your thumb, hybrid, pick style, finger style picking. So at the end of this video, you can actually watch the, you can go back and watch the video again about all the techniques I just went over. And if you have any questions, please post a comment to the video. Hold on. At the end, hold on. Let's see. Comment on playback. So please comment on playback. After you watch the video. Okay. So thank you, everybody. And we'll talk to you soon. Please send me questions on Patreon, and that's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. We had an issue earlier where I couldn't go live. So let me see if I can go live now without any issues with the connectivity. Okay. So let me see what's going on here. I'm going to put this on right now. And I'm live. And hopefully you guys can see me better now. I reconnected my router. And let's get started. Cool, much better. I restarted my router, and things are better now. So thank you for watching, everybody. Sorry about that. I deleted that video. So we're talking about difficult melodies. So I've been working on difficult melodies for a long time. So please send me questions if you have any, and I'll try to answer them on the camera. Okay. So I mean, there's all kinds of melodies I've learned over the years that are difficult. So let me play a little bit. Like I was telling you, I was trying to work on "Got a Match" by Chick Corea. So it goes like this. I'll do it slow. So yeah. So you know what? When I'm playing that melody, I've been practicing that thing for like a year. And the thing is, it's not playing it that slow. It's being able to play it fast. But I would practice this so many different ways. I would go like this. And I would go up to here. So that lick is cool because you can play that actually so many different ways. I mean, I can go like here. I did it here. I don't want to play an octave. So I can play it that way as well. And there's so many ways you can play that melody. So I was playing that melody and trying to find the easiest fingering. The hardest one was not that particular melody. So basically, this, when I try to find when it's a difficult melody, I try to be able to find like how the melody works against the chords. So these are arpeggios. So this is a D minor arpeggio with the fifth in the bass, which is the A in the bass. And then it goes to an A chord. So if you look at it like this. It does the same thing. Now it does that line and then goes up to this line. This is the same thing in G. Okay, and and it goes with the chord progression, which it goes like this. It's basically that progression, which is like a D minor. It's like Stairway to Heaven. So D minor major 7, or you can call it C7 with a A7 dominant with the C sharp in the bass, which is the third. Then it goes to a D minor 7 with the 7th in the bass, to a B minor 7 flat 5. So the melody kind of goes around that, like this, etc. Okay, so when I try to learn these difficult melodies, I try to see how they go around the chords as well, because it gets complicated. and it can be really weird, if you don't learn how the chords go with it. So, let me see some of these questions here. Good day, sir. I'm a new follower. Oh, great, Van. Everything is fine. That's great. Can you show us the difference between jazz and blues again? Well, okay. Let me see. Van's asking me. Van Man, is that what your name is? Okay, I like that name. So Van, blues is blues. Jazz comes from the blues. So blues is just blues chord forms are basically. I don't want to say simpler, but they are simpler than jazz chord forms. So let's say you're playing a blues in E, or let's pick a different key, G. So blues will go 1, like a 4, and then 1, and then and it goes for 4 bars. 12-bar blues, for example. Now blues is a 5 and a 4, etc. in the blues. Okay. Now in the jazz song, we would like reharmonize this basically. So we would go like, instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. We would do all these fancy chords, which are like is taking the blues and developing it into a more modern sound. That's all. So jazz is really just an offshoot of the blues. It's a much more modern form, and harmonically, and with your guitar licks and all kinds of stuff, lines and stuff. And also, but the thing is, if you're a jazz musician and you don't really know the blues, you don't have that feel of the music of this. So you need to know the blues, in my opinion, to be able to have a good jazz feel in a way, because that's where it all came from, the blues. So blues, and I don't want to make it so simple, but the blues is really important, and I don't think jazz is a better music because you're not playing the blues, or because you think jazz is better than the blues. No, I think jazz is part of the blues. It's just an offshoot. And yeah, someone just mentioned how blues evolved into rock and roll. Yeah, rock and roll is from the blues, obviously. So is jazz. A lot of music's from the blues, okay? The American blues. Now, if you wanted to get into country music and all that stuff, country music comes from I heard from Irish roots, in Ireland, the fiddle music and all that stuff, river dance and all that crazy stuff. So anyway, so that's a great question. So anyway, I'm talking about difficult melodies. So for example, when I'm learning melodies, I work on really hard melodies for some bands and for myself. So take a look at this melody, guys. Now, I know most of you don't know how to read music, or I hope you could read some music. Now, guitar players are very guilty about not reading music, but I'm used to reading music, actually. So this is a song by Thelonious Monk called Skippy. Now, this is a really hard melody, and it's really funny. I've recorded this on an album, no problem playing it, but if you don't play this stuff for a while, you'll forget it. This is a really hard melody. You see all this? It has an eighth note with a 3/16 note triplets, all kinds of crazy stuff. 16 notes. This is all a jazz tune too. So Monk really wrote really hard stuff. So that melody sounds like this if I'm playing it slow. So that's a lot of stuff, man. And that melody, if I'm just doing it off like this, it's really hard to play. And and there's some weird fingerings that I have to practice. Now, I used to play this perfect, but during the pandemic, I've been practicing other stuff and going live a lot. So you start forgetting these melodies. So what you have to do is you have to try to find the right fingering. And now this is a really hard melody and a lot of difficult chords. The chords go like this. I mean, you have to be able to play over all that stuff too. Thank you. Thank you. God bless me. Thank you, Lynn. Oh no, this is not Lynn. Sorry. Um, oh, Fanny Robert Beats Bez Studios. Wow, you got a lot of words in your name there. Mine's just Ron Jackson Music. So everybody who's watching this, please, if you're not subscribed to me, please subscribe. I have a lot of cool content coming out, and a lot of cool, honest content where it's not unfiltered, and I try to answer your questions as best I can. So please send me some questions. So we're talking about playing melodies. So I'm talking about this monk tune called Skippy, which I recorded almost about 10 years ago, and I played this fine, but I haven't been playing this at all. So we had a gig the other night, and see how all those melody notes there. So I mean, what I do is I practice these things really slow. Like I'll go. So that's the first two. That's the first beat on the first two beats. Then the next part goes. So that's the next part of the line, and I'll go like this. So that's a lot of notes. Okay, that's the melody. That's the melody of this song. The first two bars only. Okay, and that's what it looks like. If you look at it, it's these two bars, 1 and 2. Now, how did I come up with that? Well, first, I'm not playing it where it's written. I'm playing it an octave higher. That means I'm not. It's written here actually. It's written here actually. It's written here. So I'm reading it down there now, but it doesn't sound good that low on the guitar. So that's another thing you have to consider when you're playing difficult melodies or any kind of melody. If you're looking at the sheet music, like if you can read music, of course, first, you have to be able to, it's better to transpose up the melody because sometimes it's too low for the guitar. The guitar's a low-pitched instrument anyway. So I'm reading it up here now instead. So I'm doing that automatically. I don't even think about it. So I'm reading the melody here. Okay, so that's a really hard part of the song. So that's all this part right here. If you're looking carefully, I just played up to this bar right here. So I played all this and all this just now. You see how hard that is to play? It's crazy. So this is Thelonious Monk's music, and now everybody thinks that Thelonious Monk is this, like this. That's a blues. So that's Blue Monk, but that's one of his easy songs, and that's not even easy to play. Okay, because he does his stuff with weird timing. So he's one of the bebop masters. When you're learning his tune, a tune like that, it's like really, really, really hard to play that stuff correctly and learn it correctly. Like and actually the melody goes like this. It's that note. So you can actually do all those harmonies that he does too, and he'll do the harmony like this. So I would play this different ways, for example, when I'm practicing these melodies, these difficult melodies. That's not an easy melody either. So I try to find different fingerings for the same melody. I can do it here. So it's actually. See what I'm doing? So I practice things like that so I can really know the fingerboard and play these difficult melodies. Thank you, fan Robert. God bless you. So so that's an example of me playing a difficult melody, like a monk melody. So I would practice it real slow, and like that. So for example, another song I've been working on, that's right here. It's in my book. I don't know if you can see this stuff on the screen, but this is like, oops, I hit a different button. For example, so this is a song called. Let me try this again. This is called Celia by Bud Powell. I've been working on this since the pandemic. Okay, and if you look carefully, it goes like this. It's a really hard melody. It has a lot of rhythms in it. It has 16 notes, 16-note triplets, eighth notes, etc. See all that? And so when I'm practicing a melody like this, I try to find the right fingering. For example, I'm playing this up an octave first again. No, this is actually, yeah, I am playing this in up an octave. No, I'm playing this in the right range. So it goes like this. See, so see all those rhythms I'm playing there? So what I did was, the melody's hard to play and hard to remember, so but it kind of follows the chords. So the chords go B flat major 7, then C minor 7 flat 5, and then D minor 7, and then E minor 7, E flat minor 7 to A flat 7. Then it goes D minor 7, D flat 7, C minor 7, B7. Okay, and then it goes B major 7, B flat major 7, then C minor 7 flat 5, then F7 flat 5. There's a lot of complicated chords here too. So when I'm actually playing through this stuff, I'm thinking, how does that melody work against the chords? So I'm playing like this. So it starts off like this. So when that melody is being played over that B flat major 7, then when I get to that C minor 7 flat 5, this part is this. So I can see that note goes on that C minor 7 flat 5 chord. Then it gets to the D minor 7 chord. See, that follows the chords. It all follows the chords right there. So I try to find these little hints in the melody of these difficult bebop tunes where I can see how the melody works against the chords. So it goes like. See what I just did? So what I'm showing you guys who just came in is I'm showing you Celia right now by Bud Powell. And that's a really difficult melody. You can look that up yourself and try to find it. Oh, hey, I was wondering how you learn music fast. I've been playing for 7 months, and every time it takes me to learn a whole song is 1 week and a half. How can I shorten this time? Hey, so I'm Gum Corrupt too. I like your name. So that's a good question. You know what? I mean, it depends on how the difficulty of the song. I mean, I used to. I mean, I learned songs pretty fast, but learning songs fast and remembering them is a whole different story. Everybody. So I mean, I can learn a song fast by ear, for example, and but to retain the song, that's really hard to do. So what you got to do is you got to practice every day the same song, even if it's 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Your brain works like this. Your brain retains all that information if you repeat it over and over and over. So I learned that from teaching my students and from experience myself learning. Like if I had to learn a Broadway show or something really difficult, a lot of difficult music where there's a lot of guitar parts and all kinds of chords. Even and I'm only reading music too. The best way to memorize something is to really practice it every day, and also listen to the song if you're learning a new song, and say if it's a rock song or whatever, any song. It can be any song. Listen to it so it's in your ears as well and you remember what it is. To me, also the hard part of learning a song is learning the form of a song. Where the where the verse is, and then where the chorus comes in, and where the bridge comes in, where the guitar solo. If you're doing a rock song or a pop song, those are called arrangements. So you have to remember the arrangements. Now, when I'm learning a song like this is really hard because a lot are involved. I can remember the chords much faster than I can remember the melody. Okay, it's easier to play the chords, but playing the melody and the chords is it's a whole different thing. You got to memorize all this stuff. Um, what are ways of earning money as a starting guitar player? You mean earning money playing? I don't know. It's like you got to try to get gigs, man. Try to get your own gigs or have people say, look, tell people, look, I'm a guitar player. I want to. Can you hire me to play? That's the best way to get gigs. I do things like this. Watch this. Like right now, I'm doing a live stream, so I'll go like this. If you could donate, $1 or more, just go to my PayPal, and donate $1 or more if you can afford it to Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. So during the pandemic, I've been using this sign, for example, to help me, make money during the pandemic. And what's happening now is, like, since I have a lot of followers on YouTube and Instagram, I'm starting to monetize. So that's what you can do too. You can get a lot of followers. So for example, with Instagram, I have a lot of followers. So now I can do swipe ups and make money. Selling my videos. I sell books, all kinds of stuff, guys. If you want a book from me, you can buy it from me. Go to my website. That kind of stuff. That's what I do to make money playing this. Also, like I'm doing badges now on Instagram, and I make money for people donating. So you can do these different types of things to make money, but to make gigs. But you have to be able to show people something that they want to learn. You can't just say I want to just start playing guitar and make money. You got to be able to. You got to be good enough to show people, and you got to be good enough to be able to get gigs. So I mean, I have to hear you. And one good way to know how good you are is to have a teacher like me listen to you, and hire a teacher. I have quite a bunch of students from YouTube and Instagram everywhere that I have, that I got because they've seen my videos and they like me, and they like my honesty about playing, and I'm not perfect when I play either, because basically when I'm coming on YouTube and playing for you guys, I haven't even touched the guitar, I just started playing right now, so because half the time I'm trying to set up this stuff, So anyway, that's how you make money. Let me ask you a question. Hello, sir. Hi, Buenos Aires. What are the ways of earning money? That's great. So that's a great Alexa Loy. Yeah, Alexa Loy. Okay, that's a great. So yeah, so we're talking about learning difficult melodies. So I mean, like when I learn a song like Celia or anything like that, it's really hard. But like when sometimes I retain some melodies easier. So a lot of this stuff, these melodies, these difficult melodies, you have to learn. You have to kind of memorize them like this. So it's funny. I don't play that melody much at all, but I still remember it. It's kind of weird. There's some melodies I know, and I've been playing that melody for years. Okay, and so anyway, what I'm gonna have to go soon. But if you have any more questions, please let me know. Hold on one second. So everybody, just 1 second. I'm gonna grab something for you. Don't leave. Don't leave. 1 second. So everybody, look at this. Don't leave. So look, if you want to really learn some cool jazz stuff, look at this. Go to my jazz improv workshop this coming July 18th at Lively. Just go to my link here in my bio, and you can find that, and you can actually join my live workshop. Then I can show you all this stuff, and I can see how you play to see if, to help you get better playing gigs. Okay, so that's a cool thing. Let me answer this question. Oh, this guy retracted his message. Oh. So anyway, it's really important, everybody, to practice every day these melodies and do things like that to help you get better at playing. So we're talking about difficult melodies today, so let's keep going now. So I'm learning all these really hard melodies, so let's take another one right now. You have to practice these things all the time. Here's another difficult melody. Take a look at this. Okay, good question. Fanny, Robert. I would practice. I mean, it depends how good you want to get. Now, if you want to retain information, you should practice 10 or 15 minutes a day at least, every day. It's not about how much you practice a day. It's how much it's that you practice every day to remember information. You understand? And it takes a while. So if you really want to get better, you spend as many hours as you can every day to practice. But sometimes when you do that too much, you can hurt yourself. So I used to practice 5 to 8 hours a day a long time ago. So that really improves your playing. And I don't practice enough right now. Do I read solos? Sure. You know what? And I read notation, guys. So it's important to read notation. A lot of guitar players don't know how to read sheet music at all. Oh, thank you, Anonymous. I know I'm trying my best. I don't know, but when I'm reading, I read solos. I read all kinds of stuff. So what I used to read a lot to help you guys, and it's the Berkeley book when I went to Berkeley, like this. It's a big book. You see this? It's kind of crazy, but you get into all kinds of stuff here. Look at this, all these etudes and all this stuff. So this reading is not really that hard, actually. Guitar, solos like saxophone solos and stuff, they're hard to read. So sometimes I practice that stuff. But you know what? I just need to practice in general myself. So this is a really great book if you want to get this. You know what? Just so you guys know, someone's saying great advice. I'm looking for music teachers. Well, I give lessons, so go to my links after this. I'm going to put the links up after the video. And I actually have a student coming up very soon. I'm going to have to finish in about 5 minutes. So if you want to study with me, please contact me. My email is ronjacksonmusic. Actually, ron@ronjacksonmusic.com if you want to email me. And, my website. Also, if you want to learn some cool things, go join my Patreon, which is www.patreon.com/ronjacksonmusic. And I give really cheap lessons there starting at $3. And, you can learn a lot of cool stuff from me there. And it's all free once you join. And there's tons of free lessons there where you can download them and practice them. But, all the lessons on YouTube, a lot of my fans are on YouTube all the time. And the problem with YouTube is you can't tell how you play by watching a YouTube video. You know, and then you go play a gig and you're not be able to, you don't know, you're thinking, wow, I can't really play because no one's listened to you. No one, no, you didn't have a teacher going, hey, your finger in the play is not playing that note correctly, and all this, and you're not, your timing is not like this, and this, it's hard. You got to have the truth. I like to be, I know the truth about myself. There's a lot of stuff I need to work on, So a teacher will give you the truth, and the most important thing about learning any instrument or doing anything really well is, is the truth. And one good way to judge you is to listen to yourself, record yourself, videotape yourself, just like I'm doing right now. I watch my videos, I'm going, oh my God, that me? Man, I did a flub there, and I'll do this. Now, and you're the worst judge of yourself. So if you really want to get into music and really play good, you got to record yourself, you got to study, and you got to play with other people. Okay? So anyway, let me see. Let me answer these questions. Okay, every day, yep. I read solos. Oh my God. Sir, you one of my favorite. Okay. How long have you been playing guitar? I've been playing guitar since I was 11. Alexis. What do I prefer, jazz or blues? I like jazz and blues, actually. I love rock, too. I started off playing rock. I love all styles of music, actually. There's only two types of music, good and bad music. Remember that. That's a good quote. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Someone loves my shorts, Overbird. Thank you, Anonymous. What should be the ideal way to learning new songs for everyone? Someone asked me that question earlier. You know what? You got to listen to the song. You got to practice the song every day and memorize it. That's the best thing to do. And I try to listen to, different ways people play these songs. Like you might hear a rock song played two different ways. Always hear the original version. Now, if you're learning a song that, that's never recorded, that's a whole different thing. But, listen to the song and play it every day consistently for like a couple of weeks. Then you'll really get the song subconsciously. Your brain works like that. Your brain will remember these things after doing it over and over and over. It's like driving a car. In the beginning, I drive a 6-speed manual transmission car. If you don't practice stuff every day, you'll forget it. But once you know it, you can do it all the time. Just like guitar. But you can lose it with guitar. I know great musicians who stop playing, and then they lose it because they don't practice every day. So you have to keep it up with music, okay? Does everything that applies to electric guitar also apply to acoustic and vice versa? Everybody, if you play acoustic guitar, electric guitar, you should know acoustic guitar. I have a ton of acoustic guitars. So let me show you one right now. So this is a 6-string acoustic. Look, so I play an acoustic guitar too. You should learn acoustic guitar first if you play. So if I'm playing bebop or whatever. So, when I'm playing my acoustic guitar, it's very important to know how to play acoustic guitar too, everybody. You have to start off with that. And, they're all different, but you should make any guitar sound good. Acoustic, electric, solid body, arch top, steel string, nylon string. Yeah, these are nylon strings, everybody. So I have a nylon string. I have like a steel string. I have tons of guitars. You can't see them. Look at this. Let me get another one. Here's another guitar. Here's a steel string. 1 second. I got a steel string here. So this is my humidifier. I throw that in there. Steel string. So yeah, I play steel string too. I have all the guitars actually. I have a 12-string. I have a banjo. You should be able to play all these instruments, everybody. So it's important to be able to be versatile too. And if you want to, someone's not talking about making a living playing music, you got to be very versatile in these days. Like I specialize in jazz, but I can play other styles, so I get called for other things too. So you got to be able to do those type of things too. So everybody, I'm gonna have to finish the live stream right now. So we were talking about difficult melodies, and people started asking me all these other questions. So are there other things, jobs that feel similar to playing guitar, like things guitar players have to predisposition to, like well, when you're playing guitar, you got to be able to be very versatile. You got to be able to play different styles. If you want to make a living playing guitar, you got to be able to read notation. Not tabs. Guitar players. I notice a lot of people on YouTube. On my Patreon, my students, they don't know how to read music. So because they never, everybody's like YouTube tabs, and what the problem with tabs is you got to know what the sound sounds like. Otherwise, you can't play the music because you don't know what the rhythm is. You don't know what it sounds like at all. But so that's a real problem. When you have notation, you can actually play the song and read it because it has the notes, it has the rhythms, and you can play exactly the song the way the song is on a record. So I mean, you got to be versatile. You got to have all the guitars. You got to be able to read. You got to be able to record. You got to be able to have good time. There's so many things to be a good musician, and you can't. And the most important thing is I love teaching you guys on YouTube, but you can't just watch YouTube videos to get this together. You got to have a teacher. You've got to play with people. I mean, I don't want to be. I just want to be real with everybody. You got to be realistic about all this stuff. So I mean, because you know what? Otherwise, you're going to go out there and you're going to say, "Hey, I can't get a gig because there's the things you don't know." And you can't just you can't. You got to have someone say, "Look, you're not playing that note right. You got to put your finger here. You got to learn how to play with people. There's all kinds of things. It's a lot involved being a musician." And it's weird. I haven't been playing that much over a year, so now I'm getting back to gigs. So I feel like a little bit like rusty. That's the word. I still sound good, but I feel rusty because you got to be able to play with people all the time and get together with people. So that's a reality check, I call it. So that's a great question. Yeah, so Anonymous, you're playing every day. Yeah, I play the bass too. So fan. Um, Yeah, you got to practice. You know what? If you don't feel like you're getting better, that's when you need a teacher. So if you need a teacher, please contact me. We can discuss. I've gotten quite a few students off of YouTube, who study with me privately. And I'll tell you exactly what you need to practice, And that's it, everybody. So contact me at Ron Jackson Music. No, Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com if you want more information. If you enjoyed if you were learning from me today, please donate $1 or more to my, to my Instagram. I mean, to my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, and Chase Quick Pay at Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And everybody, I'll be doing a live stream tonight at 7 p.m. on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. And please follow me everywhere. I'm going to have to teach another student right now, actually, right after this, a private student online who's been studying with me for 2 years, and he's made so much improvement in improvisation. So, let me see. I play guitar. Oh yeah, so great. Thank you. So everybody, please, definitely, follow me, and I'll give you straight ahead advice on everything. Please rewatch this live if you miss anything. Please share with everybody, and please support me everywhere. And I really appreciate you guys being my fans. I got to 26,000 subscribers now here on YouTube. It's past my Instagram, and it's about to pass my TikTok on YouTube. And YouTube, 5 months ago, I only had 2,000 subscribers. So thank you everybody for watching, and let's keep in touch. It's Ron Jackson, and I'll see you guys very soon. Have a great day, okay? I've got to go teach now, okay? It was really, hey, Dario, I got your email, Dario. So you own an electric guitar. We'll talk about that more. Okay, thank you. Have a great day, everybody. So I got to go practice myself, too. I need to practice about 5 hours a day, but I'm doing too much social media, unfortunately. But thank you, guys. Please subscribe. Please share. Join my mailing list. Do all kinds of stuff. I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye. Thank you. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. And how's everybody doing? This is a Patreon only and lesson for my students. I'm going to have a few guests up today. So my Patreon account is, an exclusive account where I give lessons like sheet music, all kinds of stuff like this that students can actually watch, and they can actually download these lessons. They come with tabs, exercises for jazz improvisation, and the cool thing now is I usually just, like I'll do a live lesson every month, just broadcasting my lesson just to Patreon. But now I use StreamYard. So today I'm going to be inviting some people that are on my Patreon. If they show up, I know a couple people are going to show up at about 2:30. And if they want to go live with me, I sent you guys the link already. My patrons and my students, you should have got the email last night. And then you could actually just go hit that link and you can go live with me. So please do that if you can. So I'm just going to be basically teaching about jazz improvisation today. So what I do is I do very basic lessons that are very important for your fundamental skills in jazz improvisation. And all these lessons in my Patreon account are all about that. Like this lesson right here is about playing over a blues. Okay? Now, a jazz blues. So in the key of C, the chords in the jazz blues are basically like a C7 chord. Okay, C dominant 7 for 1 bar, 2, 3. These are the chords I'll play for you. Now this is a jazz blues, so the chords are a little different. I'm sure you see this a million times on YouTube. So today, I'm only going to be taking questions and comments from my patrons themselves, because this workshop is usually just my patrons, and once a month, or my students, or special guests I invite that they've won a contest to be able to become, to come on my live lesson. So any patrons that got my link by email, you can actually join me now. Hit the StreamYard link, and you'll go live with me, and everybody can watch you on YouTube as well. So today is public, okay? So when I teach somebody a blues, like a C blues, the blues chords are C7, 2, 3, 4, F7, C7, G minor 7, C7, F7, F sharp diminished 7, C7, E minor 7, A7, D minor 7, G7, then C7, A7, D minor 7, G7. So that's how you actually play a jazz blues. The jazz blues actually is just the history. Back in the old days when the blues started, it's just an evolution of the very, very first blueses that came out. I heard that the first blues was just one chord. I got the blues, yeah. I got the blues all day long. Whatever. And then when they get to the F chord, they never changed. I got the blues, yeah. And someone said, man, you gotta throw an F chord in there. I got the blues, yeah. And then, when you get to the 5 chord, I'm just shortening it. I'm just making it shorter. I got the blues. But before all that, they actually just played the same chord, I heard, until they started making it more complicated. Then they made the traditional blues, which is the 1-4-5 blues, which most guitar players know. And then some guitar players know the jazz blues, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 5 of the 4, 4, sharp 4 diminished 7, 1, 1, 7, then 2, 5 of the 2, 2, 5 of the 1, then then a 1/6 or 5/7 on the 2, 2 minor, 5/7. So that's the traditional jazz blues. So when I teach improvisation, I teach you how to play over changes. Now, jazz is all about playing the changes, they call it, okay? So in this workshop today, it's all about learning how to play the changes. And also, this workshop is for my patrons and my students usually, but I have this open for the public today, so you can all watch, okay? So these are the things I teach my patrons and my students, and my private students online, and my patrons get all this sheet music about learning how to do this stuff, okay? So you can just, you know, if you're interested in my Patreon, just go here to patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It's just like my YouTube channel and all my channels, okay? So I'm going to be taking questions only from my patrons who are going to be on later and who are watching if they want to send me a comment. Also, I'm going to have a guest with his son. He's a jazz guitar student. I don't know exactly how old he is, but his son is about 8. He just turned 8. He's a guitar student. He's going to be a great guitar player by the time he turns 18 because he's studying with me right now. He started when he was 7. So you're going to see him. His name is Morrissey, and it's going to be Malachi, his father. So, you know, they're really great people. And also, this is what I use with my students, too. This book is called Chords at Your Fingertips, okay? It's a very popular book. I have so many copies here on YouTube. And a lot of my students who are my actual students on Patreon have this book, actually. So I'll talk about this book a little bit today. So learning how to do walking bass lines, chord melody, all kinds of stuff, okay? And also, right now you can get this book discounted. You'll see the link on my description here. You can get this book at 20% off because I'm actually doing an Indiegogo for my new album. So you can actually get this book 20% off if you get it right now while it lasts, okay? Right now I have about 20 copies. I'm going to have to reorder some more if I run out here on Indiegogo on my campaign. So just hit that over there. And hey, Glenn, okay. Glenn is one of my patrons. Let me show this right now. How you doing, Glenn? If you want to join me, Glenn? Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if you are one of my patrons. You're welcome, Glenn. But thank you. You're welcome. I'm here to show this to the public. Glenn, if you want to support me, definitely be a patron. This is mainly for my patrons, but also I'm doing that campaign for my new album. So you can actually, see the link. Someone's going to post a link probably soon about that too on the comment chain here. Okay. And so let's talk about playing chord changes. Yeah. So for example, if I'm playing changes over a blues, you have to be able to play the scale through it. So one of the exercises I like to use that I teach all my students is just playing eighth notes to scale on each chord like this: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and, or 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and end on 4 and going up the scale. So this is on a C7 chord. It's a C dominant scale, or mixolydian we call it. Some scales have 2 names, okay, or more. Sometimes some scales have more than 2 names. So on a C7, I play a C dominant scale. So it's very important, everybody. When you play the guitar, you just don't play up and down the scale like this in the same octave. You got to be able to play this all the way across the neck, up and down the neck. Watch it. Because you're going to be very limited. See what I'm doing? So now, somebody would say to me, look, Mr. Jackson, is this just a F major scale starting on the C? Yes, it is. But you can't think like that if you're playing jazz. You're going to have to actually use, make sure that you're actually playing the scale. You have to know which note to change to make it a flat 7. have to be able to play it up and down all over the neck. You know, it's a very good idea to really learn the neck. So if I'm playing a C7 here, I'm playing all these different C7s. So when I'm actually playing over each chord, I'm actually thinking of the scale for each chord. That's what jazz musicians call playing over the changes. So it's very important to learn how to play over the changes and know what scale you're playing. Okay. So I'm only taking comments and questions from my patrons today. I'm doing this open to the public. So look at this. So when I get to the F7 chord, I'll play the F dominant again. See, I'm playing it everywhere. Oh, Tom is one of my... Tom, thank you for joining me. Tom is actually one of my patrons. How are you doing, Tom? Hi. He's watching on his other YouTube account. Just switch so you can see. Just thanks for the invite. Sadly, I don't have a mic or webcam at the moment. We'll enjoy the stream though. Cheers. Okay. Oh, that's too bad, Tom. It would have been great to have you on the live stream. Okay. Now, Tom is actually one of my patrons, and I appreciate you, Tom. For, right now it's been very busy, Tom. If you look very carefully on my Patreon, I'm doing an Indiegogo campaign trying to raise money for my new album. And Tom is one of my longtime patrons, really great guy, and I really appreciate him. And please, if go to my my link in my description here, and you can actually support my Patreon account, where you can actually get this book that a lot of my patrons have and my students, called Chords at Your Fingertips, at a very reduced price. And you can take guitar lessons with me very cheap on my new, on my campaign to help support my new album. Okay, so you just go to the link here. Just go to Indiegogo / Ron's new album. So let's keep talking about this. And let me see this right here. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, nice, nice. So now let me go. So when I'm playing chord changes through a blues, I'll go like this. So if I'm playing a C7, 1, 2, 3, 4 to F7, then I'm doing the C7, then I'm doing the G minor 7 to C7, going to the 4 chord. So I'll play the scales for each one. Watch this. Now, what I did was I played through all the chords of an F blues, okay? And what I did was, I'm going to move over here a little bit so you can see my neck better. What I did was I played through all the chords, all the scales, and that's a really great exercise to learn how to improvise, everybody. So, but you have to be able to you can't just play it in one area, and you can't just start on the root. You have to be able to go like this. What I did was I played the same exact thing, but I did it in a different position. So now I'm going to do it here. what I did was I tried to figure out every possible position to be able to play the same scale, okay? And so, you know, it's a really great exercise to do, to be able to execute when you're trying to play changes, okay? So that's what you would do through a blues. So, but you can't just play like just the same scale starting on the root. You could go like this. What I'm doing is I'm just basically just playing through the scale. Huh? So in a way, watch this. We're gonna clean the camera up for a second, everybody. So so it looks better. I don't think it's gonna do anything. So that's actually how you actually play through changes. Now what happened was I was actually playing the scale for each chord in time and in eighth notes. That's how you really play changes, okay? And I'm playing an eighth note. That's a Barry Harris method I teach, okay? But one thing you have to be able to do for playing changes as well is to be able to play the scale through the chords without getting lost and without actually having to start from the root. So let me try to show you this. It might sound kind of weird on my. I want to try to play through my computer, but if I play through a blues in C or F or any key, I should be able to play. I'll show you. I'm going to show you right now. Let's say I play now. So if I play a blues in F, like a Charlie Parker one, watch this. See what I did, everybody? I actually just basically just played through the chord changes of a blues, but I just basically played the scales all the way through it. Sometimes I put passing tones because sometimes it's hard for me just to play just a scale. But you got to be able to play through the chord changes without getting lost in your scales and be able to move through the chords, not making it sound like an exercise. Like when I start doing things like this, if I start playing it sounds like an exercise, but if I go like this, if I start doing that through the chord changes, it starts to sound like music, even though I'm just playing scales. It's not exactly jazz yet. So your goal is to be able to play through the chord changes of a blues or anything just like that, using, just not just playing really basic stuff, being able to use your knowledge and just not starting on the root all the time. A lot of guitar players, when I start teaching them jazz, they can only start from like the low note because they don't know the notes on, the higher strings or higher up in the neck. So they'll tend to play. They'll tend to go like this. They'll do an arpeggio like this. I mean, you know, the thing is, when you play in that register, everybody, what happens is you're playing in the bass register, basically. That's what the bass player is playing. It's too low. And the guitar is a low-pitched instrument. It sounds an octave lower than the piano. They're playing the same note written on the staff. Okay? So you got to play higher. Like, you got to go. You never see, like real, you know, like you never see, like the master guitar players, like George Benson. They never play down here that low. They play up here. They tend to play in this register up here, okay? Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, I'm playing, usually I play my D'Angelico, but it's funny, I have this set up because one of the perks of my Indiegogo, I'm raising money for my new album, and you'll see it on the link here, where you can actually get a discount on this book as well, 20% off. If you get it now, okay, and it'll help support my new album, and you'll get it signed by me, it's 20% off. Just go to Indiegogo.com, and then you look for Ron's new album. Now, this guitar is actually, I'm playing this guitar a lot today because this is one of the perks you get, that you can actually get on that campaign. I mean, it's not a cheap perk, but you'll get this guitar signed. It's a really great guitar. Take a look at this. You know, there's a couple little bumps here just from me putting it on the guitar stand that I have right here. But otherwise, I've never taken this out of the house. It's a brand new guitar that I got from Eastman. And then, you know, this is actually a part of one of the perks I'm giving, you know, that someone could actually buy if they join my Indiegogo campaign and help me for my new album. Okay? So this is a Patreon-only lesson. I'm not taking any questions or anything other than my patrons who are here. And one first patron that's watching right now is Glenn Michael Thompson. No, sorry, not Glenn Michael Thompson. I'm sorry, Glenn. I keep thinking you're a patron. It's Tom Rogers. Sorry, Tom. Now, Tom said he's watching from his other YouTube channel, switched so he could see. And he, you know, I invited him and some of my patrons. So some of them are probably watching and don't want to want me to invite them. But I'm going to have a student of mine too that's coming up in about 5 minutes, and he's going to be actually, you know, joining me to play show me some jazz guitar that I'm showing him. He's going to be live in the studio here. It's going to be like a little studio. And his son, who's 8. Watch out, guys. This kid's going to be great in about 2 or 3 years. So all you adults, you know, and the reason why he's doing so good, because he's taking lessons with me. You know, so I always tell everybody watching me on YouTube, are you studying with a guitar teacher? If you're not, this is the time to get your lessons with me on my, you know, on my Indiegogo, because my lessons are really much cheaper. Actually, they're going to be buying some lessons from me, you know, my guests, because they're so much cheaper than what I usually charge. Okay, so just go on my on the link on my bio. It's everywhere, and check it out. Okay, so let me go right now and show you my book a little bit. So anyway, so for my patrons, there's a lot of patrons who have this book. It's a really great book if you want to learn how to do walking bass lines. So I have a lesson in here called Pass It On. Okay? Now, remember, you can get this book on my website, but particularly on this Indiegogo site. So look at this. There's a picture of Freddie Green. It's actually one of my, popular articles that was written, too, on Acoustic Guitar Magazine. It's a really great book. And so I do a thing about walking bass lines here. So it's in the key of G blues, just a jazz blues. Like I've been doing a jazz blues the whole day today. I did jazz blues in C, then jazz blues in F. And so this is really cool. So take a look at this. So what I do is, in this book, for my patrons, they actually have a lesson kind of like this already. And so what happens is, if you're playing a blues like in the key of G, this book and this lesson in the book, basically is this progression. It's just a 3-note voicing like this: a G, the root of the chord, and you put the third and the seventh on top, which is F and B flat. Now I'm playing. You can play the third here, the B. Sorry, and a B natural. Sorry. Looks like that. Okay. So if you want to do walking bass lines, you got to know how to first play the bass line. The easiest bass line. This book starts up just like this. It's just quarter notes on the roots, etc. Now, so those are the bass lines for a blues in the key of G. Now you put these 2 notes on top. Okay? That's how you start doing walking bass lines. So I put the third and seventh of each chord. Before you put the third and seventh of each chord there, you have to learn how to do the third and seventh without the bass line. So I see my chords without the bass note. You have to be able to see the chords without a bass note. 2, 3, 4, like this. Now you can hear the chords with this actually. See that? So that's a G blues with all the chords now. Just the root, which is the bass line, and the third and seventh. So I'll put them together. Watch this. So that's actually how you do a walking bass line with chords in a blues, a jazz blues in the key of G. Now the thing is, that's just roots. So the next step up, and I show you this in this book, right here, chords at your fingertips. Okay, this lesson right here that I'm going over right now, it does that progressively through this book. The next thing you do, you'll do root and fifth, for example. You can go like this. So first you have to be able to do bass line by itself. Like this. So here's the... Like that, you see that? So the next thing I would do is put that together. Like that. See what I did just now? The thing now is to put a bass line together while you're playing those notes. Now, you can't hold, it's really hard to actually hold those notes. Let me show you this before we keep going. Biker Chick put up, you can get lessons at a deep discount right now if you go to the link in my bio in YouTube, because I'm actually having a sale on my lessons through my Indiegogo for my new album. I have a new album that's coming out, and actually we're going to be recording it on November 3rd and mixing it the following week. And it's going to be a follow-up to my last album called Standards in My and Other Songs. It's going to be called Standards in My Songs. And so you can actually pick up the book, and you can also be like, you can actually come to the studio if you're in New York and see us record. or mix, and you could be an art director to help design this. You could be a producer, arranger. I mean, a producer, and name a song. Those are some of the perks you can get, other than getting this book at a deep, deep discount. So go there right now and check it out. Okay, let me hide this. So let's do this with the walking bass line. I don't know where my student's coming, but he's going to be coming soon to be on the broadcast with me. So watch this. Now I'm going to do the walking bass line with the chords together, but you can't hold the chords the whole time because at first it would sound weird. Like I was going like this. It sounds weird to hold the chord the whole time, so I'm going to be holding it somewhat and then playing a bass line. Watch this. So that's what I did. Okay, is that I actually played the walking bass line completely. So that's actually one of the cool things you can learn from this book. Okay, is to play the walking bass line and the chord melody, and also we get into chord melody here. One of the very last lesson, which is the ultimate lesson in the book, is my lesson. There's a bunch of teachers in this book actually that wrote material for this book too. Adam Levy, Sean McGowan, Jane Miller, and Jeffrey Pepper Rogers. Jeffrey Pepper Rogers was one of the editors of the magazine a long time ago when it started. Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for actually. So I'm one of the writers. I'm actually writing an article for them right now, and I'm gonna have to work on it later on tonight. Okay. So look at this. One of the songs I do is like we do Billy Boy, and I actually do like a chord melody thing with it. So before my guests come on, which I hope they're coming on soon, let me see. Let me see if they're contacting me and they're having a problem getting on. Let me see. Hopefully they'll be coming on very soon with me and to join my broadcast here. So look at this. I do this chord melody thing right here. Look at this, everybody. Okay. Thank you, everybody who's watching. There's a lot of people watching today. I know it's a Saturday, it's September 11th, and I'm sorry for what happened. I was actually here during September 11th, and I didn't know anybody who passed away there, but it really affected everybody here in New York City when that happened. I saw the buildings, the towers actually. I could smell the towers in Brooklyn where I was at actually. Living at the time in Brooklyn, I could see all the fires and everything from over there. So let me do something. I'm gonna fix the light a little bit better. So watch this. Um, oh, so everybody. So this is actually. I'm not responding to anybody who's not a patron or a student, because this is like a private lesson for my students that I usually give if you're a patron on Patreon, excuse me, and also if you're a student of mine, you get all the sheet music. All this stuff I have right here, everybody, is available on my website. Now, I show this to everybody right now on camera because most of my guitar players and most guitar players don't know how to read, so they wouldn't be able to read this. They need tabs, so it's important to learn how to read. When I created my Patreon account, what happened was a lot of my students, I had to write the tabs out, so I had to rewrite all this music that I already have with tabs. So for my new album that's coming out, and if you support it, I'm gonna have the whole record with the lead sheets, which are the melodies, with the tabs, so you can be able to play it like me. Okay, so thank you everybody for watching, and I'm glad everybody's. I'm seeing that everybody is really enjoying this. So hopefully, I'm gonna have one of my patrons or students come on right now. It's also for people who bought my book. So you know what, Dario, next time, I know Dario's watching. I'm gonna have to have him come live with me, because he did buy one of my books. Let me show that to Dario. Dario bought my book actually. So next time, Dario, I'm gonna send you an email, and you're gonna go live with us. Okay? Sorry about that. I'm sorry I missed you. I mean, since I have this campaign going, I haven't been able to keep track of all the people who bought my book who haven't. But we'll get you on next time. Okay? I want to invite people up to play for me, and the whole world will be watching. Okay? When you do this. So look at this. So this song right here, before my guest comes up in a second, I hope they come up soon, is one of my arrangements that's in this book for Billy Boy. Okay, so it's actually a full chord arrangement you see here. Look, it's in the book, Chords at Your Fingertips, that you can get right now for a big discount on my Indiegogo campaign. Link in bio here, which is right here. Okay, this book you can get there right now. And I'll play this for you a little bit so you can see it. Okay, let me hide that for a second. Watch this. So I'll play a little bit for you. Looks like this. Oh! So my guests are here, everybody. Let's bring them up. Let me bring them up. Hey!
Okay.
I can't see you. You're cut off now. So these are my guests. So welcome everybody. These are my two students from California. First, Malachi and Morrissey. So Malachi is actually my jazz guitar student, and his son is Morrissey. Malachi, how old are you?
I'm 40.
Oh wow! And his son is 7.
Yeah.
So before we keep going, Dario, check your email. I'm going to invite you up if you want to be on this live stream too. There's instructions because Dario actually bought my book. So this live stream is actually exclusive to my students and my patrons, and so Morrissey just been studying with me for just about a month. No. So Morrissey already knows how to play a song from his book. Let's have him play something. Now Morrissey's a beginner student, but by the time he's about 13 to 14, he's gonna be a monster. He's gonna be scaring everybody on YouTube. Now, this is important, everybody. Morrissey wants to study with the real teachers, so it's very important to see Morrissey in action. So, want to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star?
Okay.
Go ahead. Yay! Everybody on YouTube, give him a hand. This is gonna be public, so everybody's watching right now live. Morrissey, great job. Yeah, so Morrissey's only just turned 8, like last week. So he's a student of mine, and he's gonna be a really great guitar player. So Morrissey's actually studying out of a book. He's learning how to read, like everybody should be doing. You know, I teach kids and I teach college level, and he's a really great student. And so he's learning how to read and also play the notes on the guitar, all the scales. So it's very important to have a teacher, especially, you know, at any age. And his father was actually my student too. So as a jazz guitar student. So he's a guitar teacher too. So, and actually, Malachi, his father, who's right there, found me on YouTube as well on my channel and became a student of mine. And he's been a student of mine for a few months already.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then when Morrissey saw me teaching your father, he said, "I want to study with Ron too." So thanks, Morrissey, for being a student. You're a great student, a great kid. Yeah, Malachi, you want to try to play something for us now too? Come on up. Yeah.
Okay.
Switch chairs, guys.
I'm gonna play. Oh gosh, I'm on the spot.
You want to play something?
Yeah. Sorry.
Do you have like some of the jazz tune you want to play with the play along, maybe?
Oh yeah. Here, I'll use
so,
the
So
app.
Malachi, talk about your experience with me with me teaching you.
Oh, well, so I found Ron on, I think it was actually YouTube or TikTok. And then I reached out to Ron and he got back to me. And I was thankful that I was able to start classes with him. And I studied classical guitar, but I didn't really know much about jazz at all. And a lot of the chords like C major 7 and like sharp 11 and flat 5th, stuff like that kind of confused me. So I wanted to reach out to Ron because I could tell from his playing that he knew what he was doing.
Most of the time. Not all the time.
And then he got turned on to this iReal Pro. And one of the songs, let me see.
Which I want to
Love Walked In was probably one of the first ones we did.
You mean like Love Walked In?
Yeah, Love Walked In.
So you know what, everybody, on YouTube, I've been teaching Malachi about jazz improvisation because he wanted to work on jazz improvisation. So there's Dario too. I'm going to invite him after. I have another a person that bought my book. I want to see how he plays my books after. So Dario, you're in the green room. I'll get you up in a minute. So Malachi, want to learn about jazz improvisation. So actually, I was showing him the method that I showed everybody earlier about playing the scale on time, on the right chord, different positions, learning the melody, learning the chords and melody everywhere. Learning the chords everywhere and learning the scales everywhere. So listening and transcribing, all kinds of different stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Malachi.
Oh yeah, sorry, there was a delay.
Yeah. There's a delay. Also, I think next time you go live with me, you have to change the settings so you don't have an echo. But it's okay.
Yeah.
So, do you want to play something for everybody?
Yeah, I can play along. I can do the chords for Love Walked In.
Oh, you want to play the melody with the play along? It's okay. It's only live on YouTube.
I know, that's the thing.
Your son just said, okay, so it's your turn now, Daddy.
All right, I'll go through it one time here.
Okay.
I'm not sure. This is the first time I use it. I'm not sure how to get rid of that echo.
Oh, you have to go to settings and then hit echo cancel. Go to audio settings and hit echo cancel.
Let me see here.
You know how to do that? Go to where it says cam and mic on the bottom there, I think.
Okay, echo. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Try it now, yeah. Uncheck it.
Uncheck it?
No, check it.
Oh, it is on. I think it's because of the YouTube. Maybe I should turn the YouTube off.
Yeah, turn the YouTube, if it's on the computer, down so you don't hear the echo.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, that's what it was.
Oh yeah, good. So try that. Malachi, I keep mentioning your names up.
All right, here, let's see. But make sure I hear it. Here's Love Walked In.
Here we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like father, like son. Yeah. So yeah. Great. Yeah. So when you started studying with me, you wanted to get Malachi. You wanted to get more into jazz because you never did that before, did you?
No, never.
So what happens is when you study classical guitar, everybody, they lock you into like certain scales and fingerings. Where in jazz, you have to really know your scales all over the neck. Like when I started playing classical, the C major scale was like this. Everybody, watch this. That's the typical C major scale in classical, isn't that Malachi?
Oh yeah.
And the G major scale is like this. I think it's a great exercise for switching position. Because if you want to play fast, you gotta go. You know what I mean? Like it's a really good exercise for pivoting your fingers. Some of these things. So I think both methods are good for what they are. But for jazz, you really have to know your skills all over the neck. So that's what we've been working on with you. And it's really great to have you as a student, and that you're learning jazz, improvisation. And so that's how you play, if you're playing through chords like this, everybody, Malachi was basically going. He's playing through those chords of Love Walked In, like as a scale exercise, but the goal eventually is to be able to not only play the scale, but to actually improvise. Try to make your solos sound more like not like scales, but from the roots, but like musical exercises, and then eventually learning solos and improvisation over that. So yeah, this is great, guys. So thanks for coming on the show.
All right, thanks for having us, Ron.
And Malachi actually has this book. You've been working on this book?
Oh yeah, we got that one right, Jackson.
Yeah, so just so you know, everybody, I'm doing an Indiegogo campaign, and actually Malachi is one of my big contributors. He owns this book, and he's going to pick up some lessons for his son at a discount right on my at my Indiegogo. So everybody, if you want to get lessons with me, now's the time.
We got an autograph by Ron Jackson.
Oh yes, thanks. Oh yeah, that's me. Yeah. So you can get a book right now on YouTube. Just go to the link in my description, and it's at a discount. And also he's going to be picking up a bunch of lessons from Morrissey and himself at a really even cheaper price than I'm charging him now.
Yeah, great price.
Yeah, so thanks for coming on the show, and also Malachi, you have your own YouTube channel too, don't you know that?
Oh yeah, Mr. M's Music.
What's it called?
You can also find me at MalachiHernandezMusic.com.
Yeah, so MalachiHernandezMusic.com. What's your Instagram? What's your YouTube again?
Mr. M's Music.
Mr. N. Oh, that's your company?
Well, Malachi Hernandez Music, but my YouTube, you can find me at Mr. M. Or if you just put in my name, Malachi Hernandez, you can find me.
Yeah, so Malachi does lessons too, so I want to help him out with that too.
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, so thanks for coming on the show, guys. You guys are stars now on YouTube.
All right.
And
Have a
Marcy,
good one.
like,
Thanks, Ron.
Marcy went up there and said, I'm not scared. Okay, see you guys.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Okay, so everybody, thanks for those them coming on. Where's Dario? Dario, you gonna come on? Because I'm gonna be going off soon. Because I'm getting tired. I need to eat lunch. Dario? There he is. I think Dario is coming on soon. So anyway, so this is what I do on Patreon every month, everybody. I have guests coming on now. We play together. I can hear them in person. So this is something everybody should be able to do now on YouTube. Or, if you want to become a Patreon or take a lesson with me, you can actually learn all these cool things. Go live with me, like I just did. Invite people up to play. I have students of all ages. So let me add Dario to the stream right now. Dario,
how's it going?
Hey, good man. So where are you located?
I'm in Grand Prairie, Texas.
Oh, it's really funny.
What?
I had a patron from that area recently.
Really?
Yeah. He was a patron, and he took a couple of guitar lessons from me. Yeah, so you want to play a song for us real quick? I can't see your guitar, though. You got to show your guitar.
Yeah.
You got to move back. You got to move back, actually. Move back, like that way. Yeah, because that's... Cause I'm like about 4 feet away from the camera. Yep, I'm a pro at this.
I get you.
Yeah, great. Play us something real quick. Nice. Oh, that's supposed to be So What? No?
It's the only jazz standard I know.
Oh, wow, cool. So, Dario, how long you been playing guitar?
I've been playing since I was about 10 years old.
Cool.
It's been a long time, but I took some time off, and I really got into it when I was about 20.
Oh, cool.
I'm 51 now.
Oh, yeah, great. So do you play out over there?
What's that?
Do you play out anywhere?
No, I just play. I'm a bedroom guitar hero.
Bedroom guitar. I never heard that one before. That's a good one. I gotta use that one actually. Yeah, Dario, you're one of my big fans. You're always, every time I go live, you're like, that's Dario again.
Yeah, man. I love jazz, bro. I love your playing style. Jazz is one of those last genres for me that I need to learn. And it really helps with rock, and it really helps with flamenco that I love. And I'm really a big fan of Paco de Lucia, who melded jazz and flamenco together.
You know what's really funny?
What's that?
I've seen him perform before live with John McLaughlin and Al Di Meola.
Oh, yeah. I have that album.
Yeah, but I saw them live. I mean, I saw them a few times, actually. They were amazing, man. I saw them when I was in high school. And I actually know John McLaughlin. I've met him, I've hung out with him. Really nice guy, man.
Cool.
It's so sad that Paco de Lucia died,
Yeah, he died suddenly.
Yeah, he wasn't even that old,
See, I have his album here. I have Paco de Lucia's.
Oh, yeah, he's great, man. So, thanks a lot, Dario, for buying my book and stuff. And, how do you like it?
I like it. I left it at my office. Otherwise, I would have brought it home over the weekend. But I teach some co-workers a few chords here and there. I'm just trying to take great credit for some of your licks.
Yeah. So thanks for coming on, Dario. And everybody, check out Dario's YouTube channel and what YouTube. And you want to play us one quick one, real quick, before we finish?
Sure. I'll do a few chords here that I learned out of the book.
Good.
Here's one of my favorites.
Oh, that's a nice chord. Yeah. There's a lot of chords. This book has a lot of chords in it. I mean,
I
you
love
guys
it.
can learn. There's a ton, but it's all about chords. So it's not only from me, from a lot of great guitar teachers. So everybody, you can pick up that book right now on my Patreon. On my Indiegogo campaign that's happening right now at a discount.
Okay.
You know, and hopefully one day, Dario, you can take some lessons with me.
I'm gonna take lessons from. That's the plan.
Yeah, right
for
now, I'm
next
telling
week.
you, I'm having a sale right now on my Indiegogo. It's actually like about 40% off my lessons, so
Okay.
go check it out.
Sounds good, bro.
Yeah, so thanks for coming on the show, everybody, and I'll see you soon, okay?
Okay, my man.
Okay, thanks, Dario.
Okay, buddy.
Have a good day. So that was Dario, one of my students. Not one of my students, but one of the people that follow me here on YouTube, and he bought my book. I really appreciate him. And he got my book, I think he got it actually on a sale price too, but right now I'm having a sale. Go to my Indiegogo. Right now, I think here it is. I'll show you. It's right here. I'm offering lessons, all kinds of stuff there, deep discount. My new album that's coming out, and this was actually a public showing for my private students, people who bought my book and my patrons. This is public. I put this public so you can see how I teach people online, and and I encourage them to play. So please follow me if you don't. Share my page. Support my new album on Indiegogo, which is on the link here, and and join my Patreon if you'd like at patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It was fun going live for you guys and doing this live stream for for everybody. So we'll keep in touch, and thanks again, everybody. Have a great day, and I'll see you guys very soon, okay? It's Ron Jackson. Follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music as well. Share my page to everybody. So it's really fun, and it's really hard to go live and talk and play and all kinds of stuff. I give myself a lot of credit for that too. I'm just kidding. So have a great day, everybody, and thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys soon on everywhere. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. I'm live, and let me move back a little bit. I can't move back too far because of all these guitars behind me. But I wanted to take off the green screen in the back and just start showing you my guitar collection. A lot of people have been asking me, man, show us your guitars, man. Like, show you what? So look at this. So I have a bunch of guitars behind me. You can't see them. Look. I just have them all lined up. These are my 6-string guitars and stuff. So I think I took them all out. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, this is a 12-string. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, so there's 10 instruments, but I need to let you know what the models are, because I don't know the names of the models, but I'll tell you in a second. Let me grab one thing. Don't leave. So there's a missing guitar, but I have it. Ron! Primitive Assembly. How's it going? So those are my guitars. This yellow guy? Oh yeah, sorry. Almost fell. This is my D'Angelico. So I'll show you in a minute all this stuff, guys. I'm gonna go through one guitar at a time. So and I'll tell you the model number of all these guitars, because people have been asking me what guitars you use. So I'm gonna move this back just a little bit more so I don't get my head cut off. So I'm using a ton of different guitars, but I don't use them all the time. It depends on the situation, everybody. So that's why I wanted to show you like this. Let me get this closed. So for example, I have this 6-string guitar right here. It's made in England. It's not a common model, okay? It's a file D guitar. when I was touring over there maybe 20 years ago. I got this made in 1999. It's a great guitar. Really great 6-string acoustic guitar. They made it in like the countryside of England. Okay, it's a Fildey custom-made guitar. I've had this for like 20 years. And the model is, it's just a custom guitar. There's no name. The guy made it so I can use it over here in the weather that's kind of like hot and cold and all that stuff. So if you have any questions about the guitar, let me know. Oh yeah, thank you, Paul. PJ. So this is the 6-string guitar. 6-string steel string, and I recorded one of my albums called Acoustic Invent Yours. Is recorded on this album here. Is all acoustic guitar. You can get this on my website. You can listen to it on Spotify. Go to my Spotify, Ron Jackson. It's a really great sounding guitar for recording. Now, acoustic guitar should not be played with an amp anyway. So this is really a nice guitar. Made in England. They're spelled Fylde, Fylde. They exist. They're not really big on social media, but they're a great guitar company. And I actually met this guy in England. And they never even go to the conventions. I go to the NAMM show, and they never show up to those things. Unfortunately, I think they get more business. But a lot of famous people play their stuff. So let me see. I'm just gonna look right now online and look at your comments right now too. Hold on. So let me go over here and show you my next guitar that's over here. So I'm gonna put this over here on the side. 1 second. I'm gonna go to my channel and make sure I see your comments. Okay, right now, yeah, I'm live. So here. So the next one, you've seen me play this recently. Okay, this is the everybody's like, wow, I love that guitar. This is the D'Angelico XL1. I just got this from D'Angelico. Okay, so in the last guitar I showed you, I used Tomastic strings, just in case you know what I use Tomastic strings on the guitar, but not these. I use these acoustic strings. So the last guitar I used, I showed you, I used Tomastic strings like not these, but they're these steel string guitars that they make, steel strings that they make for guitars. Oh yeah, these are called plectrums. Okay, so I'm a Tomastic endorser, and I use plectrums. Now the plectrums are kind of cool. They're they're nice strings. Also, they make interesting. Tomastic makes these flat wound strings, so they're really kind of cool. So I deal with these guys too. I use the George Benson strings on the 6-string guitar. But on this guitar particularly, I don't use that. I use on this guitar right here, this D'Angelico. Let me take this thing out so you can see the neck. It's a really nice guitar. 6 strings. I think it's all maple, laminate top. See that? Okay. It has a Seymour Duncan pickup on it. I use a Labella jazz tapes. I use 14 on top for you guys. This is what I use. This is a 7-string set, but I had D'Angelico put on the 6 strings of this. Yes, piano wire, the man string I call it. That's funny. No more kings. No more. You're not a king anymore without heavy strings. So these are great strings. They're like black tape. If you look carefully, there's black tape on them. See that? So they're really kind of cool. They have a great sound. Two metal strings, 3 tape wound, nylon tape metal strings, and these all 4 of these strings are nylon taped actually. On the 7th string, where I use this, it's actually round wound. So I use flat wounds on my jazz guitar. So it's a great guitar. I'd like to thank D'Angelico in New York and Justin over there for having me as a D'Angelico artist. Also, everybody who's watching, if you're watching and you're new, please subscribe here. I have some cool content. I try to answer my fans' questions when I have time. I'm so busy with social media and gigs now, so it's getting a little crazy. But please subscribe to all my channels, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere. I'm everywhere. Ron Jackson Music. Okay, these requests were actually the requests to see my guitars were from people from YouTube and TikTok and even Instagram. So I'm showing you these now. These are only my 6-string guitars because I play mostly 7-string these days. So let me put this up here away so I don't break this one. So that's my D'Angelico. It's a nice guitar. I'm hanging it up on the wall. I have like a rack for my guitars, you know, so you can hang them. So this is another one I have. This is I'm a Cremona endorser, and if you guys want to get some great discounts, contact me. You know, my email is Ron Jackson. You can email me at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. So this is a nice steel string. I haven't been using it recently. You know, I need to get set up a little bit. So I can't send it back to California to get set up. It's not worth it. That's where the Cremona America's Cremona USA is. This is called a Cremona M20E. It's a really great steel string guitar, and you can plug it in. You know, there's not much electronics. It has a volume and tone control right in here. Wow. Yeah, they make violins too. Yeah, Cremona makes violins. So if you want to get a good deal, contact me by email, and I'll get you a good deal for the guitar. Actually, one of my patrons is purchasing a Varia guitar through me. So I'm like a guitar dealer for Cremona. So take a look at this. So these are great. It has a volume and tone right here in the middle. I forget what this is made out of wood, but you know what wood this is made out of. But you know, look it up online. It's a M20E. I'm going to show you. I want to put these on the descriptions after. Yeah. These are 6 strings. So you know, I need to set up. There's a little buzzing of it. It's not bad actually. So I have to get this set up a little bit. That's all. And I'll play it more. So this is a great guitar. I'm going to put it over here. So that's a Cremona. So that's my second guitar. That's my third guitar I showed you guys. If you want to see the other ones. Do I want to sell that one? I don't know. You know what? I have like 4 or 5 steel string guitars. If you really do you want to sell it? Dovla wants me to sell it. Where do you live? It's not a cheap guitar, so you know. It's not like a cheap guitar. It's like over $1,000, I think. So if you want to, possibly. Now, this is a really cool guitar. I never use this guitar hardly either. It's a Fender 12 string. A Fender JG12CE/12 string. So I rarely use this Fender 12 string. You know, I just have it hanging on the wall, but you know, I keep it in good condition. You know, just so you guys know, here's my humidifiers. I learned this from one of my students. Save money. Don't give that money to Diadario. So this is a great method for humidifying your guitars. You basically take a Ziploc bag like this and just punch holes in it with a fork, put a sponge in there, and it humidifies the guitar. So I've been doing that for a while. Yeah, 12-string guitar is not hard, everybody. Just so you know, 12 string is basically like a 6-string. The strings are doubled. See, they're doubled. Okay. All the strings are doubled. Like these are octaves, and some of these are just doubled notes, and the rest are in octaves. So it's not that bad. So this is like someone gave me this like Planet Waves, I think, like humidifier. I replaced it with these things inside, sponges. So so that's how I humidify my guitars, and I have a humidifier too, so they don't like crack open. Okay. So this is my 12 string. So that's my 4th guitar I'm showing you, and it has full EQ and everything. You know, is there a battery in this thing? Nope, I don't have a battery because I haven't been using it. So it's a great guitar, you know, and I've rarely used it, but I'll be using it soon on something, I'm sure. I've had this for like 20 years. I got this from a friend that when I was a really well-known guitar player in the 70s. His name was David Spinoza. He actually did a lot of recording sessions. Like he was playing with all kinds of people, you know, like James Brown, and he did all. And I was doing a lot of Broadway, and I met him on someone recommended him to me, who was playing Broadway, and I was playing Broadway a lot at that time. So I was subbing for him, and he, you know, he was a really cool guy. You know, he was a session guy, so he was one of these guys who knew how to play really well in the studio. But you know, if you asked him to do a gig like me, and he didn't know any tunes. You know, and he's one of these guys that could just read the notes. So he was great, man, amazing player. David Spinoza, check him out. He's everywhere, and he's retired now, but he's a really great musician. So anyway, let me keep going. So This is another guitar. So I have a bunch of Cremonas. Hey, Shiva. Greetings, everybody. Now, someone's asking me how long these guitars. So just to let you know, this Cremona I got, I'm a Cremona endorser, so I'll tell you in a second. So this one, let me tell you the model of this one first. So this one's a Soloist S65C. Now this is an inexpensive guitar. I think this is like maybe, I'm not quite sure. It's between $200 and $600. That's not expensive for a guitar. And it's a great straight up nylon string. You know. It's a nice guitar. No. Okay, it's a really nice guitar. And I use this a lot for teaching and practicing. I don't use it that much for gigs, it's not, but it's a really pretty nice guitar for the price. So, if you're interested, remember, I can get you a Cremona for a great deal. Yeah, that's a nice cost. Yeah, it's very nice. Hey, Dario. Dario sent me some recordings. Really nice guitar player, man. And he's trying to play jazz. So remember, everybody, to play jazz, you definitely need to, listen and study with a good teacher like myself. So just so you know. So this is pretty nice. So this is not an expensive guitar, the Soloist S65C. So this is probably about 2 or 3 years old. I haven't had this that long. So the first guitar I showed you, this one, this guitar, this steel string, someone's asking me, I've had this for like 20 years, at least. Okay, I got this in the 2000 maybe, 2001. Okay, and this one, this handmade guitar, custom guitar from England, this Faldy guitar I was telling you about earlier, this is from 1999, this guitar. So, I actually like hit it against the door one day. It has a little gouge here, but that's just cosmetic. But this is a workhorse guitar, man. I've had this on many records, recordings. A really great guitar. So, that's a great guitar if you want to consider it. They're hard to find, and they're expensive guitars. They're from England, so really, really nice guitars. So here's another guitar I've had for years, and this is called this is an Aria guitar. Okay, it's an Aria concert guitar AC80. I got this from Aria in 1997 or something. I was an Aria endorser, so they gave me this guitar. It's a really nice nylon. Now I'm thinking about selling this guitar if anybody's interested. The thing is, this has this chronic problem here of there's this like little tiny crack here, but it's superficial. I've always been trying to get it fixed, like a Guitar Center everywhere. They glue it, but it's nothing. It doesn't affect the guitar. It's kind of weird. It's on top, but that's about it. It's a nice guitar. This guitar's worth about $1,000. So I had it's funny, guys. So this is a AC80, completely acoustic guitar. And I used this on my other album, my acoustic guitar album I showed you a minute ago, called this one. I use this guitar on this album too, some of the album, Acoustic Adventure. So go check out my albums, please, everybody. And if you're watching and you're new, please subscribe, and please subscribe to all my channels at Ron Jackson Music. Everything is Ron Jackson Music, even my payments and everything. Okay, so this guitar is really great, except for that one thing, but it's a really nice, really has a nice sound. Yeah, so it's pretty nice. So that's my Aria guitar. So let me keep going through my collection here. It's getting I'm getting almost to the end, but not quite. So look, this is the one everybody keeps asking me about. Okay, it's my Eastman. Okay, look at this. So this is called the Eastman T49D/V Amber guitar. Okay. It's a really nice guitar. I just got this, actually. This is brand new. I've had this since last year, since the pandemic. Because, you know, I have a bunch. I have like two archtop guitars that are 7-string, but I didn't have like a guitar that was like this in a 6-string. So I teach a lot, you know, online. I do a lot of videos online. A lot of people don't play 7-string, so I had to get this guitar. It's a really, you know, really nice guitar, and it, you know, it plays great, you know. But I haven't been using it recently because I promised D'Angelico, the guitar you have, I have up there, to show the guitars on video all the time now instead. Okay, so it's a really good guitar. I think this lists for like $2,000 or something. So this is a great guitar, and I've done a lot of videos on this that you've seen on my YouTube shorts and some of my lessons. Okay, so it's a great guitar. It has I think these are Seymour Duncan pickups, you know, volume, tone, 2 humbuckers. You know, really nice guitar. So I mean, let me check out some of these questions. So send it to Ron Fernandez in California, but hey, I live in New York. I can't send it to Ron Fernandez. It'll cost me more money. No, but it's not bad. The crack is this crack on this guitar. Someone was asking me about a question here from Dario. Is that I've had it at a repair shop a couple of times. They paid money and they still can't fix this thing, so it's okay. It sounds like you care for these guitars. For these guitars are still in good condition and looks new. Thank you, Udian. Yeah, they're in good condition. I mean, I don't mess up my guitars. I have to play them for gigs, so just so you know. So yeah, these guitars are great. So this is my Eastman. So you know, all this I'm going to list after, and you can go to my Amazon store, and if you want to pick one up, let me know. I'll send you the links on my Amazon store after this. And just so you guys know, who's ever watching, this is a new announcement. I'm doing a workshop, a jazz workshop, coming up on July 18th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Sunday. Come by and see my, you know, come by and attend my workshop. I had this was on Lively, which is a site owned by a lot of great jam band musicians and all kinds of stuff. So I had the most successful workshop this past April for them. So I'm doing a follow up, you know, on demand, you know, follow up. So if you want to, you know, learn some jazz, go to lively.com, lively.com, and sign up for my jazz improv workshop. You'll learn some cool jazz techniques. Okay, so that's on July 18th. So let me see. Oh. You should do an online live with Justin Sheetley Show. Sure, I love him. Yeah, Dario, it's expensive postage. So let me show you my next guitar. So this one's a really great guitar. I've recorded with this a lot too. This is another Aria guitar I got from Aria. I knew the owner of Aria Guitars. He was a Japanese guy named Shiro Arai. I think he passed away, I think. But he was a great guy, and I've been an endorser for them for years. So he gave me this guitar too. It's a really nice classical guitar. It's an AC80CE electric. So it's like the same model that we just saw with the cutaway. This has a cutaway. And it has electronics, Fishman electronics on there. You see that? So it's nice, you know. And I use this one sometimes for recording. I still have a battery in it. So it's a really nice guitar. Gotta put this back in. Oh, there it is. Okay. So there's, you plug the guitar into here. Really nice guitar. I've had this for quite a while, and I've taken this everywhere for gigs and stuff. So really nice guitar. These cost about, I don't know, at the time they were $1,000 at least, or $1,800, I forget. But these are nice guitars. I don't have really, really expensive guitars anymore. I used to have some Paul Reed Smiths that were like $5,000 or $6,000 and stuff like that. But I don't carry guitars like that. It's not the guitar; it's how you play it. Remember that, everybody. It's your touch. You should be able to pick up any guitar, $100 guitar, and make it sound good. So and I don't use heavy. I don't use light strings. It depends on the guitar, but I use usually heavy strings. But I for example, I don't have any solid body guitars that are 6-string, because I have 7-string ones. I have 2 of them. I'll show you that guitar collection in the next video. So let me keep going here. So that's how many guitars did we go through so far? We went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guitars. So we have just a couple more before I finish up here. So here's another one from Cremona that I didn't show you. I have a couple of the nylon strings. So this is a Cremona Solos F65C, a different one than this one. We see? These are 2 different ones. So that's an S65C, and this is an F65C. So these are two different kinds of guitars, everybody. From Cremona, completely nylon strings. I think one of these is like, the difference is like $200 for one of these. So this is a nice guitar. I use this all the time for teaching and practicing. And, I don't take it out much on gigs because there's no pickup. But look on this one, look at this one. They have their Cremona USA KNA pickup, they call it. It's like a little bridge thing they put here. They sell those. So if you guys want to get a Cremona guitar, please email me at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com, and I can get you a great deal on these guitars, better than the Guitar Center and all those stores. So this is a really great guitar for the price, and it's a nice nylon string guitar, okay, with no cutaway. Yeah. And I've been to Bulgaria to their factory. I gotta actually post some of those photos again. Yeah, business is booming. I guess. You know what? That's a great comment. Someone says business is booming. I just have all these guitars because I collect them. People give me guitars. I buy some guitars, and I end up having all these guitars. It's like, man, I don't have room for all these guitars actually, but one of these guitars I do want to get rid of if someone wants to, it's interesting. Now, my last instrument, guess what, is this? A Guitar Joe. So it's a guitar, it's a banjo made by Dean. I forget this, I don't know the model, but it's basically a banjo tuned like a guitar. So sometimes I get gigs, and I'm like, so I got like my little Guitar Joe. So it's a 6-string guitar tuned up like a banjo. It's from Dean. So it's a really nice Guitar Joe, I call it. They call me Sloppy Joe on guitar. So it's a really so this actually is funny. I was on a gig, and the whole cover broke off. This came out of this thing here, But I fixed it myself. The repairman told me just try to fix it yourself, and I did. I was able to glue it back together. But it's actually pretty nice, this thing, for what it is. It cost me a couple $100. I found it somewhere, like Guitar Center or something. So these are nice little instruments. So that's my guitar collection. If you have any questions, I did it with glue, and and I glued things together. So if you need a Cremona guitar, let me know. I have a couple of other announcements. Look, if you want to join my Patreon, actually last time I did a YouTube live, someone joined my Patreon. You could just go to patreon.com and join me at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. Okay, and also I use Hendrickson amps, and please share this code if you want to buy Hendrickson amp. They're the small amps. I don't have them right here with me to show you because it's downstairs. But you can use my code Ron Jackson and save 5%. That's a lot of money for the amps because they're not cheap amps, but they're great amps. You can use my code Ron Jackson Music at HendricksonAmps.com. Okay, and if you see like some of the instruments, you can go to my Amazon store, everybody, and and just go to my store and just go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and you can check out my Amazon store. And one last thing, if you like my shave, go to my skullshaver.com and save 10% and use my code Rhythm. Okay, Father's Day is coming up, so you can get something for your father or for yourself. So so that's my guitar collection, everybody. Thank you for watching, and I'm glad I hope you enjoyed the show. So those are all my 6-string guitars. That was a fan request, and I'm going to list the guitars after. So if you want to pick them up at my Amazon store, or you want to check them out, or you want to contact me, I can put my contact information over there too. So I might want to get rid of one of these things. So thanks everybody for watching my live again. You guys are a great audience. Thank you for having. I just got to 25,000 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you. So please share my videos, everybody. Subscribe if you don't already. And thank you for I try to give you honest and real content. with no BS. So I really appreciate you guys, and we'll see you guys soon. There's a question here before I finish. Do you prefer tube amplifiers over transistor, or does that even matter? You know what's really funny? Someone just asked me, do I prefer tube amplifiers? That's actually, you know what? I prefer tubes, but you know what I just got? Everybody check them out. I got 2 Fender Tone Master amps. They are both actually transistor, but they sound exactly like tubes. So I've been using them at gigs, and they sound wonderful. So go check them out, okay? And I used them on gigs recently. They sound great. They're great to record with, and they're half the weight of a Fender Twin Reverb. So I got one like a Princeton type one, and I got a Twin Reverb one. And if you like the show, I'm also taking donations here at the end. So just go to PayPal and Venmo and Cash App. It's all Ron Jackson Music. Everything's Ron Jackson Music if you'd like to donate anything today for this live stream. And I appreciate you guys. Okay. And follow me everywhere and donate everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. And I'll see you guys soon. And thanks a lot. It was really fun. And I got to show you my guitar collection. Have a great day. Okay. Bye-bye. Oh my God. I think there's a wrong camera here. Let me check this out. I'm just settings.